Ezra McCandless and Alex Woodworth. It is said that any form of aggressive behavior can arise from a broad range of psychological and social influences. Yet, psychologists still struggle to provide a definitive explanation for why individuals commit severe crimes, especially acts as extreme as taking another person's life. At times, people take this horrifying step in pursuit of personal motives or concealed agendas. The case of Ezra McCandless and Alex Woodworth is a complex, bizarre, and profoundly disturbing one. Initially, they were merely friends. As time passed, their connection developed into an intense relationship, one that ultimately inflicted more harm than good on both parties. Following their breakup, Ezra reportedly attempted to accuse her former partner of aggressive behavior and unwanted advances, seemingly as a means to justify her infidelity to her then-boyfriend. When this plan failed to achieve her desired outcome, she appeared to use Alex as a tool in her effort to reconcile with her ex. However, Alex refused to participate in her manipulations and ultimately paid with his life. The situation escalated into a tragic and deeply distressing event. Alex lost his life in a violent and unsettling manner, allegedly at the hands of someone he once trusted and cared for. The chain of events underscores not only the intricate dynamics of human relationships, but also the dark psychological forces that can drive someone toward ruin. It serves as a chilling reminder of how destructive obsession and emotional manipulation can become once boundaries are violated and reason is lost. Ezra McCandless was born in February 1998 in Springfield, Dane County, Wisconsin. At birth, she was named Monica Kaiser. Very little public information exists regarding her early life or family background. What is known is that she was often described as highly emotional, impulsive, and occasionally unpredictable. She pursued her ambitions with great intensity, frequently disregarding the consequences of her actions. After completing high school, Monica enrolled in college to study management. It was there that she met a young man and quickly entered into a passionate relationship. However, the romance proved far from stable. The couple frequently quarreled, and on several occasions, their disagreements escalated into physical altercations. In time, the relationship ended when her boyfriend decided to leave. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. A decision that profoundly affected Monica's emotional and psychological well-being. She became fixated on winning him back at any cost. Around this same period, Monica's parents decided to end their nearly 2-decade-long marriage, further destabilizing her already fragile state. The emotional weight of her family's turmoil, combined with the heartbreak of her failed relationship, left her feeling consumed by distress. In a moment of emotional turmoil, the 19-year-old made a drastic choice: to abandon her previous life and begin anew in a different city. She withdrew from college and legally changed her name to something she believed sounded more unique: Ezra McCandless. In early 2017, she relocated to Eau Claire, a small city situated in western Wisconsin. At that point, she lacked a clear direction or defined plan for her future. Ezra began visiting a popular local coffee shop and cafe known as Racy Dleaness, where she met a young employee named Alex Woodworth. Alex, who had recently turned 23, was a student working part-time as a barista to help fund his education. The two began engaging in frequent conversations, and gradually, a friendship formed between them. In May 2017, at that same cafe, Ezra, then still 19 years old, met Jason Mengel, a 33-year-old former military medic. Despite their notable age difference, the two quickly developed a connection and soon entered into a romantic relationship. Interestingly, Jason happened to be a friend of Alex's, and it was through Alex that Ezra and Jason were introduced. Jason was calm, grounded, and emotionally steady, traits that contrasted sharply with Ezra's passionate and impulsive nature. Yet, as often happens, opposites drew each other in. Just 1 month after meeting, Ezra moved into Jason's home, and they began living together as a couple. Jason later shared that he had been captivated by Ezra, the petite woman with curly light brown hair, from the moment he first saw her. To him, she seemed lively, magnetic, slightly eccentric, and fond of attention. Ezra, on the other hand, viewed Jason as dependable and secure, someone with whom she could envision a stable and lasting future. Ezra and Jason continued spending much of their time at Racy Dleaness, often accompanied by Alex. the three formed a close and seemingly genuine friendship. It is worth noting that Alex was studying both philosophy and psychology and aspired to one day teach at either the high school or college level. He was widely regarded as kind, compassionate, and always willing to help others, qualities that naturally endeared him to people. The trio soon became almost inseparable. Though their dynamic may have seemed unconventional to outsiders, they appeared to connect effortlessly and truly care for one another. Meanwhile, Ezra and Jason's relationship seemed to be thriving, and those who knew them often referred to them as the ideal couple, convinced that marriage was inevitable. By October 2017, however, what had once seemed like a perfect relationship between Ezra and Jason began to deteriorate rapidly. The unraveling began when Ezra unexpectedly discovered that she was pregnant. The news left her feeling anxious and uncertain about the future. She eventually told Jason, her partner of nearly 6 months, and he too was taken aback. Neither of them had planned for such a major development, and having a child was not part of their immediate plans. Without the emotional stability or support she needed, Ezra and Jason ultimately agreed that the pregnancy should be terminated. The decision weighed heavily on Ezra, but after some contemplation, she went to a clinic and had the procedure done. That event marked a significant turning point, the beginning of the breakdown of a relationship that many had once viewed as strong and full of potential. Ezra descended into a deep state of depression. She became increasingly withdrawn, noticeably anxious and irritable, while her emotional stability deteriorated rapidly. She would often burst into tears for no apparent reason, only to spiral into arguments or emotional outbursts over trivial matters. Jason tried to remain patient and supportive, yet he could feel the situation gradually slipping beyond his control. Around this same period, Ezra began spending considerably more time with Alex. They would take long walks and talk for hours, confiding in each other about their personal struggles. Jason saw nothing inappropriate in their growing closeness. He knew that Alex was seriously studying psychology and believed that having such a friend could be beneficial for Ezra, especially given her fragile emotional condition. After all, the three of them had shared a close friendship and mutual trust for quite some time. Alex proved to be an attentive and empathetic listener. He never judged, criticized, or dismissed Ezra's emotions. He was thoughtful, intelligent, and intellectually curious, qualities that made him easy to connect with. Ezra felt truly seen and accepted for who she was. With Alex, she didn't have to pretend or suppress her feelings. She could be open, vulnerable, and speak from the heart about anything. Their connection deepened over time into mutual attraction, which ultimately led to an intimate relationship. Since Ezra was still officially in a relationship with Jason, the affair had to be kept secret. Naturally, Jason had no idea that the woman he trusted most was secretly involved with his closest friend. Over time, Ezra's behavior began to shift. She no longer cried as often, appeared visibly happier, and had stopped initiating frequent arguments. To Jason, it seemed as though she was finally recovering. Believing that her friendship with Alex was having a positive effect, he felt relieved to see her returning to her former self. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly become part of a hidden love triangle. This double life continued for several months. During that period, Ezra made no concrete plans for her future. She drifted along, enjoying the attention of both men without giving much thought to the consequences of her actions. Then came a decisive turning point. One evening in January 2018, while Ezra was asleep, her phone, left on a table in the living room, began buzzing repeatedly with incoming messages. Curious about the late-night notifications, Jason picked up the phone to see who was contacting her so persistently. What he discovered left him stunned. The messages were from Alex, and their content made it unmistakably clear that Ezra had been romantically involved with him for quite some time. The confrontation that followed was explosive. Despite Ezra's desperate denials and feeble excuses, Jason did not believe her. They had lived together for 8 months, and for 3 of those, she had been secretly seeing his friend. Feeling utterly betrayed, Jason ended the relationship immediately. By the next day, he had packed her belongings and asked her to leave his home. Ezra's relationship with Alex soon fell apart as well, and the two ultimately went their separate ways. Now left completely alone, without either of the men she had once been involved with, Ezra found herself consumed by resentment, heartbreak, and the crushing realization that she no longer had control over the situation. The emotional weight of her circumstances plunged her into a state of despair, leaving her uncertain about what to do next. In an attempt to start fresh, she returned to her hometown and moved back in with her father. Still clinging to the hope of reconciliation, Ezra continued reaching out to Jason daily, calling and sending him messages in an effort to win him back. Jason replied to her on occasion, but his tone was cold and distant. It was clear that he had no intention of rekindling their relationship. Ezra tried to present herself as a victim of unfortunate circumstances. She placed the blame entirely on Alex, begging Jason for forgiveness and insisting that everything that had happened had been a terrible misunderstanding. But Jason refused to believe her. Consumed by frustration and emotional distress, Ezra's behavior began to grow increasingly erratic and alarming. At one point, she went to the police and filed a report claiming that she had been assaulted by one of Jason's friends. According to Ezra, the man had spiked her drink at a party and taken advantage of her while she was incapacitated. However, she was unable to provide any concrete evidence to support her allegations. Her account changed multiple times, and her statements lacked consistency. Investigators quickly began to doubt her credibility. Ezra maintained that her memory was unclear because of the substance allegedly slipped into her drink, but even with that explanation, her version of events raised more questions than it answered. Surprisingly, Jason appeared to believe her. After hearing about the incident, he called to comfort her. Ezra took this as a sign that he still cared for her and interpreted his concern as proof that their bond remained intact. In an effort to strengthen her claim, Ezra told police that Alex had known about the supposed assault because she had confided in him the next day. She expected him to corroborate her story. However, when questioned, Alex refused to go along with her account. Instead, he told investigators that the encounter had been entirely consensual. Ezra was furious when she found out about Alex's statements. She had counted on his loyalty and support, and what she perceived as his betrayal pushed her over the edge. In a retaliatory move, she attempted to accuse Alex himself of misconduct, claiming he had behaved inappropriately and aggressively toward her. But Alex came prepared. He turned over extensive message history that showed their relationship had not only been consensual, but that Ezra had often initiated their secret encounters. The evidence contradicted her claims entirely and undermined her credibility with the authorities. Publicly exposed, discredited, and humiliated, Ezra developed a deep and burning resentment toward Alex. Still, she wasn't ready to let go of her plan. She continued to believe she could use him as a means to win Jason back. But this time, her plan was much darker. In Ezra's mind, Alex would either help her, willingly, or be removed as an obstacle, no matter the cost. After Ezra's failed attempt to accuse Alex of misconduct, she seemed to vanish. For more than a month, there was no word from her, and Jason was beginning to believe she had finally moved on with her life. But on the morning of March 22, 2018, Ezra suddenly reappeared in Eau Claire as if nothing had happened. She knew exactly where to find both of her former partners and went directly there. Ezra walked into Racy Dillon's, the local cafe where Jason happened to be having breakfast. He was visibly startled to see her. Her sudden appearance felt like a red flag. She asked where Alex was, and when she learned that he wasn't working that day, she abruptly left. Jason had a gut feeling something wasn't right. Suspecting she might head to Alex's house, he decided to follow her. Concerned about what might happen, he got on his bike, hoping to avoid drawing attention, and quietly trailed behind her. Ezra drove her 2003 Chevrolet Impala straight to Alex's place. Jason saw her car parked outside and realized she had gone inside. Wanting to make sure everything was okay, he approached a window and peeked in. Inside, Ezra and Alex appeared to be having a tense conversation. Their expressions made it clear this wasn't a friendly chat. Jason, worried, decided to step in. He entered the house, surprising both of them. They tried to act casual, but it was clear they hadn't expected him. Just then, a police car pulled up. Alert neighbors had called in a suspicious person looking into windows. All three came outside and reassured the officers that everything was fine. Ezra silently got back into her car, though she didn't leave right away. Once law enforcement was satisfied that no laws were being broken, they left. Jason followed soon after, riding away on his bike. That left Ezra and Alex standing by her car, continuing their conversation. It was the last time anyone would see Alex Woodworth alive. Ezra later convinced Alex to go for a drive with her so they could talk things over in private. He agreed, and they got into her car. She left the city limits and took a rural road through fields and woods without any clear destination in mind. What exactly was said during that drive is still unclear. But Ezra later claimed she asked Alex to help her fix things with Jason. She wanted him to take responsibility for everything that had happened, to convince Jason that he had pressured her into an intimate relationship and that she had later regretted it. Alex refused. He wouldn't lie to protect her. He stood his ground. That refusal triggered a strong reaction in Ezra. She reportedly slammed the gas pedal, speeding down a rough, muddy dirt road. The car jolted violently over bumps and potholes. At one point, she lost control, veered off the road, and the vehicle became stuck in the thick mud, a result of heavy rain the night before. Despite multiple attempts to get free, the car bottomed out and the engine stalled. They were alone with weak cell service, and the nearest house was miles away. Tensions quickly escalated. An argument erupted in the confined space of the car. What followed was a violent and bloody incident. To this day, investigators have been unable to piece together exactly what happened next. Ezra changed her story multiple times, and each version conflicted with physical evidence. The case quickly grew more complex, as the clues never quite lined up with her ever-shifting narrative. Let's fast-forward several hours. Around 8:30 p.m., a young woman battered barefoot, her clothes torn and soaked in mud and blood, stumbled onto the porch of a remote farmhouse. She was shaking from the cold and fear, crying uncontrollably and begging for help. The homeowner, John Sipple, and his family had just sat down for dinner when the distressed stranger appeared, disrupting their evening. They brought her inside, wrapped her in a warm blanket, and called the police. The woman said she'd been attacked, was injured, and needed medical help. She then collapsed onto the floor, curling into a ball and sobbing. She identified herself as Ezra and said someone had tried to take her life. Clearly in shock, she muttered incoherently, appeared disoriented, and seemed unable to comprehend where she was or what had just happened. Repeatedly, she mumbled, it was Alex," and then pleaded for someone to contact a man named Jacob, referring in fact to Jason Mengel to tell him what had happened. When police and emergency responders arrived, Ezra was visibly distressed and in a highly agitated state. She cried out that someone wanted to hurt her and begged them not to let it happen. Her clothes were slashed and torn, and her entire body appeared to be covered in blood. But after a thorough examination, paramedics discovered only shallow surface cuts, none of which were life-threatening. In fact, her blood loss was minimal, raising a disturbing question. If she wasn't seriously injured, whose blood was she covered in? Ezra avoided direct questions, blaming memory loss and trauma. She kept asking for Jason Mengel. Authorities contacted him, and he rushed to the hospital where Ezra had been taken. Still believing she had been attacked, Jason was shocked when Ezra placed the blame squarely on Alex. Regardless, he embraced her and did his best to offer comfort. Ezra continued to insist that Alex had been the one who attacked her, but she claimed she couldn't remember where it had happened. She vaguely suggested it might have been somewhere near Owen Park in Eau Claire. In reality, this was a deliberate misdirection. Ezra was trying to delay the discovery of Alex's body, which was still inside her car. As she calmed down, Ezra gave police a more detailed version of events. She said she'd gone to Alex's house to talk, but he suggested they go for a drive, and she agreed. According to her, Alex dictated where she should drive, and she followed his instructions out of fear. She claimed he demanded that she return to a relationship with him, and when she refused, he became enraged. Ezra alleged that at one point, Alex forcibly grabbed the steering wheel, causing the car to veer off the road and get stuck in the mud. Then, she said, he pulled out a knife and told her that if they couldn't be together, he had the right to one last moment of closeness. She claimed he held the knife to her throat and began tearing at her clothing. She told police she tried to fight back, but he began slicing her jeans and blouse and inflicted shallow cuts on her body. According to her, he also verbally insulted her throughout the incident. On her left forearm, investigators noted a disturbing detail. The word boy had been carved into her skin. Ezra explained that she had struggled with gender identity during her teen years, a deeply personal issue she had once shared with Alex. She believed he used that information to humiliate her in a cruel and targeted way. According to Ezra's account, while the attacker was distracted, she managed to wrestle the knife from his hands and began striking out blindly, not knowing exactly where she was hitting. When Alex went still, She said she climbed out of the car and wandered aimlessly through the woods until she reached the remote farmhouse, where she was eventually found and helped. Her story, however, was riddled with inconsistencies. She often contradicted herself and blamed her confusion on shock and memory loss caused by trauma. Ezra kept repeating the same statement again and again. He wanted to hurt me and end my life. Yet, without a definite crime scene or physical evidence to analyze, law enforcement could not determine how much of her account was truthful. As officers began searching the area she had described, Owen Park in Eau Claire, they found nothing. There were no signs of an altercation, no car, no traces of blood, and no useful clues. The following day, investigators started their search from the Sipple farm, following Ezra's barefoot tracks through the wet and muddy ground. Eventually, in a field not far from the property, they discovered a Chevrolet Impala partially hidden among dense roadside brush. What they found inside was a horrific sight, one that even experienced officers struggled to process. The interior of the car was soaked in blood. It covered the seats, floor, dashboard, windows, and even the ceiling. Hanging out of the half-open passenger side door was the mutilated body of a young man. A large pool of blood had formed beneath him. Forensic investigators would later count 16 deep stab wounds, along with several shallower cuts. The weapon itself was nowhere to be found. Most of the injuries were concentrated on the neck, chest, and groin, severing major arteries and causing rapid fatal bleeding. The victim had continued to be attacked even after he had stopped moving. Based on the position of the body, it appeared that he had tried to escape from the vehicle but had been blocked. Some of the wounds had been delivered from outside the car, suggesting that the attacker had been standing by the open door, preventing his exit. The weapon, a large hunting knife, was later discovered in nearby bushes, about 70 feet from the vehicle. Investigators traced it back to Ezra's father, who was known to be an avid outdoorsman. This revelation indicated that Ezra had brought the knife with her, raising serious suspicions about premeditation. But the inconsistencies did not end there. Officers found neither Ezra's nor Alex's cell phones inside the car. Both had been discarded in the field close by. Ezra had apparently taken them after the incident and thrown them away as she fled. When questioned, she was unable to give a coherent explanation. Forensic specialists found extensive defensive wounds on Alex's hands, consistent with a person desperately trying to fend off an attacker. He had even grabbed the knife blade itself, as evidenced by deep lacerations across his fingers and palms. In stark contrast, Ezra's injuries were smooth, shallow, and so precise that they were unlikely to leave lasting scars. Her version of events quickly began to crumble under the mounting physical evidence. After reconstructing the sequence of events, investigators determined that Ezra had taken the knife with her that day, already prepared for a confrontation. She had intended for Alex to take the blame for their affair in hopes it would help her reconcile with Jason. When Alex refused, she carried out a far more sinister and deliberate plan. According to detectives, her motive was deeply disturbing. Ezra had allegedly intended to kill Alex and then frame him for an attack, portraying herself to Jason as the innocent victim and Alex as the violent aggressor. In her mind, Jason would come to believe that she had been pursued and harmed, and this would ultimately lead to a dramatic reconciliation between them. Investigators had little doubt that Ezra had deliberately and methodically inflicted the injuries on herself. She displayed no bruising, no defensive wounds, and no physical indications of a struggle. Even the word "boy" carved into her arm was etched at an angle consistent with self-infliction. Detectives concluded that Ezra had taken both phones with her in case Alex somehow survived the attack and tried to call for help. While she had delivered multiple fatal stab wounds, she was not a medical professional and could not be certain he was truly dead. As the physical evidence against her mounted, Ezra McCandless swiftly shifted from being perceived as a victim to becoming the primary suspect in a vicious crime. Despite the overwhelming forensic findings, she maintained her innocence, firmly denying any wrongdoing. However, on April 6, 2018, just 2 weeks after the incident, Ezra was formally charged and taken into custody. She was indicted on counts of first-degree intentional homicide, tampering with evidence, and providing false information to investigators. The shocking details of the case shook the quiet community of Eau Claire and attracted widespread media coverage across Wisconsin. Due to the case's complexity and the extensive time required for evidence collection and analysis, the trial did not commence until October 2019, roughly a year and a half after the murder. The prosecution presented a detailed and persuasive account, supported by an abundance of forensic proof. Medical examiners testified that Ezra's injuries were self-inflicted and intentionally superficial, added after the fact to bolster a fabricated story. Ezra's defense attorney argued that his client was suffering from serious emotional and psychological distress, exacerbated by her painful breakups with Jason and Alex. He contended that, at the time of the killing, she was not fully aware of her actions. However, a court-ordered psychiatric evaluation refuted that claim, concluding that Ezra had been of sound mind during the crime, had acted with premeditation, and had deliberately sought to mislead investigators. Inside the courtroom, Ezra broke down in tears, insisting that Alex had turned violent and attacked her first, forcing her to act in self-defense. By that point, however, her credibility was completely destroyed, and the jury remained unconvinced. On November 1, 2019, Ezra McCandless was found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide with aggravating circumstances. She was sentenced to life imprisonment, with eligibility for parole only after 50 years. The judge remarked that Ezra had shown no remorse and had expressed no genuine regret for her actions. During the trial, Jason Mengel testified as a witness. Throughout his time on the stand, he never once looked in Ezra's direction. After the sentencing, he never visited her, despite her repeated requests for a meeting. Jason had made his choice. He had cut her out of his life for good. Moving on to the next case. Harold Holt. In 1966, Harold Holt became Australia's 17th Prime Minister. A politician and lawyer, he entered Parliament at the age of 27 and became a government minister by 31. By all accounts, Harold was an avid outdoorsman. He owned homes in several coastal towns, including Portsea, Victoria, and Bingle Bay, Queensland. He practiced spearfishing and enjoyed skin diving and snorkeling, remarking that he found air tanks cumbersome. Friends described Harold as having remarkable endurance underwater, and he reportedly entertained himself during parliamentary sessions by seeing how long he could hold his breath. While he could tread water for extended periods, he was said not to be a strong surface swimmer. Friends and colleagues had repeatedly warned him about the dangers of his aquatic pursuits. Concerns about his safety grew on May 20, 1967, when he experienced a close call while diving near Point Nepean in Victoria. During a swim, he became distressed and called for assistance. Fortunately, his diving companions rescued him, and although he remained conscious, witnesses said he turned purple and vomited seawater. Harold later attributed the incident to a leaking snorkel. Although he was in good health at the time of his disappearance, it was noted that his family had a history of premature deaths. His father died at 59 and his brother at 57. In September 1967, just months before his disappearance, Harold began receiving treatment for a shoulder injury dating back to his youth. He had hurt himself during a sporting event as a young man, and the pain had recently resurfaced. He was subsequently prescribed pain medication and scheduled for physiotherapy twice a week. His doctor advised him to reduce swimming and tennis to prevent overexertion. On Sunday, December 17, 1967, at around 11:15 a.m., Harold and 4 friends traveled to Point Nepean to try to catch a glimpse of solo circumnavigator Alec Rose, who was expected to pass through the Rip into Port Phillip Bay. However, the yacht was not easily visible, and due to the intense heat, the group did not stay long. While driving back to Portsea, Harold suggested stopping at a local beach for a swim to cool off. By all accounts, he was familiar with the beach and had visited it numerous times before. Despite the turbulent appearance of the water, the group stopped, and Harold proceeded into the sea. Alan Stewart, one of his companions, entered the water alongside him. The remaining 3 stayed on shore, as the sea appeared rough. Alan recalled staying close to the shore and noticing a powerful undertow, while Harold ventured farther out. Eventually, he was caught by the current and swept out to sea. He gave no signal for help and showed no signs of distress, but moments later, he vanished from view. Following the incident, the police were notified, and the Australian Defence Force was placed on high alert. The search for Harold commenced at 1:30 p.m., but amateur divers reported the conditions were too rough for underwater exploration. Helicopters, watercraft, naval divers, and police teams all participated in the search for Harold. However, due to the harsh conditions and the limited equipment available, rescuers were unable to make any significant progress. Those involved in the search described the sea as heavy and rolling, with waves reaching 6 to 8 feet in height, even as the tide was receding. Conditions did not improve that evening, with the turbulent waters being compared to the inside of a washing machine. A second search was launched just before 5 a.m. the following morning, despite poor weather that included torrential rain and fierce winds, but it was suspended after the tide changed around 8 a.m. Another attempt to locate him the next day was again hindered by bad weather. Ultimately, the search for Harold's body was officially called off on January 5, 1968. At its height, up to 300 people were involved, yet no trace of the Prime Minister was ever found. The only thing left behind was the small pile of clothing Harold had removed before entering the water. A member of one of the naval diving teams later remarked that any chance of finding the Prime Minister was lost by Sunday night. After Harold's disappearance, countless theories surfaced regarding what might have happened to him. While most people accepted that he was lost at sea, there remained much debate about the specific circumstances. Some speculated that he had simply underestimated the rough conditions and became fatigued while trying to stay afloat. Others theorized that he had suffered a heart attack. Additional suggestions included that he was stung by a jellyfish, attacked by a shark, or struck by drifting debris. It was widely believed that his body was swept out to sea. However, senior pathologist James McNamara proposed to officials that Harold's body might have become entangled in kelp and subsequently consumed by marine life. If this was indeed what happened to Harold, his remains could have been reduced to a skeleton within 24 to 48 hours. Nonetheless, other theories emerged concerning his disappearance. It was perhaps inevitable that the mysterious vanishing of a political leader would inspire conspiracy theories. Some speculated that his death was part of a government cover-up at the highest level. In 1968, the Sunday Observer published a report claiming that Harold had been assassinated by the CIA because he intended to withdraw Australian troops from Vietnam. Similarly, there were theories that he had been killed by the North Vietnamese. More than a decade later, in 1983, journalist Anthony Gray asserted that Harold had been a long-term spy for the People's Republic of China, alleging that the Prime Minister had faked his death to defect to China. Other theories suggested that Harold had taken his own life or staged his death to be with a lover. Both of these claims, along with the accusation that he had been a Chinese spy, were dismissed by his family members, colleagues, and close friends. Moving on to the next case. Jill Wendy Dando. Jill Wendy Dando was a British journalist, television presenter, and newsreader. She dedicated most of her professional life to the BBC and was honored as the corporation's Personality of the Year in 1997. On the morning of April 26, 1999, Dando was murdered outside her residence in Fulham, southwest London, sparking the largest murder investigation ever undertaken by the Metropolitan Police and the most extensive criminal inquiry in the country since the pursuit of the Yorkshire Ripper. But who was responsible? Why her? Born on November 9, 1961, in Weston-super-Mare, Somerset, she bore a resemblance to Lady Diana of Wales, which appeared to make her even more beloved by the British public. Jill was raised by her parents, Winifred Mary John Hockey and Jack Dando, in the Baptist faith, together with her brother Nigel, who was 9 years older. Jill and Nigel enjoyed a close relationship and shared similar professional goals as they matured. At the age of 3, Jill underwent a successful operation to correct a heart condition and a blockage in a pulmonary artery that had been discovered in January 1965. She attended several well-regarded schools, including Worrell Infant School, Greenwood Junior School, and Worrell Comprehensive School. Following in her father's and brother's paths, she studied journalism in Cardiff. Jill interned at the local newspaper, the Weston Mercury, where both her father and brother were employed. After achieving success in her local area, she began presenting news for BBC Radio Devon and was soon promoted to host regional television programs. Her commitment and professionalism led her to the national network, where she delivered primetime newscasts and hosted several well-known programs. Jill's fame increased rapidly, and in 1997, she was awarded the title of BBC's Personality of the Year. Dando anchored the BBC television programs Breakfast Time, Breakfast News, BBC's 1 o'clock news, the 6 o'clock news, the travel series Holiday, the crime appeal show Crime Watch, and occasionally Songs of Praise. In 1994, she relocated to Fulham. On April 25, 1999, Dando presented the premiere episode of Antiques Inspectors. She was scheduled to present the 6 o'clock news on the evening of the following day and appeared on the cover of that week's issue of Radio Times magazine. Dando was also set to co-host the 1999 British Academy Television Awards with Michael Parkinson at the Grosvenor House Hotel on May 9th. At the time she was murdered, she had just started the new season of the acclaimed crime program Crime Watch with her co-presenter Nick Ross. Their partnership had continued from 1995 until the Sunday before her death. Jill's murder brought an abrupt end to her plans with her fiancé, Alan Farthing, a gynecologist and obstetrician whom she had met in December 1997. They were due to be married on September 25, 1999, but Jill's life was tragically cut short. In the days leading up to her death, Jill had been occupied with numerous commitments, including a trip to Dublin to record her show. On April 26th, the ill-fated Monday, Jill's movements were thoroughly documented. She and Alan woke up at 6:45 a.m. After he left for the hospital, Jill answered several phone calls before departing her home at 10:05 a.m. in her blue convertible. After stopping for petrol at 10:20 a.m., she proceeded to Hammersmith Shopping Centre. From there, she drove back to Fulham and parked near her front door. As she searched for her keys, she was ambushed from behind, forced face down, and shot. The bullet entered just above her left ear and exited through the right side of her skull. The shot killed her instantly, and her body was discovered minutes later by a neighbor passing by who noticed her lying in a pool of blood. She was rushed to Charing Cross Hospital, where she was pronounced dead upon arrival. Jill's funeral was held on May 21, 1999. She was laid to rest beside her mother, who had passed away years earlier in 1986 at the age of 57 from leukemia. Since that day, countless leads have been pursued in an effort to uncover the killer and the person behind the crime. Much like in her journalism career, Jill had covered topics that touched powerful interests, and one of those subjects might have served as a possible motive. The investigation into her murder is remembered as one of the largest and most exhaustive in England's recent history. The Metropolitan Police named the Inquiry Operation Oxborough, which was led by Detective Hamish Campbell and supported by a team of 45 officers. They interviewed approximately 5,000 individuals, collected nearly 2,500 witness statements, answered around 80,000 phone calls, analyzed over 2,000 potential suspects, and examined 14,000 emails. Additionally, they reviewed footage from 195 surveillance cameras, none of which showed Jill being followed that morning. Despite the intense investigation, no lead resulted in identifying the killer due to the complete lack of evidence. The theory of robbery was dismissed immediately, as Jill was still wearing her expensive wristwatch and valuable engagement ring, which had not been stolen. Sexual assault was also quickly ruled out. Forensic experts determined that the bullet which killed Jill had been fired from a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, pressed directly against her head at the time of discharge. The weapon itself remained a significant mystery and was never recovered. Experts noted that the bullet had unusual markings, appeared to have been fired from a modified or homemade gun, and measured 2 millimeters shorter than the standard 9mm round. Richard Hughes, one of Jill's neighbors, stated that he heard her utter a brief scream and looked out his window. He only saw a white male, about 1.8 meters tall, roughly 40 years old, with thick, straight dark hair and a double chin, leaving the entrance of Jill's house. He was dressed in an elegant, closed brown coat. There were also other casual witnesses who reported seeing a man talking on a phone from different spots near Jill's residence. Everyone described the man in the same manner as Richard did and highlighted that he was smartly dressed. During the first few months, the investigation concentrated on the 20 people closest to Jill, including her fiancé, 6 former partners, her brother, her agent, and her colleagues. After verifying their alibis, conducting phone checks, and ruling out inconsistencies, they were all eliminated as suspects. The possibility of a financial motive was also dismissed, as the £600,000 left by Jill was inherited by her father, who was over 80 years old. The next circle of investigation involved approximately 490 individuals who knew her and had more distant or circumstantial connections. Investigators also considered the possibility of an obsessed admirer. Nigel, her older brother, stated that Jill had been concerned about a man who had been harassing her in the days before her death. However, that lead did not result in any findings. Time passed until, in 2000, investigators turned their focus to Barry George, a 39-year-old man who lived roughly half a mile from Dando's home. This man resided about 500 meters from Jill's house and had a criminal record that included arrests for assaults on women, abuse, and a prison term of 33 months. George had aspired to become a police officer, but failed to pass the entrance process. He was later caught using fake police identification and was taken to court for it. In addition, he had once been discovered hiding in the gardens of Kensington Palace, where Prince Charles of England and Diana Spencer resided, carrying a knife and a poem he had written to Charles in his pocket. George was arrested on May 25, 2000, and charged with Jill's murder. However, the only piece of evidence against him came from a search of his home, where police found a trace of gunshot residue inside the pocket of his coat, matching the ammunition used in the crime. Although witnesses could not identify him as the man seen at the scene, it was confirmed that he had been in the vicinity about 4 hours before the murder. Before his trial for Jill's killing, George was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, epilepsy, attention deficit disorder, psychopathy, and paranoia. He also had a notably low IQ of 75. In 1989, he married a Japanese student who reported him for domestic violence 4 months later, leading to their separation in 1990. He had previously worked as a messenger at the BBC television centre for 6 months. When he was arrested, police found 4 copies of the newspaper covering Jill's death in his possession. He was tried at the Old Bailey and sentenced to life imprisonment on July 2, 2001. Some believed that the evidence against George was weak and that the pressure to solve the high-profile murder of such a public figure played a major role in his conviction. After 3 appeals, he was retried on December 14, 2007, and acquitted on August 1, 2008, after serving 8 years in prison. The Supreme Court determined that the evidence was too inconclusive to uphold a conviction. In 2012, following the death of well-known British television personality Jimmy Savile and the revelation of his sexual abuse of minors, it was remembered that, during the mid-1990s, Jill had reportedly gathered information about a network of pedophiles involving prominent public figures. In 2014, it was disclosed by a former colleague that Jill had attempted to present certain testimonies to her superiors, but her managers reportedly concluded that there was insufficient evidence to justify further inquiry into the matter. There were also circulating rumors that a mobster, who had previously been exposed on the program Crime Watch, might have hired a professional hitman as an act of revenge. However, this theory was largely dismissed since the weapon used was of such poor quality that it seemed improbable a professional assassin would employ it. Jill's hard work and commitment had enabled the BBC to raise a total of £6.5 million to support the victims of the Kosovo War. The day following the tragic death of the accomplished presenter, reports emerged that Tony Hall, the head of BBC News, received a threatening phone call from a man speaking with an Eastern European accent. Statements were made suggesting that Jill's murder could have been a contract killing ordered by a Serbian leader in retaliation for the NATO bombing of the Serbian radio and television headquarters on April 23, 1999. Michael Mansfield, the defense attorney for Barry George, proposed that Jill's earlier appeal for humanitarian aid for Kosovo Albanian refugees might have drawn the attention of Bosnian Serb extremists. Dando's televised appeal on behalf of the Kosovo Albanian refugees had aired 3 weeks prior to her killing. In 2019, it was reported that the British National Criminal Intelligence Service had provided a classified intelligence report to the Dando murder investigation, claiming that her assassination was an act of retribution for the RTS bombing and that Archon had ordered the hit. The report underscored a potential link between the bullet used to kill Dando and those found in a series of assassinations in Germany, particularly due to the distinctive handmade markings discovered on them. An opposition journalist, Slavko Kurovija, had been murdered outside his home in Belgrade just a few days before Dando's killing, and the methods used in both cases were strikingly similar. In 2019, 4 members of the Serbian Secret Service were convicted of this murder. In 2002, journalist Bob Woffenden had put forward the theory that a Yugoslav organization was responsible for Dando's killing, and through several newspaper articles, challenged every reason the police had given for dismissing that possibility. Jack, Jill's father, died in 2009 without ever seeing his daughter's case solved. In April 2019, marking the 20th anniversary of Jill's death, the BBC broadcast a documentary about the crime, which drew an audience of 4 million viewers. More than 2 decades have passed since the murder of journalist and television presenter Jill Dando, who was shot dead in April 1999 by an unidentified gunman. The tragedy took place in London, England, and despite the immense shock and outrage it caused, the perpetrator remains at large. The mastermind behind the assassination may have been a powerful political figure, a member of a pedophile network, or possibly linked to an international crime syndicate intent on silencing journalists. The case remains open. Her brother, Nigel, continues his determined quest for justice, voicing his hope to discover who killed his sister and why before his own passing. He maintains the belief that it was not a commissioned murder, but rather an isolated act of violence. Moving on to the next case. Joseph David Wolfgang Pichler. Born on Valentine's Day in 1987, in Bremerton, Washington, Joseph David Wolfgang Pichler started his acting career at just 4 years old. One of 5 siblings, he landed several TV commercial roles as a child, prompting his family to relocate to Los Angeles to support his ambitions. In 1996, at 9 years old, he appeared in a minor role in the thriller film The Fan, starring Robert De Niro and Wesley Snipes, before later earning a part in the 1999 movie Varsity Blues, one of his most recognized performances. Things only improved for Joe in 2000, when he was cast as one of the lead characters in Beethoven's Third and Beethoven's Fourth, both family comedy films centered around the adventures of a Saint Bernard dog. Around this period, Joe told reporters, "I've said no to sex and drugs. I don't want to be typecast. I'd much rather do movies. I like the whole atmosphere of changing characters and meeting new people." In 2002, Joe made his final 2 on-screen appearances, starring in 2 episodes of The Nightmare Room, a children's anthology horror show, and in the independent comedy drama Children on Their Birthdays. In 2003, his mother, Kathy, decided Joe needed some time away from Hollywood. She feared he might burn out and wanted him to finish his education, explaining, "I just wanted him to have some normalcy in his life. He's a good boy and took it well, but he wasn't really happy about it." During this acting break, Joe returned to his hometown, completed high school, moved into his own apartment, and began working full-time as a telephone technician at Teletech. Despite this, he still dreamed of returning to acting, telling his family that once his braces came off, he planned to go back to Hollywood. Tragically, Joe vanished before that could happen. He was last seen on February 5, 2006. Earlier that day, he had spent time with friends who said he seemed cheerful, but around 4:15 a.m., he called a friend from his cell phone. The friend described the 18-year-old as sobbing and inconsolable. Joe ended the call saying he would call again in an hour, but he never did. Nobody heard from him again after that. 4 days later, his silver Toyota Corolla was found abandoned half a mile from Port Washington Narrows, a large body of water. Inside the vehicle, investigators found a note and poems in which Joe expressed his wish to be a stronger brother to his siblings. He also mentioned that he wanted his younger brother, Matthew, to have some of his possessions. Investigators firmly believed that the note he left behind suggested Joe had taken his own life. However, his family disagreed, insisting that he was not depressed at the time of his disappearance. Although some reports indicated that he was occasionally using drugs and alcohol when he went missing, he was not known to have any significant issues with either substance. His sister, Shauna, told Kitsap's son, "He's probably too embarrassed to come home. In the worst-case scenario, if anything, it's foul play, but not suicide." One of his brothers added, "He left that note saying he wanted to start over." His mother also mentioned that Joe had left the door to his apartment unlocked and the lights on, which was unusual for him. She further claimed that someone had broken into his apartment, alleging that some of Joe's valuable magic, the Gathering cards, had been stolen. Kathy later asserted that the police refused to pursue any other leads, remaining steadfast in their belief that Joe had taken his own life. She recalled one detective telling her, "I don't know how to say this to you without sounding really bad, but basically I think your son's dead, and it could take months for him to show up in the water." Despite extensive searches for any trace of Joe or his remains, he has never been found. His wallet and car keys were missing from the location where his vehicle was discovered. 18-year-old Joe Pichler was last seen on January 5, 2006, in Bremerton, Washington. He is described as a white male with light brown hair and green or hazel eyes. He still had braces on his upper teeth, though his lower set had already been removed. He stood 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed around 170 pounds when he was last seen. Joe also had a Star Wars Rebel Alliance logo tattoo on his right forearm and a small scar running across the bridge of his nose. When Joe was last seen, he may have been wearing a brown t-shirt and jeans along with a white metal watch on his left wrist. He may have been feeling depressed around the time of his disappearance, and although he typically carried an inhaler for his allergies, he did not have it with him when he went missing. He was allergic to dust mites, cats, dogs, and birds, among many other things. He was known by the nicknames Joe and Josie. If Joe is still alive today, he would be 37 years old. Anyone with information regarding his case is urged to contact the Bremerton Police Department at 360-473-5228. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Jean Shelley. In January of 2001, 911 operators received a distressing phone call. The caller reported that a young mother named Pamela Shelley had shot and killed herself. After the autopsy was completed, the forensic pathologist ruled Pamela Shelley's death a suicide. However, both Pamela's family and the police doubted that conclusion. The case eventually went cold, but one determined detective made it a personal mission to keep pursuing the investigation, continuing to question the true cause of Pamela's death for years. With some help from a true crime television show, the case was later reopened. Today's story takes us to the small town of Cuero, Texas, which was deeply shaken by the death of Pamela Shelley. Pamela Jean Shelley was born on July 25, 1969, in Houston, Texas, but she was raised in the small town of Ashdown, Arkansas, which had a population of about 4,500 at the time. Pamela came from a hard-working family. Her mother was employed at a nursing home, and her father worked as a truck driver who stayed on the road frequently. She also had a brother and a sister. Pamela Shelley was described as a kind and outgoing person who got along with everyone around her. At the age of 16, Pamela met her first husband, 20-year-old Jesse Suggs. They talked about their future together and planned to marry one day. However, Pamela's father insisted that she complete high school first. After graduating, Pamela and Jesse married right away. Not long afterward, the couple welcomed their first child, a daughter named Kayla. Within just 4 years of marriage, problems began to arise between Pamela and Jesse. Jesse had started using narcotics frequently and eventually turned to a life of crime as his addiction worsened. Their relationship became unstable, breaking apart and reconciling several times before they ultimately divorced. In the summer of 1991, Pamela married another man named Gary, and together they had a son named Dustin. That marriage lasted only about a year before ending, after which Pamela briefly moved back in with Jesse, her ex-husband, and later went to live with her parents. Several years later, Pamela reconnected with a childhood acquaintance named Ronnie Hendricks. The two had always shared a natural bond, though they had not spoken in over 10 years. After rekindling their relationship, Ronnie proposed to Pamela and invited her and her children to live with him in Cuero, Texas, to which she agreed. During the summer of 2000, Pamela, her son Dustin, and Ronnie traveled together by car for 8 hours to reach Cuero. Her daughter, Kayla, was supposed to join them a few months later. Ronnie Hendricks's family lived in Cuero, Texas, and according to Ronnie's mother, Deborah, everything seemed to be going well until Kayla arrived. She stated that Kayla's presence completely changed the household dynamic, causing Ronnie to frequently argue with her, as he would constantly urge her to help out with chores around the house. Deborah and Ronnie stated that Kayla had also insisted that she and her mother return to Arkansas so she could be with her father. Ronnie and Pamela argued almost every day until tragedy struck on January 6, 2001. Ronnie Hendricks claimed he was on the porch of their home that day when he suddenly heard a gunshot from inside. At exactly 5 o'clock, he dialed 911, and soon after, the DeWitt County Police arrived at the scene. Upon entering the house, officers and EMTs found Pamela Shelley lying unresponsive on the bathroom floor. She had been shot in the right temple, the gun was lying on the counter, and there was blood everywhere. The EMTs informed Ronnie Hendricks that it would take them about an hour to reach the nearest hospital. Ronnie said he would accompany them and claimed he knew a faster route through the back roads. Pamela was in critical condition, but still alive at that moment. However, after being placed on life support, she was pronounced brain dead at the hospital on January 7th. Jesse, Pamela's ex-husband, arrived at the hospital and took the children back to Arkansas. On January 8, 2001, the medical examiner ruled Pamela's death a suicide. Because the gunshot wound had been fired at close range, it was concluded that the wound was self-inflicted. However, Sheriff Carl Bowen, who was assigned to lead the case, disagreed with the suicide ruling. Sheriff Bowen spoke with Jesse Suggs, who admitted that his relationship with Pamela had been turbulent because he struggled to get his life in order. When asked when he had last seen her, Jesse said they had shared a bed the night before she left for Texas. He also mentioned that Pamela had planned to return to Arkansas with their children on January 6th, and that he had even traveled to Texas to help bring them back home. Jesse said he was aware of the constant conflicts between Ronnie, Pamela, and Kayla. As part of the investigation, Jesse agreed to take a polygraph test, which he passed. Since Pamela Shelley was shot while Jesse was 800 miles away in Arkansas, staying at his mother's home, he was eliminated as a suspect. The next person investigators interviewed was Ronnie Hendricks. He told police that he had been outside on the porch when he heard what sounded like a gunshot. He said he rushed inside and found Pamela lying on the floor, bleeding from a head wound. Ronnie claimed he shielded 12-year-old Kayla and 9-year-old Dustin from witnessing the horrific scene. He also stated that Pamela and the children had already packed their things that morning in preparation to return to Arkansas. According to him, Pamela had been feeling depressed about the move, although the decision was driven by family reasons, particularly the ongoing tension between him and Kayla. Ronnie told the police that Pamela did not want to return, but had to because she feared losing her children. Despite the autopsy results, investigators were troubled by contradictions in the case. They questioned why Pamela Shelley would have packed all her belongings into the car if she had truly intended to take her own life. Furthermore, Ronnie Hendricks's description of Pamela as a woman planning suicide did not match what authorities knew about her. According to Sheriff Carl Bowen, a former deputy with the DeWitt County Sheriff's Office, Pamela Shelley's death could have been either accidental or homicidal. To gain more clarity, officials requested that Ronnie Hendricks take a polygraph test, which he agreed to, but he failed to appear for 3 separate appointments. He either delayed or simply never showed up before vanishing completely. The investigation was closed, and the case went cold after the medical examiner maintained that Pamela's cause of death was suicide. However, 7 years after her death, Sheriff Carl Bowen decided to reopen the case because he had never believed it was self-inflicted. The medical examiner still insisted that the autopsy findings were correct. Nevertheless, Sheriff Bowen obtained Pamela's full medical records for closer review. It was then discovered that Pamela Shelley had a history of stress-related seizures and had been prescribed a mild antidepressant to manage the condition. Sheriff Bowen later spoke with Kayla, who revealed that Ronnie had allegedly assaulted her on January 4th, 2 days before her mother was found dead. According to Kayla, when Pamela tried to defend her, Ronnie attacked her too and bruised her eye so severely that they had to visit a hospital afterward. Pamela and her children agreed to tell the medical staff that she had fallen onto a coffee table. Following the incident, Pamela decided she would take the children back to Arkansas on January 6th, as that was what they truly wanted. After learning this, in 2008, Sheriff Bowen tracked down Ronnie Hendricks, who was already in county jail after being arrested for assaulting his girlfriend. He was asked to recount what had happened on January 6th, 2001. Police noticed several inconsistencies in his statements. He was also asked to undergo a polygraph test, which indicated deception. The investigators were convinced something was wrong, yet they lacked sufficient evidence to charge Ronnie with Pamela's murder. The case grew cold once again until 4 years later, in 2012, when a television program dedicated to solving cold cases decided to reinvestigate Pamela Shelley's death. They requested to test the gun for DNA and fingerprints. The findings were shocking. Although the weapon belonged to Ronnie, neither his nor Pamela's DNA was found on it. Both the police and the television team concluded that the gun had been wiped clean of any DNA. At that point, Sheriff Carl Bowen became increasingly convinced that Pamela had not taken her own life. In August 2012, Sheriff Bowen conducted a second interview with Pamela's ex-husband, Jesse Suggs, and his mother, Shirley. Shirley revealed to the sheriff that while Pamela was in Cuero, Texas, she and Jesse had been secretly communicating with her via a burner phone. When asked if she believed Pamela had committed suicide, Shirley stated that she thought Ronnie Hendricks was the one who had shot her. Jesse Suggs added that he had spoken with Pamela on the phone just 30 minutes before the shooting. He claimed that during the call, Ronnie entered the room, seized the phone, and told Jesse that the only way Pamela would be returning to Arkansas was in a pine box. These revelations were shocking and provided the investigators with a clear motive. The detectives now had sufficient evidence to present the case to a grand jury. Following this, the medical examiner revised Pamela Shelley's cause of death from suicide to undetermined after learning about Ronnie Hendricks's history of abusing Pamela, Kayla, and other women he had been involved with. This update came 11 years after Pamela's death. In the fall of 2012, Ronnie Hendricks was formally charged with Pamela Shelley's murder. Finally, 12 years after her passing, Ronnie pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 22 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. Rico Harris. Born on May 19, 1977, in Los Angeles, California, Rico Harris was the eldest of 4 children. His father, Henry Harris, had been a former star forward for Idaho State University and was playing semi-professionally in Los Angeles at the time. It didn't take long for Rico to begin demonstrating his own remarkable athletic talent. During his teenage years and early 20s, he became widely recognized for his NBA-level potential. At the age of 17, he attended Temple City High School, where he is credited with transforming the school's basketball program, gaining recognition from university scouts, and putting the team on the map. The Press-Telegram, a newspaper based in Long Beach, described him as one of the best high school players in the western United States during the 1994 to 1995 season. Rico's college basketball career, however, proved far less successful. He moved between several universities for various reasons. He failed a required class that rendered him ineligible to play for one school, was arrested once on a charge of unlawful imprisonment, and eventually began drinking and partying heavily. Despite this, teammates from Los Angeles City College stated that his performance on the court never suffered, with one remarking, "He probably didn't get no sleep and was up all night." Then he dropped like 35 points that game. Still, Rico was later described as a disruptive presence and was suspended for 6 games at one point. His drinking continued, he became socially withdrawn, and his long-term girlfriend ended their relationship. Although recruiters still pursued him, he refused to engage, believing they were only interested in his athletic ability rather than his personal growth. In the spring of 2000, Rico joined the Harlem Globetrotters, a position that initially seemed like a perfect match for his skills and charisma. However, only a month into his tenure, he became involved in a fight in Los Angeles and was struck on the back of the head with a baseball bat. Although he escaped the scene, he began experiencing severe headaches and balance problems as a result of the injury. He left the Globetrotters at the age of 24. In the years that followed, Rico struggled with alcoholism and drug dependency, leading to over 100 arrests, mostly for public intoxication. By 2007, at the age of 30, he began turning his life around after an overdose resulted in his placement in a rehabilitation facility. Following his release, he worked to rebuild his life, securing housing, obtaining a job as a security guard, and eventually meeting Jennifer Song. The two began dating soon afterward, and by September 2014, they were discussing marriage. Rico later left California to live with Jennifer in Seattle. There, he secured a job interview for a property appraiser position and exchanged his California driver's license for a Washington one. Although he and Jennifer faced challenges transitioning from a long-distance relationship to living together, Rico was determined to make it work and looked forward to a fresh start in Seattle. On October 8th, Rico drove from Seattle to Alhambra to visit his mother and pick up some clothes. His girlfriend, Jennifer, later told the media that she believed Rico had also gone to see his mother to find closure about certain matters from his past. She said, "I think he realized some things and wanted to talk to his mother. He wanted her to trust him and trust us and believe in our relationship." His mother, Margaret, later stated that she did not think Rico got what he was hoping for from their conversation. Shortly after midnight, Rico began his drive back to Seattle. Records show that after leaving Alhambra, he headed north on Interstate 5 and stopped about 40 miles south of Sacramento to refuel. At 10:45 a.m. on October 10th, he called Jennifer, leaving a voicemail in which he said he was heading into the mountains to rest since he hadn't slept much after leaving Seattle. At 11:15 a.m., his phone was turned off. On October 13th, 2014, a deputy from the Yolo County Sheriff's Office spotted a Nissan parked in the lot at Cache Creek Regional Park. At first, he thought nothing of it, but when he saw the vehicle still there the following day, he decided to check the registration. It was then discovered that the car belonged to Rico Harris, who had been reported missing since October 10th. The vehicle's gas tank was empty, its battery was dead, and the interior appeared to have been ransacked. Shortly afterward, Rico's mobile phone was found in the park. The battery was drained, but the device itself was undamaged. A black backpack was found propped against a nearby guardrail, containing a few jumper cables, some clothes, and 2 bottles, one filled with alcohol and another with an energy drink. When investigators charged the phone, they recovered a video Rico had seemingly filmed of himself unintentionally while sitting in his car at the park. In the footage, he could be seen rummaging through paperwork from his glove compartment and tossing it into the back seat while loud music played from the speakers. The video was recorded on the night of October 10th. Around October 18th, footprints were discovered in the sand near Cache Creek. They had not been present the previous day, and although a cast could not be made of them, the tracks appeared large enough to correspond with Rico's sizable shoe size. That same day, a tall, broad man was reportedly seen walking along State Route 16 by a passing motorist. Other sightings of a similar figure were reported during that same week, but none have ever been verified as being Rico. Rico Harris has not been heard from since his disappearance. Investigators working the case do not believe he was the victim of foul play, but rather that he came to the park of his own accord. There were no signs of a struggle near the vehicle, and both his backpack and phone showed no evidence of being taken by force. Authorities suspect that Rico may have left his phone behind intentionally to avoid being tracked, or perhaps accidentally forgot it together with his backpack. Investigators theorize that he might have taken a wrong turn after refueling and ended up in the park, where he decided to stop to take a nap. They suggested that upon waking, he may have chosen not to return to Seattle immediately, and instead wandered off into the wilderness. By the time he came back to his car, it was gone, as it had been towed by investigators. They further theorized that he might have then hitched a ride to another town. The Los Angeles Times interviewed Rico's stepfather, who recalled his final conversation with the 37-year-old, during which Rico expressed doubts about whether moving to Seattle had been the right decision. When his stepfather asked why he was doing it, Rico replied, "I'm ashamed of the things that happened down here, and I want to start another life." Investigators also noted that in the video footage of Rico in his car, he appeared to be a free man. His mother, Margaret, stated, "He could be alive. Maybe he's not. I don't know what the truth is. I don't know. People don't just disappear." She added, "Something sinister is lurking in that part of California. Rico, you are not forgotten ever. I am not giving up on finding my son." 37-year-old Rico Harris has been missing since October 10th, 2014. He is described as an African-American man with short dark hair and brown eyes. He stands 6 feet 9 inches tall and weighed 280 pounds at the time of his disappearance. If you have any information about Rico's disappearance, you can contact the Yolo County Tip Hotline at 530-668-5248. Moving on to the next case. Sally and Bowman. When a teenager who had achieved a successful modeling career by the age of 18 was discovered dead just 10 yards from her doorstep, both her family and the police were left baffled as to who could have brutally murdered her. In an effort to uncover the truth, investigators utilized various resources to identify the perpetrator. Fortunately, by a stroke of coincidence, a small trace of the killer's DNA would ultimately be found, and justice would take its course. This case leads us to Croydon, London. Croydon is a large town located in South London. It stands as one of the principal commercial centers in Greater London and boasts a considerable shopping district. East Croydon functions as an essential hub within the national rail transportation system. The town is also recognized for its street art and creative murals that adorn public spaces. By the 20th century, Croydon had developed into a prominent industrial center, known for its metalworking, automobile production, and Croydon Airport. It is also known for the Whitgift Centre, the largest shopping complex in Greater London. In 2005, Croydon was regarded as a secure community where residents frequently stayed out late into the night. The town had a vibrant nightlife, with people often seen at bars and clubs during late hours. However, everything changed when the news of Sally and Bowman's murder sent shockwaves throughout the community. Sally Ann Bowman was born in Carshalton, South London, on the 11th of September, 1987, to Paul and Linda Bowman, who later divorced. While growing up, Sally was part of a rather large family. She was the youngest of 4 siblings, with 3 older sisters named Nicole, Michelle, and Danielle. After their parents separated, the girls continued to maintain a good relationship with both of them. Sally was a gracious young lady, friendly, talented, and full of cheer. Responsibility was a defining trait for Sally Bowman. From her teenage years, she began thinking and behaving like a mature adult, and before long, she appeared to have her entire life mapped out. As a teenager, Sally already held a job and lived independently in a rented flat. She did not wish to rely on her family financially, though she still saw them frequently. From a young age, Sally Bowman had always been passionate about art and performance. She was a natural entertainer who loved nothing more than singing, dancing, and captivating an audience. She often performed karaoke at the local bar, singing beautifully to the delight of her family and friends. Sally Ann was the complete package. She had the looks, the voice, and the acting talent that could have driven her to stardom. During her teenage years, her passion for art and performance led her to join the Croydon-based Brit School for Performing Arts, whose alumni included Amy Winehouse, Adele, Katie Melua, and Tom Holland. Sally Bowman was an aspiring model, and enrolling in the Brit School for Performing Arts marked a crucial step toward achieving her ambitions, one of which was to become a professional model. Sally was a young woman who managed to secure several respectable jobs that helped her pay her bills while also advancing her career. After completing high school in 2004, she worked part-time as both a hairstylist and a model. By 2005, her earlier modeling work appeared to have drawn the attention of Pulse Model Management, a well-known London-based modeling agency that reached out to her for a potential signing. Sally then began participating in modeling competitions. Within about a month, she was already excelling in her career, achieving remarkable breakthroughs. After winning one competition, Sally Bowman earned the title the Face of Swatch Watches, representing a popular watch brand in London. She also received opportunities to walk the runways of several high-profile fashion shows across London. At just 18 years old, Sally had already figured out her path in life. She had built a solid career for herself and was thriving in her profession. Anyone who knew Sally understood that one of her greatest aspirations was to appear on the cover of Vogue one day. She was often compared to the supermodel Kate Moss. However, Sally would not live long enough to see what the next stage of her rising career would bring. On September 24, 2005, after a busy day working hard at a crowded hair salon, Sally Bowman decided to spend her Saturday evening at her mother's home. She planned to relax and spend some time with her mom before her older sister, Nicole, arrived to take her to a friend's birthday party. Having just turned 18 2 weeks earlier, she was still eager to celebrate and enjoy herself in any way she could. At precisely 6:05 p.m., Nicole arrived to pick her up, and as Sally left her mother's house, she waved goodbye and said one last, "Love you, Mum." That same night, Sally's ex-boyfriend, Lewis Sproston, and his friends were also out at a club in Kingston. Sally and Lewis had shared a turbulent relationship, marked by mutual distrust. Sally often suspected Lewis of spending time with other girls, while Lewis believed that whenever Sally went out, she was likely flirting with other guys. That Saturday night, the pair argued over the phone through calls and text messages, frustrating each other further. Their relationship was a typical teenage romance. Despite the tension, Sally still managed to enjoy herself at the party. Around 10 p.m. at Lloyd's bar, she was seen with her sister and friends, dancing, partying, and having fun. At about 1 a.m. the following day, Sally and Nicole left the bar. Outside, Nicole got into a fight and was later arrested by the police. Sally, who had already called for a taxi, waited outside the bar for about 15 minutes before it arrived to take her to a friend's place. She did not stay there for long. Later that night, she contacted her ex-boyfriend, Lewis Sproston, who agreed to pick her up and drop her at home. The two arranged to meet in Croydon Town Centre. Sally then took a taxi to meet Lewis at the agreed location. They had broken up 2 weeks earlier and were attempting to reconcile, though it seemed difficult. When Lewis finally arrived around 2:20 a.m., they both got into his car and immediately began driving toward Sally's home. During the drive, the pair got into an argument, each accusing the other of cheating, the same issue that had largely contributed to their recent breakup. When they finally arrived at Sally's home, they spent nearly 2 hours quarreling inside the car parked outside her flat on Blenheim Crescent, South Croydon, until around 4:15 a.m., when Sally stepped out of the vehicle to walk toward her door. Around the same time, a few neighbors were awakened by an unusual noise that soon turned into loud screams. They hurried to their windows to see where the noise was coming from, but nothing unusual could be seen outside. About 5 minutes later, they noticed only the back of an unidentified man walking down the street. At approximately 6:30 a.m., one of the neighbors who stepped out of her house spotted something strange. Behind a construction container, she saw what she initially believed to be a mannequin's leg, but as she moved closer, she was met with a horrifying sight. Lying on the ground behind the container was the half-naked body of a woman who turned out to be Sally Ann Bowman. The police quickly secured the crime scene. Although the murder weapon could not be found, forensic experts eventually discovered the DNA of an unidentified man on Sally's body. They also concluded that she had been sexually assaulted and had suffered at least 7 stab wounds from a sharp weapon. 3 of those wounds were so deep that they pierced completely through her body. Additionally, the unidentified assailant had left several bite marks on her cheek, neck, and chest. Her handbag, cardigan, underwear, and mobile phone were also missing. The news of Sally's death completely shattered her family. That morning, when her mother heard a knock on the door, she assumed it was Sally returning home, but instead, it was police officers delivering the devastating news that her daughter had been murdered. A few hours later, Sally's family, who were asked to identify her body at the mortuary, clung to the hope that there had been a mistake and that Sally was somehow still alive. Their hopes were crushed when they realized it truly was Sally lying lifeless on the mortuary slab. Meanwhile, the police launched an investigation into Sally's murder. During the initial phase, detectives ran the DNA sample collected from Sally's body through the National Offender databases, but this effort did not help identify the person responsible for her death. Furthermore, the absence of surveillance cameras at the scene made the investigation even more difficult. Investigators were able to determine that Sally was killed roughly 10 feet away from her front door. The short distance between the spot where Lewis had dropped her off and her apartment suggested that she had been attacked almost immediately after stepping out of the car. The police's first suspect was Lewis, since Sally was murdered soon after leaving his vehicle, and he was the last person known to have seen her alive. In addition, the couple's history of frequent fights and arguments did not go unnoticed by detectives, who suspected that Lewis might have been involved in his ex-girlfriend's murder. Many times, the couple's arguments escalated to the point where the police had to intervene to help them resolve their issues, although no charges were ever filed. Lewis was apprehended by the authorities later that same day after they successfully located him. During questioning, he admitted that he had not even known about Sally's death until the investigators informed him. He told police that although they had engaged in a heated argument earlier that morning, he had nothing to do with her murder. According to Lewis's version of events, he drove away immediately after Sally stepped out of his car. However, detectives were reluctant to believe his story, as the available evidence at the time did not appear to support his claims. After a DNA sample was collected from him, Lewis was detained for 4 days while investigators awaited the test results. He was eventually released when it was confirmed that his DNA did not match the sample found on Sally's body. During the DNA analysis, forensic experts uncovered another significant detail. The DNA sample recovered from Sally's body matched evidence from a criminal case that had occurred 4 years earlier. In 2001, a woman had been making a phone call from a booth located in the parking lot of a convenience store when she was suddenly attacked by an unknown man. The assailant stripped her naked and sexually assaulted her. Once he had finished, he fled the scene, leaving behind traces of his DNA on the floor of the phone booth. The traumatized victim immediately went to the police station to report the assault. A DNA sample from the unknown attacker was collected, tested, and added to the case file, but the authorities were never able to identify the perpetrator. The incident had taken place only about 2.5 kilometers from the spot, where Sally was later murdered. Investigators soon realized they were dealing with a serial sexual predator who had been evading capture for years. Their main concerns now were how many women had already fallen victim to this individual and when he might strike again. They knew it was crucial to catch him before he destroyed another person's life. It soon became clear that the police's fears were justified, as just an hour before Sally was murdered, another woman had been attacked on a nearby street. While walking home and talking on the phone, she was suddenly approached by a man who apologized before unexpectedly striking her. The startled victim screamed and, out of fear, dropped her phone. What happened next was not what the attacker had anticipated. Fortunately for the terrified woman, a passing taxi driver appeared on the road, scaring the assailant away. Before fleeing, the attacker grabbed the victim's phone and ran off. An eerie detail about the incident is that the person the woman had been speaking to on the phone was still on the line and heard everything that transpired. The victim continued to scream for help even after the attacker had stolen her phone and disappeared from view. Her persistent screams suggested that the attacker might have been hiding nearby, possibly waiting for the taxi driver to leave so he could strike again. Thankfully, the cab driver sensed the woman's distress and stopped to assist her. He then made the woman sit in his cab and drove her to the hospital. While at the hospital, she dialed the police number and reported what had happened to her. She was then asked to describe the offender. She described the attacker as a white male between the ages of 25 to 30, around 180 centimeters tall, with short dark hair. Based on her description, the police created a sketch which was later released to the media. Unfortunately, a lot of British males around the area fit this description. Detectives consequently got hundreds of calls from local residents. They all agreed that the sketch reminded them of a man they knew or had seen somewhere else. Police investigated each of these calls, but they never found anything. When they realized they could not locate the lunatic depicted in the sketch, the investigators chose to take a different route. The only lead the police had was the DNA found on the victim's body. The cops were also certain that the offender resided nearby. This was evident because he had also attacked a woman at a phone booth on one of the surrounding streets. In order to capture this crazed offender, the investigators made the decision to collect all DNA from the entire neighborhood. The occupants of every apartment and home were to be questioned by police officials and requested to voluntarily provide their DNA samples. Naturally, the police had no expectation that the offender would want to release his DNA, but it was enough to obtain a sample from his family members to help them find the offender. For instance, the individual might have lived with parents who are oblivious of his crimes and will voluntarily provide the police his DNA sample. The police, however, visited more than 6,000 addresses over the course of the following 6 months, and many locals gave them their DNA samples. But the entire endeavor was fruitless, as neither the culprit nor his relatives could be found. Croydon residents were terrified the entire time, and police raids have simply made them more uneasy. They were all aware that a psychopath was roaming the streets. Women feared taking nighttime strolls. Parents wouldn't allow their kids to leave the house. Since they had no other information, the authorities were forced to refer back to the sketch. Both the victim from the phone booth and the woman who had been assaulted by the psychopath on the day that Sally was killed were contacted. They were asked to describe the perpetrator again, and the investigators adjusted the initial sketch based on their evidence. At a press conference, the police displayed the sketch and for the first time provided information about the crimes the man had committed that had previously been kept a secret. This was done in the hope that Croydon residents would become aware of how dangerous it is for such maniacs to roam freely on their streets and take greater precautions. Sadly, none of these worked either. The revised sketch was overly generalized and did not significantly change from the initial one. The description also fitted thousands of men who resided in the area. However, what happened next surprised everyone unexpectedly. The case had a breakthrough in June 2006. In Crawley, West Sussex, a man was watching an England World Cup game with Trinidad at a bar while sipping on his drink. Having had too much to drink, he started arguing with another football fan. Their argument quickly escalated into a street brawl. Unfortunately for him, as he pushed his opponent to the ground, a police officer walked by. The police officer then captured the attacker, and he was taken to the police station. While at the police station, Mark Dixie, the 35-year-old who started the fight, experienced a severe panic attack and burst into tears. This attitude surprised the police in Crawley, given that he had only been detained for a misconduct. The person he attacked didn't even file any charges against him. The police wondered why he felt so uneasy. At the time, he looked highly suspicious to the police, but they soon had to release him on bond, not knowing that the reason for his sudden outburst of emotion would soon be apparent. Prior to his release, The police took his DNA sample and captured his fingerprints, as it was the usual procedure for any form of criminal cases. After 12 days, the detectives got an unexpected news from the forensics department. They said the DNA sample, discovered on Sally's body, had been finally matched to the DNA sample the police had taken from Mark Dixie. Despite realizing they were dealing with a dangerous lunatic when Mark Dixie was caught on street, initially, the cop had to let him go. This is because they were unable to keep him in custody any longer due to legal restrictions. Now that he had been confirmed as the maniac they had been looking for, the police had to rearrest him. Nearly a year after Sally Bowman's murder, on June 28, 2006, Mark Dixie was ultimately arrested while taking a cigarette break at work. The police discovered pictures of Sally and Bowman and videos of Mark Dixie committing despicable acts over them during a search warrant of his home. He was also discovered to be living few blocks away from Sally's home. Mark Dixie was accused of a long list of grave offenses in court. After researching through his background, investigators discovered that he had a fairly extensive criminal history. When he was 16 years old, in 1986, he committed his first crime. At the time, he lived in Stockwell and was using the name Mark McDonald. He reportedly held a knife to the throat of a woman and then robbed and inappropriately assaulted her. Because of his age, he received a prison term of only 6 months. As Mark Dixie moved from place to place, he changed his name. But his obsession with sex and violence never changed. Mark Dixie was retried for robbery and molestation every year after his first crime. In June 1988, a Jehovah's Witness, now in her 60s, visited Mark Dixie's then-girlfriend, Sandra Beckhouse. Sandra had just lost their first baby. Unfortunately, Sandra was not home, and Mark Dixie took advantage of the situation. He saw a chance for violence and sex. He then punched Sandra's friend in the face, breaking her jaw and damaging an eye, then indecently assaulted her. But she tricked him into believing he could have sex with her at her parents' house nearby, where she raised the alarm. Mark Dixie ran away, but was later caught and sentenced to 6 months in prison after pleading guilty at the last minute. In the year 1990, he was also detained for attacking a police officer. Unfortunately, the legal system was always in his favor in all these cases. He was only given little time, after which he comes out of detention to continue committing his crimes. Mark Dixie was said to have relocated with his then-girlfriend to Australia in 1993. While in Australia, he continued with his crimes. 5 years later, he broke into the home of a young woman, robbing her and abusing her. He was subsequently deported from the country in 1999 after being arrested and charged 3 times for assault. At the time, it was questioned why Australian authorities did not imprison Mark Dixie, or at the very least put him on the list of sex offenders registered for his crimes. He only paid a fine before he was deported. At that period, authorities had not yet started collecting DNA samples from offenders. Mark Dixie's DNA had been taken from Sally Bowman's body, but no matches were found in the national database. Before the case could proceed to court, the police had a great deal of work ahead of them. They soon discovered that on the night of Sally's murder, Mark Dixie had been celebrating his birthday with his friends at the Windsor Castle pub, located on Brighton Road, just a few hundred yards from Sally's home. While at the pub, he was seen arguing with his girlfriend over the phone before immersing himself in alcohol and illegal substances for the rest of the night. Throughout the evening, he remained isolated, barely interacting with anyone around him. Around 2:30 a.m., Mark Dixie and 2 of his friends left the pub and went to a nearby flat on Avondale Road. Upon arriving at the apartment, he sat on the couch and waited until his friends had fallen asleep. He then locked them inside their rooms so they would not realize he had left the house. Mark Dixie later armed himself with a knife and exited the flat. Following extensive investigation, it was revealed that he was the assailant who had attacked the woman rescued by a taxi driver. That night, Dixie had moved to another street, fearing that the woman he had assaulted might alert the police. Tragically, the street he entered next in search of another victim turned out to be Sally Bowman's. He lingered in the shadows, hiding in a corner until Lewis parked his car and Sally got out. During the investigation, Lewis, Sally's ex-boyfriend, had mentioned that on the night of Sally's murder, he had seen the reflection of an unknown man in his car's rearview mirror as Sally stepped out, though he had not paid much attention to it. As Sally walked toward her front door, Mark Dixie suddenly pounced on her. He attacked her with a knife, sexually assaulted her, and then fled. He was the same individual neighbors reported seeing walking down the street that night. After committing the murder, he returned to his flat and went to sleep. The trial of Mark Dixie began on February 5, 2008, at the Old Bailey. Instead of confessing to his crimes, he concocted an outrageous story. According to him, he had merely been walking through the area when he found Sally Bowman lying on the ground. He claimed he had taken advantage of the situation to assault her and then ran away, insisting that someone else had killed her. Mark Dixie even asserted that he did not realize Sally was dead. During the proceedings, he was portrayed as a parasite who exploited others, and numerous acquaintances came forward to share their experiences with him. A woman from Australia, whom Dixie had assaulted in 1998, also testified during the trial. She recounted that he had attacked her and stabbed her 7 times, but she was fortunate to survive. Following the trial, on February 22, the jury unanimously determined that Mark Dixie was guilty of murdering Sally and Bowman. The court sentenced him to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 34 years, in addition to his earlier convictions. After the sentencing, Sally's mother, Linda Bowman, stated, "We now know he was arrested at least 3 times in Australia, but he was deported without any warnings being issued by the authorities. They failed to do their job properly, and that's why my daughter is dead." After his conviction, Mark Dixie was frequently transferred between prisons, as his cellmates often bullied him and made attempts on his life. Amidst all this, Mark Dixie persistently denied any involvement in Sally's murder. It was not until 2015, 10 years later, that he finally confessed to being responsible for her death. His admission did not worsen his sentence, but authorities were able to establish that he had committed additional crimes. In 2017, it was revealed that a Dutch national had been wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years for allegedly committing heinous offenses against 3 women in Spain. However, after a thorough investigation was conducted years later, it was determined that the actual perpetrator was Mark Dixie, not the Dutchman. Dixie also voluntarily confessed to committing another crime when he was just 16 years old. In a parking lot, Dixie reportedly assaulted a woman inside her car. After the assault, he stole from her, tied her to the car door, and set fire to the front seats of the vehicle. The woman, however, managed to escape. Later that night, Mark Dixie somehow obtained her home phone number and called her. He proceeded to taunt her, forcing the terrified woman to flee her home and relocate to the countryside, as she could no longer cope with the trauma. Mark Dixie also admitted to another vile crime in 2002. He had sexually assaulted a woman on a staircase and bludgeoned her with a knife sharpener, though she miraculously survived the attack. Altogether, he had 17 other convictions for criminal offenses, and in 2017, he received a second life sentence after being found guilty of assaulting 2 women in Croydon in 1987 and 2002. The year 2017 was also marked by another distressing incident. Sally Bowman's grave was repeatedly vandalized by unknown individuals. Her family was forced to endure another wave of trauma when they had to exhume her remains. She was later cremated, and her ashes were kept at home. After all the anguish she endured, Sally's mother became a strong advocate for the establishment of a national DNA database. She believed that if the government collected DNA samples from every citizen in Great Britain, crimes could be solved within 24 hours instead of taking 9 months. She also firmly believed that Sally's ex-boyfriend, Lewis, would have been sentenced to life imprisonment for a murder he did not commit if the real killer had not left his DNA at the crime scene. Detective Superintendent Stuart Cundy, the lead investigator on Sally Bowman's case, supported the idea of a national DNA database. However, the government opposed the proposal, arguing that forcing citizens to provide DNA samples would violate fundamental human rights. The topic remains highly debatable. On one hand, such a database could greatly accelerate criminal investigations, and the knowledge that they could easily be caught might deter potential offenders from committing crimes. Yet, not every criminal leaves DNA evidence behind at a crime scene. On the other hand, the potential misuse or exposure of data from such a system could cause serious harm to innocent, law-abiding citizens. Moving on to the next case. Savannah LaFontaine Greywind. In August 2017, Savannah LaFontaine Greywind, a 22-year-old nursing assistant, vanished from her apartment in Fargo, North Dakota, after leaving to assist a neighbor with a supposed sewing project. Her family's immediate concern was met with confusion, misleading statements, and silence. Days later, Savannah's body was discovered in the Red River, revealing the horrifying truth that she had been brutally murdered. The case sent shockwaves nationwide and drew renewed attention to the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women. What led to this unimaginable crime? And how did justice unfold for Savannah? Let us uncover the heartbreaking story. Savannah Marie LaFontaine Greywind was born on August 9, 1995, in Belcourt, North Dakota. A proud member of the Spirit Lake Sioux tribe, she grew up in a close-knit family in Fargo, North Dakota. Her parents, Norberta and Joe Greywind, described her as a loving and hardworking young woman who cherished her family and friends deeply. Savannah maintained a strong connection to her Native American heritage, with her family actively preserving and honoring their culture. Her upbringing instilled in her values of love, respect, and resilience, shaping her character and inspiring her aspirations. Those who knew Savannah often spoke of her kind-hearted and gentle nature. Her warm smile and caring demeanor endeared her to many. She demonstrated a constant commitment to helping others, which led her to pursue a career in healthcare. Savannah was not only a beloved daughter and sister, but also a source of support and inspiration to her community. Her compassion and dedication to making a difference in the lives of others reflected her genuine spirit. At the time of her death, Savannah worked as a certified nursing assistant. She was passionate about her job and found fulfillment in providing care to those in need. Her ambitions extended beyond her current role, as she planned to further her education in nursing. Savannah was also preparing for one of the most significant milestones of her life, becoming a mother. She and her boyfriend, Ashton Matheny, were expecting their first child, a daughter they intended to name Hazley Joe. The couple was deeply in love and eagerly anticipating the start of their family. In the weeks leading up to her death, Savannah's life was filled with hope and excitement. She and Ashton were preparing to move into a new apartment to provide a stable and loving home for their baby. Savannah was known as a devoted daughter, helping her parents with household responsibilities while balancing her work and preparations for motherhood. On August 19, 2017, Savannah entered Department 5 to assist her upstairs neighbor, Brooke Lynn Cruz, with a purported sewing project. The 38-year-old Cruz had a troubled past, marked by unstable relationships and a reputation for manipulative behavior. She had 6 children from 5 different partners, but had custody of none. Known for fabricating stories to manipulate others and gain control or sympathy, Cruz had formed a volatile relationship with William Wilhone, whose criminal history reflected a similarly troubled and violent past. Their connection was fueled by mutual dependency and dysfunction. Once Savannah entered the apartment, events quickly took a terrifying turn. Cruz later admitted to pushing Savannah to the floor, rendering her unconscious. What followed was an act of extreme violence that would shock the nation. William Hone, Cruz's boyfriend, arrived shortly after the initial assault and became complicit in what unfolded, a premeditated and gruesome crime. The couple had conspired to abduct Savannah's unborn child, and their plan moved swiftly into execution. Cruz's violent actions were not random, they were calculated. She intended to take the baby and raise it as her own, and she was willing to commit the most unspeakable acts to achieve her goal. With Savannah lying unconscious or semi-conscious, Cruz attempted an at-home C-section in the apartment's bathroom. Using a utility knife or similar blade, Cruz cut into Savannah's abdomen. The bathroom, once an ordinary domestic space, became the site of unimaginable horror. Blood splattered across the walls and floor as Cruz forcibly removed the baby from Savannah's womb. The scene represented a horrific violation of the natural order of life. In the midst of the violence, Cruz and Hone abandoned Savannah, leaving her to die. Instead of seeking medical assistance or calling for help, they focused their attention on the newborn girl they had taken. Meanwhile, Savannah succumbed to her injuries. After her death, Cruz and Hone wrapped her body in garbage and discarded it into the Red River. The crime was horrifying in both its brutality and its calculated cruelty. Subsequent investigations revealed additional evidence that painted an even clearer picture of the couple's disturbing intentions and the premeditated nature of their actions. Books on childbirth and C-sections were discovered in the apartment, indicating that the crime had been meticulously planned in advance. Cruz had studied the details of the procedure she would later attempt, lending weight to the notion that she had prepared herself for the violent act she would commit. This premeditation only intensified the horror of the situation. What had started as a seemingly innocuous visit quickly escalated into a violent and calculated act of abduction and murder. The couple's actions were driven by a twisted desire for a child that was not theirs, leaving behind a young woman, alone and dying in a bathtub, in pursuit of their perverse objective. Savannah's life, full of promise and potential, was violently ended. The brutality of the crime, the premeditation, and the utter callousness of her attackers sent shockwaves through the community. The murder of Savannah was more than an act of violence. It was the manifestation of deep and disturbing cruelty, resulting in the loss of an innocent life and the abduction of her child. Savannah's family grew increasingly alarmed when she failed to return home that afternoon. Just before heading upstairs, she had texted her mother, Norberta, saying she had ordered pizza for lunch. When Savannah did not come home, her parents visited apartment 5 multiple times, only to be met with different excuses from Brooke Cruz. On one occasion, Cruz claimed that Savannah had already left. Growing more suspicious and desperate, the family contacted the police to report her missing. The local community responded swiftly. Volunteers and grassroots organizers launched intensive searches through nearby parks, wooded areas, and neighborhoods, hoping to find any trace of Savannah. Despite these tireless efforts, no sign of the 22-year-old was found. Days passed without answers, yet the search continued. The disappearance shocked the community, which rallied around the Greywind family, sharing information and offering support. Unbeknownst to them, the answers they sought were much closer than they realized, hidden within the walls of the very apartment they had been investigating. Throughout the ordeal, Cruz and Hone maintained a composed facade, presenting themselves as cooperative and calm to authorities. They denied any knowledge of Savannah's disappearance, successfully deflecting suspicion even as the case drew widespread attention. Their ability to feign ignorance allowed them to delay suspicion, but as the investigation progressed, inconsistencies in their stories began to surface. On August 27, 2017, 8 days after Savannah disappeared, authorities noticed Cruz and Hone making an unusual purchase at a local store, diapers. While seemingly innocuous, this action immediately raised red flags. Investigators questioned why Cruz, a woman with no children in her care, would suddenly need diapers, particularly as the timeline of Savannah's disappearance became clearer. This observation provided law enforcement with the impetus to act decisively. Armed with this suspicion, police obtained a second warrant to search the couple's apartment. Their thorough investigation revealed a chilling discovery. Inside the apartment, lying on the bed, was a newborn baby. DNA testing soon confirmed that the infant was Savannah Greywind's daughter, Hazley Jo. This heartbreaking revelation marked a pivotal moment in the case, but it left the most pressing question unanswered. What had happened to Savannah? On August 30th, just 3 days later, the search reached a devastating conclusion. Kayakers on the Red River found Savannah's body, wrapped in garbage bags and caught on a log. The medical examiner determined that she had died from blood loss caused by homicidal violence. The grim recovery confirmed the family's worst fears and plunged the community into profound grief and outrage. The horrific details of Savannah LaFontaine Greywind's murder shocked the nation, leaving a trail of unanswered questions and deep heartache. What began as a quiet disappearance escalated into one of the most brutal crimes in recent memory. Brooklyn Cruz was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, and providing false information. Her boyfriend, William Hone, faced similar charges, though he denied direct involvement in Savannah's murder. During the trial, Cruz provided a chilling account of the crime. She admitted to luring Savannah upstairs under the guise of a sewing project before attacking her. Cruz described restraining Savannah, while Hone allegedly assisted in disposing of evidence and removing her body. Throughout the proceedings, Cruz exhibited little remorse, consistently portraying herself as the mastermind behind the gruesome act. Her cold and unremorseful demeanor sent shockwaves through the courtroom, leaving everyone present in disbelief. In February 2018, the court delivered its verdict. Brooklyn Cruz was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, a sentence reflecting the extreme and heinous nature of her crime. William Hone, though not directly responsible for Savannah's murder, was found guilty of kidnapping and sentenced to 20 years in prison with the possibility of parole. While the sentencing provided some measure of justice, the lasting impact of Savannah's death continued to reverberate throughout the Native community and beyond, highlighting the ongoing epidemic of violence against Indigenous women. The trial, though concluded, left many questioning whether enough was being done to prevent such tragedies in the future. In the wake of her death, activists and tribal leaders organized vigils and rallies nationwide. On September 16, 2017, hundreds gathered at North Dakota's state capital in Bismarck to honor Savannah. Similar events across the country brought communities together, amplifying the demand for justice and systemic reform. Native women are not safe. Native people are not safe. This is not a safe society for us, became a rallying cry, underscoring the urgent need for change. Savannah's story resonated nationally through true crime documentaries and podcasts, ensuring her memory endured. For her family, including her daughter Hazley Jo, Savannah remains a symbol of resilience. Her legacy continues to inspire efforts to end violence against Indigenous women and drive lasting change. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sarah Nickel Graham. Sarah Nickel Graham, born on April 1, 1996, in the United States, remains an enigmatic figure as specific details regarding her birth and early years are yet to be revealed. Raised by her mother in Texas, Sarah enjoyed a cheerful childhood alongside her brother, though their names are not included in the existing records of her life. Described as kind, responsible, and initially reserved when encountering new people, Sarah's energetic and animated side would emerge once she felt at ease. From the available information, it is known that her father, Hubert Graham, descended directly from the indigenous peoples of America. This heritage linked Sarah to the Lumbee tribe, primarily based in Robeson, Hoke, and Scotland counties in North Carolina. The Lumbee tribe was formed from the remnants of various extinct tribes that settled together in a recognized region. Since 1956, following the passage of the Lumbee Act by Congress, the tribe has been officially acknowledged as Native American. However, the act simultaneously withheld federal recognition benefits, depriving them of sovereignty, land ownership, and other rights granted to most tribes. Despite generations of persistent struggle against this injustice, they continue to live without a reservation, though their community remains concentrated in one area. Pembroke, situated in Robeson County, North Carolina, stands as the cultural, economic, and political center of the Lumbee tribe. Sarah traveled there in 2014 after completing high school, possibly seeking to reconnect with her ancestral heritage. At 18 years old, she planned to move to Fairmont, a small rural town just north of the North Carolina-South Carolina border, to live with her father, Hubert, her stepmother, Connie Graham, and her stepbrother, though few details about him are available. By that time, Hubert and Connie were employed as sheriff's assistants for the county, earning them a respected standing in the community. Although little public information exists about Sarah's relationship with her father and stepmother, all indications suggested she was enjoying the renewed bond with her cultural roots after growing up elsewhere. Once in Fairmont, Sarah began searching for work and quickly secured a position as a receptionist and cashier at Walmart in Pembroke. Her strong communication skills and warm personality soon made her an invaluable part of the team. Sarah was known for her responsibility and compassion, admired by her coworkers, and was beginning to build meaningful friendships. After just 2 months of reconnecting with her heritage, Sarah appeared genuinely content and fulfilled. However, on the morning of Wednesday, February 4, 2015, everything changed. Although she woke early and prepared for her 7 a.m. shift at Walmart, she never arrived. Her absence was immediately noticed by her supervisor, as Sarah was known for her punctuality and dedication. That same day, the white Chevrolet van her father had lent her, registered under his name, was discovered abandoned. At approximately 12:15 p.m., police received reports of a deserted vehicle located several meters off the road near a cornfield, marking the beginning of a deeply troubling mystery. When the officers arrived at the scene, they confirmed that it was indeed the van Sarah typically drove. It was already peculiar that the vehicle was parked there, seemingly abandoned, and with no sign of the young girl. The situation became even more puzzling when witnesses stated they had noticed the van parked there since 6:45 a.m. This testimony raised immediate concern, as it suggested the van had stopped just 15 minutes after Sarah had departed from her home. It was a riddle that no one could solve at that time. The officers examined both the vehicle and the surrounding vicinity for any evidence or indications that could help direct the investigation into Sarah's disappearance. However, the task turned out to be quite challenging. The van showed no signs of damage, no evidence of a struggle in the area, and no visible drag marks or shoe prints that could point to an abduction. A puzzling detail of the case was that the van was locked. There was speculation that someone might have manually secured the door using the key. However, many older vehicles, including the one Sarah had been driving, enable the driver to lock the doors manually and close them without using the key. In numerous cases, vehicles can become locked unintentionally. Following the discovery of the abandoned van, the Fairmont Police Department initiated the missing person search protocol. Alongside law enforcement, 140 local volunteers and a canine unit participated in the search. Nonetheless, several obstacles arose, the first being that Robeson County is the largest in North Carolina, which made the search area vast and primarily rural. Consequently, the search proved to be difficult, even requiring the use of a helicopter. At the same time, the printing of missing person flyers began. Sarah was described on the flyers as a Native American young woman, standing 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing 150 pounds, with short brown hair, and wearing corrective glasses and braces. Robeson County has just over 100,000 permanent residents, although it is also known for temporarily accommodating a significant number of migrant workers. The region also carries a rather unfavorable reputation, being notorious for extensive drug trafficking operations. This is largely due to its strategic position, located midway between Miami, Florida, and New York along Interstate 95, making it a frequent stop for traffickers. In such an environment, where countless individuals pass through without proper records or oversight, uncovering what had happened to the young girl appeared to be an almost impossible mission. Both local and state authorities joined the search, but no significant progress was achieved. A month later, FBI agents became involved, yet they too failed to locate any trace of Sarah. Her family received no communication from her, nor did they obtain any ransom requests or messages from individuals claiming to hold her, demanding anything in exchange for her safe return. The general belief throughout the town was that she had simply disappeared into thin air. On March 18th, 6 months after Sarah's disappearance, Connie, her stepmother, was dismissed from her role as an assistant at the sheriff's office. She had served there for 23 years, and her abrupt termination raised suspicions and fueled rumors among the townspeople. The sheriff announced her dismissal, but declined to elaborate further, calling it a personal matter. He also emphasized that the decision was unrelated to Sarah's disappearance, though his statement did little to ease public doubts. In an official statement, he expressed his understanding of the public's demand for answers, but asked for patience, explaining that disclosing certain details could compromise the integrity of the investigation and impede efforts to locate Sarah. He reassured everyone that detectives from the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, in partnership with the FBI, were working relentlessly on the case and vowed that they would not stop until Sarah was found. After Connie's dismissal became public knowledge, sources close to the investigation claimed that the FBI regarded Connie as a suspect in the case, noting that an arrest and formal charges could soon follow. Once this information circulated, public attention immediately shifted toward the Graham household. However, as time went on, the theory that the stepmother had any involvement in Sarah's disappearance was never substantiated. In fact, she was never taken into custody for questioning, nor were any charges filed against her, and she was never officially declared a person of interest. Nevertheless, public opinion on social media, both at the time and in the years since, has continued to imply that she might have played a role. Though no official statements confirmed these claims, rumors circulated that Connie's son, who was also Sarah's stepbrother, had been a troubled boy and was allegedly responsible for the young girl's disappearance. The rumors spreading across social media described his feelings towards Sarah as a romantic fixation bordering on obsession, to which she never reciprocated. On the contrary, she appeared irritated by his persistence. 1 year after Sarah's disappearance, very little new information had emerged about her case. It seemed as though the earth itself had swallowed her whole. On the first anniversary of her disappearance, FBI agents and local law enforcement carried out an operation in which they distributed flyers containing Sarah's photographs and identifying details to passing drivers near the spot where her van had been discovered. At that time, officers stressed that although little was known about the young woman, who had only been residing in the area for 2 months prior to vanishing, it was evident that her disappearance was not typical. They affirmed that she would not have left without informing anyone, and if she had, she would certainly have contacted her parents to let them know she was safe and in another location. In December 2018, human remains were discovered near the railroad tracks, approximately 3 kilometers from the Lumber Bridge in Riley County. It was later determined that the remains belonged to a female, and immediately, people began speculating that they might be Sarah's. On December 13, 2018, it was announced that Sarah's dental records had been sent to Riley County to determine whether they matched those of the deceased girl. A second set of dental records was also forwarded to the Office of the Chief Forensic Medical Examiner in Riley. However, it was later confirmed that the remains did not belong to Sarah. In 2022, the Federal Bureau of Investigation issued another public appeal requesting information to help locate the teenager, stating that although they had received hundreds of tips, they were still missing the crucial piece needed to bring Sarah home. The agent reiterated that there remained a $5,000 reward for any information leading to the discovery of Sarah's whereabouts. Following the release of that video, the young girl's father broke his years of silence. He shared his feelings about how the agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation had treated him during the investigation into his daughter Sarah's disappearance. At the time of his statement, he was serving as the chief of the Roland Police Department and explained that, despite holding that position, he wished to be treated as a father first, as Sarah was still his daughter regardless of any circumstances. It should be noted that, prior to this, Hubert had been employed as a deputy sheriff in another county when his daughter went missing, which led to him being viewed with great skepticism and constantly under suspicion. He was deeply hurt by the entire situation, as it kept him in the public spotlight even though there was no actual evidence implicating him. Hubert explained that over the years, the FBI had rarely reached out to him regarding Sarah's case, and he recalled receiving a phone call in which they asked him about his daughter's orthodontics in connection with some newly found human remains. Those remains ultimately proved not to be Sarah's, yet no one personally informed him of the results. Instead, he learned about them like any ordinary citizen, through media reports announcing the outcome of the investigation into the female remains found near the railway. According to the investigators' opinion, the truth was that someone close to Sarah was withholding critical information, which had fueled countless rumors and speculations about what had really taken place. Hubert voiced his deep distress over having no knowledge of his daughter's fate after she came to live with him and his wife just 2 months before disappearing. Despite the painful circumstances, he continued to hold on to hope that Sarah was still alive and asserted that no one had ever presented him with concrete evidence proving otherwise. He clarified that he was not an indifferent father to what had happened and explained his reasons for choosing to maintain a low profile throughout the ordeal. He explained that although he had investigative experience from his 23 years in law enforcement, he chose to distance himself from the case to avoid any perception of influence or interference in the investigative process. However, this decision did not seem to yield favorable results either, as he then faced criticism for being too passive and for allegedly not cooperating enough. He emphasized that his position was extremely difficult, since whether he took action or refrained from doing so, he was met with heavy criticism either way. In response to the father's remarks, the FBI issued a very formal reply. Through a public affairs specialist, they addressed Hubert's concerns about routine communication regarding Sarah's case and clarified that they had consistently maintained contact with the family whenever there were updates in the investigation, though they would not necessarily provide personal notifications for information that was already publicly known. Despite the pain and uncertainty, Sarah's father revealed that there came a time when he had to surrender himself to God's will and not allow worry to consume his life. He stated that ultimately, God knew best and would resolve the situation according to his plan, regardless of what the final outcome might be. On June 13, 2023, special agents and officers from Robeson County carried out a search at the Graham family residence in hopes of uncovering new evidence related to Sarah's disappearance. At that time, the sheriff's office declared that they were beginning to doubt the version of events provided by the father and stepmother concerning the day the young girl was last seen. The statement from the sheriff's office indicated that investigators had not been able to independently verify the family's account claiming that Sarah had left for work on the morning she vanished, which had taken place more than 8 years earlier. Now, after so many years since she was last seen, Sarah's case is once again being reviewed. In a Facebook post, the sheriff's office confirmed that homicide detectives, the FBI, and a tracker dog from the North Carolina Troopers Association had launched a new search, although no specific details were released about the location where it was being conducted. According to the authorities, Sarah is among several Native American women who have mysteriously disappeared in the same region over the past few years. During the summer of 2017, it was reported that 3 women, 2 of whom belonged to the North Carolina tribe, were found dead in the city of Lumberton, located within Robeson County. The cases remain unsolved, which has fueled fears of the potential existence of a serial killer, according to a news report. Despite this alarming situation, the sheriff's office did not indicate any possible link between these cases and Sarah's disappearance in their statement. The case of Sarah Nickel Graham continues to be a mystery, leaving her family and community searching for answers for more than 8 years. Over time, authorities have conducted extensive investigations and searches, yet to this day, there has been no meaningful breakthrough in the case. The absence of concrete information has given rise to numerous theories and speculations, while Sarah's family continues to wait anxiously for the day they can learn the truth about her whereabouts. Despite the efforts of law enforcement, the community's cooperation, and the leads received, Sarah's case remains an unresolved puzzle. Her family continues to demand justice and yearns for the moment when the truth behind her disappearance will be revealed. Meanwhile, Sarah's memory endures in the hearts and minds of those who knew and loved her, and hope persists that she may still be found alive. As the investigation continues, it is hoped that new leads and developments will illuminate this dark and painful chapter, ultimately bringing long-awaited peace and closure to her family and community. Moving on to the next case. Justine Valdez. The case of Justine Valdez. On May 19, 2018, Justine Valdez, 24, after completing the process for her residency permit application, went to the gym to exercise, finishing around 4:20 p.m. planning to return home. Her mother, Terrace, texted her to buy some bread on her way back. Justine agreed and stopped at the store before catching the 185 bus to Bray, which departed at 6:09 p.m. The bus dropped Justine off at a familiar stop near her rural home, known as Aina Car Village. It normally took her about 15 to 20 minutes to walk home. Though it wasn't a difficult route for someone as young and active as Justine, her family grew concerned when she failed to arrive home on time. Justine usually informed her family about her whereabouts and when she would return, so her mother, Terrace, became increasingly anxious as time went by without hearing from her. When Terrace tried to call and text Justine, there was no response. This led Terrace to go out and search for her. During her search, she asked passers-by if they had seen Justine, describing her physical appearance and the sporty outfit that made her noticeable. While some witnesses confirmed seeing Justine getting off the bus, no one knew where she went afterward. Terrace's efforts to find her daughter ended in growing fear and frustration. She had no clue what had occurred to Justine on her way home, and with every passing minute, her worry deepened. Terrace continued combing the streets for Justine, but still found nothing. Her daughter's disappearance left her heartbroken, unable to uncover any sign of her. In desperation, Terrace reached out to the police to report her missing. The authorities promptly recorded her statement and launched a search for Justine. As the police scoured the area, they began looking into Justine's personal life and social circles. It was discovered that she resided with her parents, Terrace and Daniel Valdez, in the peaceful rural community of Nissar, Ireland. Originally from the Philippines, Justine's parents had relocated to Ireland in 2015 in pursuit of a better future. Despite their challenging beginning, her parents worked tirelessly to support Justine's education and overall well-being. A dedicated student, Justine pursued accounting at university while working part-time to provide for herself and contribute financially to her family. Her part-time work included waitressing in Bray and babysitting for local families. Her parents, who resided in the servants' quarters of a large estate, were employed by a wealthy family, her mother as a housekeeper and her father as a gardener. Justine was recognized as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her family. Moreover, her small social circle and absence of typical teenage rebellious tendencies made the idea of her running away highly unlikely. When police contacted those who knew Justine, no one could provide any information regarding her whereabouts. The possibility of her running away was swiftly dismissed. She was exceptionally close to her parents and consistently kept them informed about her daily activities. On the day she disappeared, she exchanged 63 text messages with her mother, the final one being at 6:24 p.m. when Justine stepped off the bus. While police were searching for Justine, they received a crucial lead that pointed them toward a disturbing event that occurred just minutes after she got off the bus. A female driver reported seeing a man forcefully pushing a dark-haired Asian woman wearing tracksuit bottoms similar to Justine's into the trunk of a black Nissan Qashqai. The woman and her 12-year-old son drove past the scene and immediately contacted the police. Soon after, another driver witnessed a similarly troubling situation. This time, the Asian woman, who looked terrified, was spotted sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, knocking on the window in distress. The man who observed the scene spoke with his wife upon reaching home and promptly called the police at 7:20 p.m. to report what he believed to be a kidnapping. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Another motorist also reached out to authorities about a Nissan being driven erratically near the same location. Police quickly responded to the area that had been reported earlier by the woman. Upon arrival, they discovered Justine's broken phone and a bag of bread lying on the roadside, findings that raised grave concerns for her safety. After the kidnapper attempted to force Justine into the trunk of his car but she resisted, he shoved her into the back seat and drove away toward an unknown destination. The suspect's black Nissan was immediately listed as wanted, triggering a large-scale search operation involving patrol cars and helicopters. However, the nighttime search was hindered by poor visibility and produced no significant results. The search persisted into the following day, with police reviewing witness statements to narrow down the area where the suspect might be located. A 40-year-old man named Mark Hennessy was soon identified because he matched the description of the abductor. When officers went to his residence, they learned from his wife, Nicola, that she did not know his whereabouts since he had gone out drinking after work the previous evening. This information only intensified suspicion around Mark, prompting investigators to dig deeper into his background. Mark Hennessy was regarded as a respected member of the community, known as a devoted husband and father to 2 young daughters, the youngest of whom had been born just 8 months earlier in September 2017. He lived in a well-off neighborhood surrounded by other young families. His job as an estimator on construction sites provided a stable income for his household, and he had no prior encounters with the law. However, the police understood that people often concealed their true natures behind a veneer of respectability. With this awareness, officers proceeded to the bar that Mark had visited the night before to gather additional information. The staff confirmed that Mark had indeed been there, though he did not remain for long. He left after drinking a beer and watching some football, but later returned to the bar around midnight, appearing visibly tense and restless. After reviewing the bar's security footage, police verified the staff's account. They observed that Mark had stayed there for about 10 minutes before leaving at 5:40 p.m. While engaged in a phone conversation, he quickly headed to his car and drove away. He then returned to the bar around 11 p.m., where he spoke briefly with an acquaintance at the entrance before leaving again. Investigators began examining Mark's movements between 5:40 p.m. and 11 p.m. A crucial breakthrough came when police analyzed surveillance footage along Justine's bus route. The footage revealed that Mark's black Nissan had been following the bus, beginning roughly 30 minutes after he left the bar. This unsettling discovery heightened suspicions about Mark's role in Justine's disappearance. The search for both Mark's car and the missing girl intensified, and Mark was officially identified as the primary suspect in Justine's abduction. Mark later phoned his wife, telling her that he was leaving for a long time. When his family urged him to surrender to authorities, he refused and left abruptly. His parents informed the police that they had seen him, prompting officers to launch a pursuit, but Mark managed to evade capture. The police subsequently appealed to the public through the media, asking anyone with information regarding Justine, Mark, or his car to come forward. A woman who heard the appeal stayed alert and spotted a vehicle resembling Mark's on the road. She discreetly followed it to Cherrywood Park, carefully observing the driver before quickly contacting the police. When officers arrived, they found a man covered in blood sitting in the driver's seat of a car. Despite repeated attempts to persuade him to exit the vehicle, Mark refused, waving a knife menacingly. Confronted with immediate danger, the officers were compelled to use force, resulting in Mark being shot in the shoulder. After pulling him from the car, they discovered he was still conscious but continued to resist cooperation. The police then searched the car but, to their dismay, did not locate Justine. Even after multiple rounds of questioning, Mark remained completely silent. Medical personnel promptly treated him and transported him to the hospital. Doctors worked to save his life, hoping he might eventually disclose Justine's whereabouts. Tragically, it was later determined that the bullet had ricocheted and struck Mark in the head. A subsequent investigation uncovered grim details. The blood covering his face and body was his own, and he bore several fresh stab wounds on his arms and neck. Authorities concluded that Mark, fearing imminent arrest, had likely attempted to take his own life with a knife from his car rather than face justice. Although the police had finally captured the suspect, there was no sense of relief, only disappointment. They had found the man responsible, but the missing girl was still nowhere to be found. A glimmer of hope emerged when police found a piece of paper at the scene. Although it was soaked in blood, the words "sorry" and "Pease Castle" were still legible. These words hinted that they might hold a clue to locating Justine. Despite the faint hope, investigators pressed on. A search operation was launched in a forest in South Dublin based on the clue referencing a castle. The first breakthrough came when searchers discovered Justine's wallet, which contained her identification. Then, on May 21st, search teams made the heartbreaking discovery of Justine's body. An autopsy revealed that she had been murdered on the night she was abducted, and that the cause of death was strangulation. Tragically, the examination also showed that Justine had been sexually assaulted, intensifying the horror of her killing. A toxicology report that detected trace amounts of banned substances in her system left several unanswered questions. It remained unclear how those substances had entered her body or what their intended purpose had been. However, further investigation revealed that Mark had recently consumed large quantities of the same substances, deepening the mystery. It was discovered that Mark was a habitual user of drugs and excessive alcohol, which might have unintentionally introduced those substances into Justine's system. Meanwhile, his family life had begun to deteriorate due to his addictions, financial troubles, and constant arguments with his wife. Investigations into Mark's behavior uncovered that he had used the dating app Tinder to communicate with several women and often flirted with women at bars. The discovery of Mark's DNA on Justine's body further reinforced police suspicions of his involvement in her abduction and murder. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that the crime had been driven by sexual motives and that Justine had unknowingly become Mark's chosen victim. He had spotted Justine while following the bus and took advantage of her moment of vulnerability when she got off, brazenly abducting her from the street without hesitation, even in the presence of multiple witnesses. An investigation into Justine's and Mark's phones revealed no prior connection or communication between them. However, further analysis indicated that Mark was familiar with Justine's usual route, implying that her murder had been premeditated. It appeared that Mark had been carefully observing Justine's movements, waiting for the right moment to act. This discovery exposed the calculated cruelty of Mark's actions and the tragic fate that befell Justine. On the day of her abduction, he intentionally waited at the bus stop, watching her closely until the moment he suddenly seized her. The bystanders were deeply shocked by the incident, as such violent crimes were virtually unheard of in their quiet neighborhood. Many people came forward to express their condolences to Justine's family, offering comfort and support during their time of immense grief. At her funeral, heartfelt tributes were given as white balloons were released into the sky. Some mourners wore pink t-shirts bearing Justine's photo, a poignant gesture to honor her memory. Justine's family chose to hold her funeral in the Philippines, her homeland, seeking solace in a place that felt familiar. Although they lived abroad for some time afterward, they eventually returned to Ireland in 2021. By beginning anew in a different city and pursuing new careers, they hoped to leave behind the painful memories that continued to linger in their former home. Moving on to the next case. Lassie Rocha. Lassie Rocha was born on May 4, 1975, to Sharon and Dennis, but her parents separated when she and her older brother Brent were still children. Following the divorce, Lassie's mother married Ron, a dairy farmer, who became a father figure to her and played an important part in her upbringing. Lassie was a lively and cheerful person with a radiant smile and an energetic personality. She enjoyed interacting with others and was always enthusiastic about engaging in conversations, which made her naturally attention-seeking. She thrived in social environments and was recognized for her talent to brighten any room she entered. Growing up on a dairy farm, Lassie built a deep bond with nature. She spent much of her youth exploring the outdoors and appreciating the natural beauty surrounding her. One of her favorite pastimes was gardening alongside her mother, which became a meaningful source of happiness and satisfaction for them both. Lassie's affection for gardening would later influence her passions and career direction as an adult. Lassie served as a cheerleader at Thomas Downey High School, which perfectly complemented her bright and outgoing character. She left a strong impression at her school and became the epitome of an ideal cheerleader. After finishing high school, Lassie enrolled at California Polytechnic University, where she majored in ornamental horticulture because of her fascination with plants and wildlife. Lassie often visited a friend who worked at a restaurant in Morro Bay, and it was there that she met Scott Peterson, a colleague of her friend. Lassie was instantly drawn to Scott and became infatuated with him. She took the initiative by giving Scott her phone number. Scott soon contacted her, and they unexpectedly connected during their very first conversation. Scott then invited Lassie on their first date, which was a deep-sea fishing trip. However, things didn't go as expected for Lassie, who ended up getting seasick. Despite the rough beginning, Lassie and Scott's relationship flourished, and they eventually decided to move in together. Before meeting Lassie, Scott had dreams of becoming a professional golfer, but as their relationship grew, his focus changed, and he chose to pursue a career in business instead. Lassie completed her studies at Cal Poly in 1997, and Scott graduated the following year. This milestone marked the start of a new chapter in their lives, filled with hope and opportunity. On August 9, 1997, the couple got married in Isla Valley, San Luis Obispo County. The picturesque resort location offered a breathtaking backdrop for their special day. Surrounded by their family and friends, they celebrated their union and affirmed their dedication to one another. After their marriage, Lassie and Scott began a new business endeavor by opening a sports bar named The Shack in San Luis Obispo, California. The Shack, owned by Lassie and Scott, started out slowly but eventually built a loyal customer base, with weekends being especially crowded. After several prosperous years, the couple chose to sell the bar in 2000, looking for new ventures even though it was providing a steady income. After selling the business, they relocated to Lassie's hometown of Modesto, California, and bought a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house in an upscale neighborhood in October 2000. Lassie took a part-time position as a substitute teacher, while Scott worked for a European fertilizer company. Lassie dedicated herself to supporting Scott, maintaining their home, cooking, and keeping everything in order. She ensured their house was always comfortable and welcoming. In 2002, the couple received wonderful news. Lassie was pregnant, and they were expecting their first child. Lassie and Scott were going to have a baby boy, with a due date of February 10, 2003. They had already decided to name him Connor. On December 24, 2002, Scott claimed that he left their home at 9:30 a.m. to go fishing at the Berkeley Marina. He stated that he left Lassie at home on Christmas Eve morning with a busy day planned ahead. She intended to watch a Martha Stewart program, mop the floor, bake Christmas cookies, and take their dog, Mackenzie, for a walk in the park. However, one of their neighbors discovered Mackenzie wandering outside the home around 10:30 a.m. and placed the dog back in their backyard. When Scott returned from fishing that afternoon, he reported that the house was empty, with Mackenzie in the yard but no trace of Lacey. Her car remained parked in the driveway. Scott said he took a shower and washed his dirty fishing clothes immediately after arriving home. Once he finished, he realized Lassie was missing and became alarmed. He phoned her mother and stepfather, Sharon and Ron, but they said they had not heard from her the entire day and were deeply worried about her well-being. As the day progressed and Lassie was still missing, Scott and Sharon decided to report her disappearance to the police around 6 p.m. They emphasized to the authorities the urgency of finding Lassie, who was 7 months pregnant with their baby, Connor. The police then questioned Scott regarding his actions and whereabouts on the day Lassie disappeared. Scott informed officers that he had gone fishing at the Berkeley Marina, about 90 miles away from his home in Modesto, where he lived with his pregnant wife, Lassie. However, from the very beginning, investigators suspected foul play in Lassie's disappearance. Initially, the police did not treat Lassie's case as suspicious after Scott and his mother-in-law filed the missing person report. Lassie's family initially supported Scott, as the couple appeared perfect together, making it difficult to believe he could harm his wife. As the investigation advanced, police began to grow increasingly suspicious of Scott. About a month after Lassie went missing, they uncovered a shocking revelation. Scott had been involved in 2 secret affairs and maintained a long-term relationship with Amber Fry. Amber reached out to law enforcement on December 30th, 2002, after discovering that Scott was being investigated in connection with Lassie's disappearance. Amber stated that she met Scott on November 20th, 2002, and believed he was single. 2 weeks prior to Lassie's disappearance, Scott told Amber that he was a widower and that the upcoming Christmas would be his first without his wife. This revelation heightened police suspicions, leading them to wonder whether Scott had already planned to murder his pregnant wife. To collect evidence, investigators asked Amber to make recorded phone calls to Scott in hopes of obtaining a confession. Police also informed Lassie's family about Scott's infidelity, and when they showed her mother a picture of Scott with Amber, she became convinced of his guilt. The search for Lassie was extensive, involving law enforcement, family members, and hundreds of volunteers. In the first 2 days alone, over 900 people joined the search operations. During a press briefing, one of the officers involved in Lassie's case expressed concerns that she might not have left her home voluntarily on December 24, 2002. Lassie's disappearance drew massive media attention, with the tragic and mysterious story of a beautiful young woman vanishing from her home on Christmas Eve capturing the public's imagination. As people across the country sought answers and speculated about her fate, the focus on Lassie's case continued to intensify. When Lassie Peterson disappeared on December 24, 2002, a $25,000 reward was initially announced for any information leading to her safe recovery. As the investigation produced no significant leads, the reward was later increased to $500,000 in an effort to raise awareness and encourage more tips. To keep Lassie's case visible, posters were widely distributed throughout Modesto, California, and a friend's husband created a website to spread information about her disappearance. Months later, on April 13, 2003, a couple walking their dog in Richmond's Point Isabel Regional Shoreline Park made a horrifying discovery in a marshy area: the decomposed body of a male infant. The following day, another person found the body of a pregnant woman on the eastern side of the bay shore, approximately 1 mile from where the infant had been discovered. On April 18, 2003, DNA analysis confirmed that the remains belonged to Lassie and her unborn son, Connor. Lassie and Connor were later buried at Burwood Cemetery. The autopsy results revealed deeply disturbing details. The baby had 1.5 loops of nylon tape wrapped around his neck and a large incision on his body. Lassie's autopsy showed even more severe injuries: 2 fractured ribs, her upper torso hollowed out with internal organs missing, and her head and limbs detached. The medical examiner determined that the baby had died in the womb and was expelled from Lassie's body after her death. Investigators from the FBI and the Modesto Police Department conducted a thorough search of the couple's home, looking for evidence linking Scott to Lassie's disappearance. Their search uncovered several key findings, including a hair discovered in a pair of pliers on Scott's fishing boat. After forensic testing, the FBI confirmed that the hair matched Lassie's DNA. Along with the home search, investigators also conducted an extensive examination of Scott's truck and warehouse, searching for any clues connecting him to the crime. When the FBI examined Scott's boat, they found a homemade anchor, which he claimed had been made using a 90-pound bag of concrete that he had also used to repair his driveway. However, the prosecution believed that Scott had created multiple anchors and used 4 of them to weigh down Lassie's body in San Francisco Bay. The bodies found in the bay were later identified as Lassie and Connor, leading to Scott's arrest near a golf course. Notably, Scott's appearance had changed significantly. His dark brown hair was now blonde. When arrested, Scott's vehicle was found to be packed with various items, including a large sum of cash, survival gear, and camping equipment. The police also discovered 4 cell phones and 2 driver's licenses, one belonging to Scott and the other linked to his brother. This evidence suggested to the police that Scott was attempting to flee the state. Scott's father offered an alternative explanation for the driver's license found in Scott's possession. According to his father, Scott had borrowed his brother's license to get a discount at a golf course. As for why Scott's car was packed, his father claimed it was because Scott was living out of his car to avoid the media who were camping outside his house at the time. Scott's trial began in June 2004, a year after his arrest. During the opening arguments, the prosecution presented its case to the jury, arguing that Scott had killed Lassie because of his affair with Amber Frey. The prosecution highlighted Scott's suspicious behavior in the days leading up to and following Lassie's disappearance, pointing out inconsistencies in his statements to the police. Scott initially told the police he was fishing on the day Lassie went missing, but later told others he was golfing. The prosecution also noted that Scott asked the police if they had used cadaver dogs to search a park where Lassie was supposed to walk their dog, implying that Scott was aware of the potential crime scene and trying to cover his tracks. Scott's defense team presented a strong argument in court, highlighting that Scott's history of infidelity did not necessarily prove he was guilty of murdering his wife. They reasoned that Scott would not give up his life for someone he had only dated 4 times. The defense suggested that Lassie's hair might have been found in Scott's boat because she had visited the marina with him before. During the trial, 2 of Lassie's relatives testified that Scott showed no emotional response when his pregnant wife went missing. New evidence emerged when a realtor testified that Scott tried to sell their home in January, a month after Lassie's disappearance. Additionally, a salesman revealed that Scott traded in Lassie's car after she vanished. The prosecution viewed these events as incriminating evidence against Scott. Amber Frey, Scott's mistress, took the stand and shared details of their affair. The jury listened to secret recordings of Amber's phone calls with Scott, including one where he lied about being in Paris when he was actually attending a vigil for his missing wife. During the trial, a hydrologist and tide expert testified that it was possible for Lassie's body to have been dumped in the area where Scott claimed to be fishing on the day Lassie went missing. However, the defense team argued that there was a lack of credible evidence directly linking Scott to the crime. Their theory was that someone had kidnapped Lassie on Christmas Eve 2002, holding her captive until she gave birth to Connor, and then disposing of both bodies in the San Francisco Bay. The defense attorney emphasized that there was no concrete evidence to connect Scott directly to the crime and that other suspects could have been responsible. A significant issue arose during the trial when a juror was removed and replaced with an alternate due to misconduct. The dismissed juror had conducted unauthorized research on the case, violating legal procedures. Additionally, the foreman of the jury asked to be removed, and it was determined that his removal was necessary to ensure a fair and just trial. On November 12, 2004, a California jury found Scott guilty of 2 murder counts: first-degree murder for killing his wife Lassie, and second-degree murder for killing their unborn son, Connor. The charge of first-degree murder for Lassie's death carried special circumstances due to the involvement of the fetus, making Scott eligible for the death penalty. After his conviction, the trial moved into the penalty phase to determine his sentence. During this stage, the jury examined various factors, including Scott's prior criminal record, circumstances that aggravated the offense, and those that could mitigate it. The jury unanimously decided that Scott should receive the death penalty. After carefully reviewing the evidence, the judge upheld the jury's recommendation, concluding that Lassie's murder was cruel, indifferent, heartless, and callous, which resulted in Scott being sentenced to death. As required by law, the sentence was automatically appealed, and the California Supreme Court heard the case in June 2020. During the appeal process, Scott's defense attorneys raised multiple arguments. They alleged that certain potential jurors were unfairly excluded, that 2 jurors were wrongly permitted to board Scott's boat, and that the trial should have been relocated to another county because of biased questionnaire results indicating that nearly half of potential jurors believed Scott was guilty before the trial began. The state responded by asserting that there was no proof supporting the claim that any juror was improperly dismissed and that none of the 12 jurors who ultimately decided Scott's fate displayed bias. In August 2020, the United States Supreme Court upheld Scott's conviction but overturned his death sentence. In 2004, a judge resentenced Scott to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, leading to his transfer from San Quentin State Prison to Mule Creek State Prison in Ione, California. Around the same period, on April 1, 2004, President George W. Bush signed the Unborn Victims of Violence Act, UVVA, into law. Lassie's mother and stepfather attended the signing ceremony. Known as Lassie and Connor's Law, the The legislation was created to ensure legal protection for unborn children in situations where their mothers are victims of violent crimes. The law recognizes the unborn child as a separate legal entity from the mother, making it a criminal offense to harm or kill the unborn child during an assault on a pregnant woman. This act acknowledges that an unborn child can be a victim of violence and is entitled to the same legal rights and protections as any other human being. Moving on to the next case. Maria Leone. Sometimes, confronting a painful truth is better than enduring the torment of uncertainty. That was precisely what Maria Leone believed when her 16-year-old daughter disappeared without a trace. At first, everyone held on to the hope that the girl would be discovered alive. But as time passed, those hopes slowly began to diminish. Maria started praying that her daughter would at least be found, even if no longer alive, so she could give her child a proper burial. Yet no one could have foreseen how dreadful the outcome would ultimately be. The case surrounding the murder of schoolgirl Melanie Stacy Amaya shocked Colombia with its brutality and appalling resolution. The most terrifying aspect was that the perpetrators were ordinary teenagers who had recently been romantically involved. Let us now revisit this dark story from the beginning to understand how a love-struck boy turned into a remorseless killer who executed his ex-girlfriend. We will also consider any adult negligence and ask whether this tragedy might have been avoided. Who exactly was Melanie Stacy Amaya? Today, our focus is on her life and her untimely end. Born on February 21, 2002, in the small town of San Rafael in northern Colombia, she was the eldest daughter in a humble family made up of Maria Leone and William Amaya. 2 years later, another daughter named Natalie was born. From early childhood, the two sisters were extremely close, sharing secrets and building strong bonds with their mother. Melanie revealed her creative side at a young age. She was a gifted artist and had a natural passion for cosmetics. She adored painting the faces of her dolls, as well as those of her mother, sister, and even her friends, often declaring that one day she would become a stylist and makeup artist. Academically talented as well, she performed strongly in school, where teachers described her as both gifted and determined, qualities that made her sociable and friendly. She could brighten any room she entered. Naturally charismatic, it was no surprise that Melanie had a wide circle of friends both in and out of school. Her attractive looks drew attention, further enhanced by her skillful use of cosmetics. But life took a difficult turn. At the age of 14, her parents filed for divorce, yet managed to separate amicably while preserving warm relations. Her father maintained close ties with his daughters, offering them both financial support and active involvement in their lives. Roughly 6 months later, Maria began a relationship with a man named Ruben Morales, whom she soon married. Following the wedding, the family relocated to Medellin, a major Colombian city. There, Ruben had stable employment, while the girls found many opportunities for education and personal development. Their stepfather built an excellent relationship with his teenage stepdaughters. He eagerly invested in their education and hobbies, ensuring they enjoyed a more comfortable life. Treating them as his own children, he surrounded them with care and affection. During her high school years, Melanie began showing a more challenging, somewhat rebellious side. She grew seriously interested in music, and even considered leaving school to devote herself entirely to this passion. Dreaming of becoming a DJ, she asked for a mixing console as a birthday gift. In addition, she acquired several large tattoos on her arms, back, chest, and leg, all bold and brightly colored. Her parents did not obstruct her path of self-expression, but were shocked when they discovered that Melanie was experimenting with illegal substances. Beneath her unconventional behavior and appearance experiments lay a connection that would ultimately lead to her tragic end. On her 14th birthday in 2016, Melanie chose to host a party, inviting all her friends along with a DJ. Unable to afford a professional musician, but having received contact details from acquaintances, Melanie reached out to 16-year-old Miguel Angel Perea, a budding yet skilled disc jockey. After some hesitation, the birthday girl decided to call him. Miguel turned out to be exceptionally talented and carried a striking charisma that completely captivated young Melanie. After celebrating her birthday, the two continued communicating. Within weeks, the teenagers were often seen together, walking through parks or along the city streets. Melanie introduced him as her boyfriend. They quickly became inseparable, openly showing their affection, holding hands tenderly, and demonstrating their feelings wherever they went. Miguel came from rather modest, indeed poor, backgrounds, yet he treated his young girlfriend with respect and admiration, captivated by her and almost instantly winning over those he met with his genuine charm. He warmly introduced himself to her parents, earning their acceptance, facing no resistance, and thereby supporting the relationship. Over time, he spent increasingly more time at their residence, practically tied to it, and became part of the family dynamic. Miguel once confided in the girl's parents about difficulties at home. His mother disapproved of his pursuit of music lessons, which led to conflict that escalated into him being physically assaulted and eventually expelled from his home. Maria extended temporary shelter to him until the situation could stabilize, unaware of the possible consequences of introducing a disruptive influence into their household. As a result, Melanie and Miguel began living together. At first, they enjoyed a harmonious period lasting 6 months, during which both teenagers appeared thrilled with their new life together. However, as time passed, Miguel revealed traits of his character that negatively affected Melanie. Her academic achievements began to decline noticeably. Her behavior and appearance grew increasingly provocative. She also accumulated more tattoos and spoke of leaving school altogether. Over time, arguments between the couple became more frequent. While they initially attempted to settle disputes away from the family home, eventually these confrontations spilled openly into it. A serious concern for Maria emerged when she discovered that her eldest daughter was using illegal substances supplied by Miguel. In response, Maria confronted Melanie in a serious discussion. Tearfully, Melanie admitted to limited experimentation with drugs and promised never to repeat such actions. Despite concluding that it was best for Miguel to leave because of his negative influence, Melanie defended him, solemnly vowing better behavior for both herself and Miguel in the future. After much hesitation, Maria and Ruben reluctantly agreed, a decision that proved another mistake, as troubling signs soon reappeared. They noticed unexplained bruises on their daughter's body, but Melanie always attributed them to sports or clumsiness rather than implicating her boyfriend. 6 months later, a serious incident took place. During a heated quarrel, Miguel assaulted the girl so violently that she required medical care. Maria wanted to report the assault and bodily harm to the police, but Melanie dissuaded her, insisting she would deny everything and refuse to accuse her boyfriend. Melanie's parents attempted to separate the couple and forbade them from living together. However, Melanie threatened to run away with him if their relationship was obstructed in any way. This toxic bond persisted for more than 2 years until Melanie finally realized it was damaging her well-being. In early May 2018, another heated quarrel erupted between the teenagers, escalating into physical violence. This time, Melanie took the initiative and told Miguel their relationship was finished. She demanded he gather his belongings and leave her house immediately, or she would report the abuse to the police. Miguel complied with her demands, but later pleaded for forgiveness. Despite this, he was unable to let go emotionally. Miguel began stalking Melanie, following her whereabouts and monitoring the people she associated with. He regularly called and messaged her, with his texts alternating between declarations of love and remorse and direct death threats. Disturbed by his obsessive behavior, Ruben sought a restraining order against Miguel to protect his stepdaughter. Nevertheless, law enforcement dismissed his concerns, regarding the situation as nothing more than teenage drama. Maria also contacted the prosecutor's office, warning of the potential danger Miguel posed. However, authorities failed to take her seriously. They assumed incorrectly that an 18-year-old boy would not harm his ex-girlfriend, a belief that overlooked his true character. Nearly 2 months after the couple's breakup, a mysterious disappearance shocked everyone. Miguel appeared to have calmed down, no longer seeking encounters with Melanie. The girl resumed her normal life. Her grades at school improved significantly. She spent time with friends and practiced music again. Her parents also no longer had any reason to be concerned. They tried to erase their daughter's former boyfriend from memory and forget him as one would a bad dream. On June 28, 2018, Melanie was thrilled to attend a birthday celebration for her close friend. The event was set to take place at one of the city's most popular nightclubs. Wanting to look her best, Melanie carefully prepared, choosing an outfit, applying makeup, and styling her hair. Once satisfied, she said goodbye to her mother, assuring her she wouldn't be too late, before leaving in a waiting cab. Maria trusted her daughter's friends enough not to worry excessively. However, the following morning brought alarm when Maria realized Melanie had not returned home. She tried contacting her, but discovered that her phone was turned off, an unsettling sign. Still, Maria attempted to remain calm, convincing herself the teenagers might have simply lost track of time and that Melanie's phone battery could have died. Around midday, Maria phoned Isaac and was stunned to learn Melanie never made it to the party. None of her friends had seen or heard from her either. Panicked, Maria began calling all of Melanie's friends and classmates. Sadly, no one could offer any helpful information about her whereabouts since she left the house. In response, Maria immediately contacted William, Melanie's father, who rushed over at once. Together with Reuben, the stepfather, they went to the police station to file a missing persons report. However, they were met with bureaucratic indifference, as authorities insisted on waiting 24 hours and suggested Melanie might simply be asleep at a friend's home after the party. Unwilling to waste precious time waiting passively for answers, the parents, along with Reuben, decided to act quickly on their own. They mobilized relatives and friends to aid in the search by contacting all known acquaintances and checking familiar places where she might have gone, while also distributing hundreds of flyers throughout the city in hopes of finding clues to Melanie's location. Moving on to the next case. Marie Carlson. In 1974, a baby girl named Marie was born in the Philippines to an ordinary family. Worried about her daughter's future, Marie's mother made the difficult choice to send her to the United States, believing Marie would have greater opportunities for success there. As a result, Marie was placed in a foster family with a military background, where she met a young girl named Esther, who was the same age as her. The two girls quickly became close friends, unaware of a surprising truth that secretly connected them. What Marie didn't realize was that her American foster father was actually her biological parent, making Esther her biological sister. As time passed and they grew older, the sisters eventually left their parents' home and chose to build a new life together. They settled in Florida, renting a cozy apartment near a karaoke club that soon became their favorite gathering spot. Marie Carlson's life was a vibrant reflection of her favorite color, pink. She firmly believed that living beautifully was important, surrounding herself with flowers and lovely things. But everything changed when she met Jeff and discovered a deeper meaning in life, love. The two quickly fell for each other, married, and welcomed a daughter named Paris, a name that symbolized the love and beauty they shared. Despite their happy family life, Jeff remained a mystery. His past and even his last name were shrouded in secrecy. At the same time, Marie was determined to succeed in her career. She aspired to join the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, and was studying criminal law to achieve her dream. However, her journey was far from easy. As she advanced in her career, the challenges became more difficult, and despite her greatest efforts, she ultimately left the police service without fulfilling her dream. Marie's life then took a devastating turn as a mental health disorder gradually worsened over time. The trauma of being sexually abused as a child had left her with deep emotional wounds. As a result, her daily life grew increasingly painful, and her relationship with her husband, Jeff, began to deteriorate. The love they had once shared started to fade, and their marriage eventually ended in divorce. The separation was a painful but necessary decision, as both Marie and Jeff knew they needed to put their daughter, Paris, first. They agreed it would be best for Paris to live with Jeff, giving her the chance to escape the negativity that had consumed their home. Despite the difficulties, they completed the required paperwork amicably and with little conflict. Throughout the long and challenging divorce process, Marie and Jeff stayed focused on making choices that would ensure Paris's well-being. They remained on good terms and continued to care for one another as friends. Marie appreciated Jeff's support and made spending quality time with Paris a priority, never missing a single birthday. Although Marie had endured many hardships, she remained steadfast and refused to give up. Despite her struggles, she never lost hope. One day, she discovered what had been missing from her life, faith. This new faith led her to the Emerald Coast Church, founded by the charismatic pastor James Flanders and his wife, Tanya. From the moment she entered the church, Marie felt a strong sense of belonging. The warm and welcoming environment, together with Pastor James Flanders' heartfelt and genuine sermons, made her feel truly at home. Marie began the process of recovery and healing from her painful past, working to make amends and move forward. The Flanders, known for their kindness and generosity, had built a sanctuary where people could find comfort and support. For Marie, the church became far more than a place of worship. It became a loving community that embraced her with open arms. As she surrounded herself with the compassion of the church, Marie slowly began to heal and grow. With each passing day, she felt a new sense of freedom and joy she had never experienced before. She was no longer the lost and broken person she once had been. Instead, she had become a strong and radiant woman, filled with hope and happiness. As she gazed out at the bright Florida landscape, Marie's eyes sparkled with a new light, mirroring the beauty and joy that had blossomed within her soul. The church was more than a building. It was a community bound by genuine care and compassion. For Marie, this small congregation became a second family, overflowing with love, warmth, and faith. On the surface, the church appeared ordinary, but inside it radiated comfort, a true home where people gathered in unity through their shared belief. Yet behind Marie's smile, she carried a secret. She was pregnant, and the burden of it weighed heavily on her. She felt consumed by shame and fear, with only a handful of close confidants aware of the truth. In June 2021, at 37 years old, Marie gave birth to her second daughter, Grace. As word spread across the quiet town, whispers arose about the identity of the baby's father. The truth was heartbreaking. He was a man Marie had dated briefly, who revealed himself to be abusive and cruel. When she became pregnant, he vanished without a trace. Left abandoned and deeply hurt, Marie sought refuge in the church. The Flanders family and the congregation responded with overwhelming kindness, embracing Marie and her newborn with unconditional support. They created a safe and nurturing environment, becoming the family Marie desperately needed. Through their compassion, Marie began to rebuild her strength, finding courage, hope, and the will to continue healing from her past wounds. Despite this support, Marie still felt trapped, and just 3 months after Grace's birth, she made a shocking decision that left everyone stunned. She posted a cryptic message on social media announcing that she was leaving, not only her city, but also her family and friends behind. For some time, she had been quietly planning her departure, careful to keep her intentions hidden for fear of being persuaded to stay. Her message hinted only at her dreams and expressed love for those she was leaving, making it clear she was gone for good. Her sudden disappearance left many questions unresolved. Where was she headed? What journey lay before her? And could she ever achieve the life she longed for? Her loved ones were left devastated, gripped by fear for her safety and uncertain of what steps to take next. The uncertainty surrounding Marie's disappearance only deepened her family's anxiety. Jeff, her ex-husband, was especially frantic and reached out to the police for help in locating her. As the days went by, fear and worry over Marie's fate continued to escalate. Her sudden vanishing from Fort Walton Beach had barely left the headlines when a disturbing detail came to light. Marie had abandoned her 3-month-old daughter. This revelation caused immediate alarm for her sister, Esther, who understood Marie's fierce devotion to her children. "This is out of character for her," Esther said, her voice trembling. She has always been extremely protective of her kids. Those who knew Marie were stunned by her disappearance. As a mother, she had always been exemplary, especially in her care for her 7-year-old daughter, Paris. Jeff, her ex-husband, was particularly shaken when he learned Marie had stopped visiting Paris, given how inseparable they had once been. At 37, Marie had suddenly vanished without a trace. While she had every right to seek a fresh start, the police could not ignore the troubling fact that she had left her infant daughter behind. As investigators examined Marie's recent communications, they uncovered a peculiar detail. Her writing style had changed drastically compared to before. This raised suspicions that she might have been under pressure when writing them, or that the messages had been fabricated. The investigation soon extended into Marie's private life. Questions arose about the true identity of Grace's father and the exact nature of his relationship with her. Yet even her sister, Esther, could neither confirm nor deny the rumors. The police found themselves unraveling a complex tangle of secrets tied to Marie's disappearance. Mysterious messages, uncertainty about Grace's paternity, and the unexplained circumstances surrounding her vanishing. To shed light on the matter, investigators turned to Tanya and James Flanders. The couple revealed that Marie had a history of disappearing for brief periods without giving any explanation. The Flanders also revealed that Marie had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, a condition that might have played a role in her unpredictable behavior. Just weeks before her disappearance, she went through a severe depressive episode. Though she began taking medication, she was forced to stop once her pregnancy was confirmed. Feeling overwhelmed and unwell, Marie asked the Flanders to care for her daughter while she tried to recover. After lunch one day, Marie lay down to rest, and Tanya left with Grace to go shopping. James remained at the house to watch over Marie, but briefly stepped out to his own home. When he returned, he was stunned to discover that both Marie and her car had vanished. The Flanders immediately began searching for her, driving through nearby streets and checking parking lots, but there was no trace of her. Then James thought to check the airport, and to their shock, they found Marie's car parked there. Using a spare set of keys, he drove it back to the house. When investigators examined the vehicle, they found no unusual marks or evidence that might reveal what had happened to Marie. Hoping for answers, the investigators returned to the airport to dig deeper. Their plan was to review surveillance footage from the parking lot, which by regulation should have been archived, and to check the airline ticket for possible fingerprints. Yet when they located the ticket, it offered no help. It was completely clean, showing neither prints nor other useful traces. A thorough search of Marie's car also turned up nothing, and the parking stub revealed no fingerprints either. To make matters worse, investigators discovered that the airport's parking lot cameras had not been functioning on the day Marie disappeared. This absence of footage dealt a serious blow to the case, leaving investigators to wonder whether her disappearance had been an unfortunate accident or a carefully orchestrated escape. As inquiries pressed on, suspicion grew that Marie's fate might be far darker than originally assumed. The case was officially reclassified as a murder investigation, and detectives shifted their attention toward the enigmatic father of her baby daughter, Grace. The police went back to the church, hoping to uncover answers to their growing list of questions. Who was the father of Grace, and what part did he play in Marie's disappearance? The church where Marie had once found comfort was now filled with gossip and speculation. Parishioners whispered about her secret and the plan she had been struggling with. Marie had battled depression and even considered having an abortion, but the Flanders family, who longed to enlarge their family, strongly objected to the idea. They urged Marie to leave her baby with them, while at the same time hypocritically presenting themselves as supportive. Privately, the couple had been desperate for another child despite both being over 40. One church member even claimed that Marie's baby, Grace, was a divine reward granted to the Flanders for their good deeds. The case took a dramatic shift when Jeff, Marie's ex-husband, arrived to provide critical information. Though not Grace's father, Jeff had noticed Marie's pregnancy and directly questioned her about it. Marie lied, telling him she was acting as a surrogate for the Flanders. However, the investigation soon exposed the truth. Detectives interviewed Tanya's friends, who were also members of the church, and eventually the facts emerged. James was the biological father, and the conception had occurred naturally. This left Tanya in a painful position, forced to silently endure the situation. The revelation caught the investigators' full attention, and both James and Tanya were called in for further questioning. Only Tanya appeared, and she confirmed the story, adding that she had been present at the moment of conception. According to her, everything happened with the agreement of all parties involved. After Marie's disappearance, unsettling details about her relationship with James and Tanya surfaced. It was revealed that James had been intimately involved with both women, which went beyond mere infidelity, amounting instead to a form of polygamy. At one point, they even celebrated the child's birthday together, taking a photo of James, Tanya, and Marie posing as a happy family. However, this photo was meant to mislead, suggesting that the celebration was only for Tanya and that Marie was not involved. But after questioning Tanya's friends, the investigation uncovered new information that revealed the true nature of their relationship. Although Tanya claimed that Marie was initially happy with the arrangement, it became clear that this was no longer the case at some point. Marie's feelings for her daughter Grace were stirred after she was born, and she became hesitant to give her up to Tanya. According to friends, Marie's reservations fueled her jealousy of Tanya, sparking suspicion that Marie might not want to surrender her child to her rival and plan to steal James away from her. These rumors swiftly elevated Tanya to the top of the suspect list. Following Marie's disappearance, all Tanya's problems would essentially dissolve, granting her the opportunity to raise Grace solo and retain her status as James's beloved wife. However, 2 months had passed since Marie vanished, yet no leads emerged. Investigators diligently attempted to unravel the mystery surrounding Marie's disappearance using available tools, including GPS data. Despite its limitations in 2011, investigators focused on analyzing phone records and message logs to gather more information. The records revealed that Marie had accompanied James to the airport, but Tanya was absent. This development coincided with the unexpected visit of Jason, a young priest who often represented James and ultimately chose to share information with investigators. Jason shared with others a conversation he had unintentionally overheard after Marie vanished. James expressed his distress and concern, stating that he would have to leave the country due to Marie's disappearance, but he couldn't disclose the details. He only mentioned that something terrible had occurred during Marie's severe depression. Prior to her disappearance, James had stayed with Marie at a clinic for a few days, while Jason temporarily took his place. Meanwhile, whispers of polygamy began to spread among the church congregation, and when Jason learned of them, he was stunned. After James returned from the hospital, Jason confronted him about the rumors and directly asked about his relationship with Marie. James admitted the truth. He was romantically involved with both his wife and Marie. He also confessed that before Marie's disappearance, they had a heated argument that escalated into a physical confrontation. Still, James insisted that Marie had been alive when she vanished. Soon after this conversation, James resigned from his position as pastor and, together with Tanya and Grace, left the city to start over in Arizona. Not long before their departure, Marie's family contacted the Flanders to collect some of her belongings. Through this, investigators gained access to Marie's phone, which might have contained critical evidence. At first, the investigation was hampered, as most of the information on James' phone had been wiped. Yet investigators managed to retrieve fragments, including a video of James promoting precious metals. This discovery raised suspicions, especially since the case unfolded in 2011, a time when erasing digital evidence was far easier and surveillance far less comprehensive. Back then, DNA testing and forensic methods were still developing, giving criminals the illusion they could act without consequence. But advances in digital forensics soon turned the tide. 3 years after Marie's disappearance, new software became available, allowing investigators to recover deleted data from phones and computers. This breakthrough opened access to messages exchanged between James and Marie, which revealed the troubling dynamics of their relationship. Among the recovered files were explicit photographs, some taken inside a church. Even more revealing were Marie's emails to James, in which she expressed a desperate longing to leave Fort Walton Beach, calling the place cursed. Her messages showed her overwhelming desire to escape with her child. A chain of dramatic and unforeseen events would eventually bring to light the darkest secrets of the Flanders family. Flanders once said, "When someone spreads rumors or causes him harm, he wants them to cease to exist." Considering James' situation, engulfed in secrecy and fear, it was possible he carried out this dark promise. Although Marie's body had not been found, the evidence was strong enough for authorities to issue an arrest warrant charging James with second-degree murder. Still, the prosecutor faced a daunting challenge, persuading the jury of James' guilt without the victim's body. With their future hanging in uncertainty, James and his lawyer made a drastic last-resort decision to try to change the outcome. If James disclosed the location of Marie's body, the charge would be reduced to manslaughter, carrying a lighter sentence. After years of torment, Marie's family reluctantly agreed to the deal. James' admission finally exposed the grim truth. His relationship with Marie had been stormy, plagued by frequent clashes over her depression. During one particularly heated quarrel, Marie lashed out at him physically, and in his effort to calm her, James accidentally knocked her down. Tragically, she died as a result. Stricken with remorse, James tried to resuscitate her, but his attempts failed. Investigators later uncovered Marie's body buried 5 feet beneath the soil in James' yard, wrapped tightly in a blanket. The revelation stunned all who had searched for her tirelessly over the years. James was ultimately convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 15 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after 11 years. Tanya, his wife, maintained she had no knowledge of the crime and was devastated upon learning of Marie's fate. Because Marie's body was discovered only after a long delay, forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death, a fact that may have shaped the course of the investigation. 5 years after her disappearance, Marie's loved ones were finally able to lay her to rest at a funeral, where her sister Esther may have sung one last song in her memory. Moving on to the next case. Mary Catherine Higdon. Mary Catherine Higdon was born in 1994. Mary was an energetic and joyful child who loved entertaining people with her humor, impressions, and playful behavior. She had a unique attachment to her pet frog, which she often took for walks around town. Mary was fond of the outdoors, enjoying time spent exploring nature and admiring its beauty. She was also passionate about performing, frequently putting on shows for her family that highlighted her imagination and creativity. Her family recognized great promise in her and believed she had a bright future ahead. As she matured, Mary developed a deep interest in firearms. She learned to handle guns responsibly and valued their power. She became a proficient marksman and continued refining her abilities. During her high school years, Mary met her partner, Stephen Freeman, who became the love of her life. Stephen was born on January 1, 1995, in Griffin, Georgia, where he was raised with his parents and brother. He experienced a joyful childhood surrounded by a devoted family and many friends who described him as relaxed, kind, and considerate. Stephen enjoyed being outdoors and exploring nature. He was especially close to his parents, though he had an even more special connection with his mother. When she graduated from college after returning to school, Stephen wrote her a heartfelt letter expressing his admiration for her accomplishment. In the letter, he commended her perseverance and hard work, saying he admired her every day and loved her more than words could express. Stephen had tremendous respect and appreciation for his mother, which was evident in the way he spoke about her. After meeting in high school, Stephen and Mary Catherine built a strong connection, united by their passion for outdoor pursuits like hiking, camping, fishing, and hunting. Their shared love of nature became the basis of their enduring relationship. After finishing high school, the couple decided to take the next step by moving in together in Griffin, Georgia. Living together in their own home filled Mary Catherine and Stephen with excitement. Furthermore, Stephen's mother embraced Mary Catherine as part of their family, treating her like a daughter. Every Sunday, the couple visited Stephen's parents for a large family dinner, a tradition that brought everyone closer and reinforced Mary Catherine's role within the family. Stephen's friends were at first uncertain about his relationship with Mary Catherine, but as they spent more time with her, they grew to value her positive effect on Stephen's life. They noticed how much happiness and joy she brought him, and they admired her passion for the outdoors. Stephen and Mary Catherine held different jobs. Stephen was employed as a metal worker, specializing in roof repairs. Mary Catherine, meanwhile, held two part-time positions. She worked as a teacher's assistant at St. George's Episcopal School, a preschool in Milner, Georgia. She was also employed at a sporting goods store, where she sold firearms. Interestingly, one of Stephen's close friends, Thomas Skinner, also worked with Mary Catherine at the sporting goods shop. While working at the store, Mary Catherine learned the basics of gun safety, including how to correctly handle, load, and fire a gun. Likewise, Stephen shared a strong enthusiasm for firearms and owned several shotguns and rifles for hunting and target shooting. He also kept a Glock 42 handgun at home for personal protection. After 5 years together, Mary Catherine and Stephen were still living in their Griffin, Georgia, apartment by the summer of 2018. However, their relationship took a devastating turn on August 1st, when Mary Catherine made a frantic 911 call, bringing their high school romance to a tragic end. In the call, Mary Catherine screamed to the dispatcher that she had just accidentally shot her boyfriend. Police responded swiftly to the emergency call and arrived at the apartment shared by Stephen and Mary Catherine. There, they discovered Mary Catherine in a state of hysteria, sobbing and hyperventilating as she knelt beside Stephen's lifeless body. She repeatedly cried out that she could not lose him, her voice overflowing with pain and desperation. As the officers gently moved Mary Catherine away from Stephen, they were able to examine his condition. They found that he had been shot in the chest, yet astonishingly, he was still alive. The police immediately summoned an ambulance to rush Stephen to the nearest hospital. In the emergency room, a team of skilled doctors worked tirelessly to save Stephen's life. Despite their relentless efforts, his condition continued to deteriorate. Tragically, the seriousness of his injury ultimately proved fatal, and Stephen succumbed to his wounds. After Stephen was transported to the hospital, Mary Catherine went with the police to the station for an official interview. Mary Catherine described what had happened on the night she accidentally shot Stephen. She explained that she was giving him the gun, since he usually kept it by his bed for protection. However, she emphasized that they never loaded the chamber of their guns at home. While questioning her, the officers detected alcohol on Mary Catherine's breath. As they pressed her further, her account shifted. At first, she claimed she had handed Stephen the gun, but later said she had tossed it to him. The police grew doubtful of her inconsistent statements, knowing a firearm would not discharge simply because it was thrown. Someone had to pull the trigger. The investigation showed that Mary Catherine must have been aiming the weapon directly at Stephen for the bullet to strike where it did, considering the placement of his chest wound. During the interview, Mary Catherine confessed, "I did it out of anger." Unfortunately, at that very moment, the recording equipment malfunctioned, leaving her words inaudible. Even with the missing recording, the police still possessed strong evidence indicating Mary Catherine's intent to harm Stephen. At the couple's apartment, investigators discovered proof of a heated dispute, including food scattered throughout the home. In addition, police records revealed that officers had answered 5 domestic disturbance calls at their residence within the past year. Investigators also determined that the firearm used in the shooting had been loaded on the night of the event, directly contradicting Mary Catherine's statements. These findings together led investigators to conclude that Mary Catherine had deliberately shot her boyfriend, Stephen. The police discovered cooking grease residue on both the gun and its magazine, which suggested that Mary Catherine, who had been preparing dinner at the time, had loaded the weapon herself. After the shooting, officers turned to Stephen's friends for insight into the couple's relationship. According to them, Mary Catherine and Stephen's bond was plagued by constant arguments and toxicity. They described the couple as frequently engaging in intense and heated disputes. Mary Catherine was characterized as possessive and verbally abusive towards Stephen, with signs of mental instability that further strained their relationship. Whenever Stephen tried to create distance by leaving their apartment, Mary Catherine would overwhelm him with a flood of calls and text messages, to the point where he sometimes had to block her. One of Stephen's friends even revealed that Stephen had confided in him about Mary Catherine's repeated threats with a firearm. Specifically, she had pointed a gun at him on at least 3 different occasions. Despite this, Stephen refrained from reporting these incidents to authorities, fearing that Mary Catherine would face legal consequences. His friends emphasized that Stephen's main concern was always Mary Catherine's well-being, even when it endangered his own safety. When Stephen's friends first heard that Mary Catherine had claimed to accidentally shoot him, they were doubtful. They knew she was experienced with firearms and highly unlikely to mishandle one by mistake. In fact, just 3 months before the shooting, Stephen had texted a friend to say that Mary Catherine was outside behaving wildly, screaming, and trying to shoot both him and herself. Stephen confided to a friend that Mary Catherine had previously pointed a gun at him, but the most recent incident left him especially shaken. Her eyes looked so intense that he feared she might actually pull the trigger. By July 2018, Stephen had grown exhausted with Mary Catherine's behavior and was seriously considering leaving her. That month, he even planned to secretly move to another town while she was out, without telling her in advance. He was terrified of how she might react if she discovered his plan. Just 2 days before Mary Catherine fatally shot Stephen, police uncovered a series of telling text messages from July 30th. The conversation began with Stephen sending a warm message to Mary Catherine. "Good morning, beautiful. Don't forget." Mary Catherine replied, "Have a great day." Stephen answered back, "You too, love you." However, on the night of July 31st, Stephen avoided Mary Catherine's calls and texts while they were in the middle of an argument and instead spent the evening at a friend's house. On the night of August 1st, Mary Catherine was at home preparing dinner when she realized Stephen wasn't there. She contacted Stephen's mother, who informed her that he was with a friend. Enraged and feeling betrayed, Mary Catherine drove to the friend's house, determined to confront Stephen. When she arrived, she saw Stephen sitting in the passenger seat of his friend's truck. Mary Catherine pulled up beside them and began yelling at Stephen, who tried to calm her down by promising he would come home soon. Although Stephen's friends later stated that Mary Catherine had pointed a gun at him on multiple occasions, Mary Catherine forcefully denied the allegations. She maintained that she had never aimed a gun at Stephen. However, she did admit to having threatened to take her own life with a firearm on several occasions. In a later interview, Stephen's mother shared her perspective, believing that one of the main reasons Stephen stayed with Mary Catherine for so long was because she frequently threatened to harm herself. Stephen feared she might follow through on those threats if he decided to leave her. However, on the night of the incident that resulted in Stephen's shooting, Mary Catherine claimed that Stephen was the one who became aggressive and violent. According to her account, Stephen threw the dinner she had prepared directly in her face. Mary Catherine stated that she only picked up the gun in order to defend herself and scare Stephen away. She wanted him to leave the apartment, but Stephen allegedly lunged toward her, which frightened her. As she backed away, the next thing she realized was that Stephen was bleeding from the chest. At the time of the shooting, Mary Catherine did not share this version of events with the police because she was embarrassed to admit that Stephen had a history of violence against her. She alleged that Stephen had struck her in the past and was controlling. She even recalled one incident where Stephen kicked her out of bed with such force that she hit her head against the door frame. However, Stephen's friends offered a different perspective on their relationship. They claimed to have witnessed Mary Catherine being physically aggressive toward Stephen, including slapping him hard across the face. Mary Catherine's sister contradicted her narrative, revealing that she had seen bruises on Mary Catherine's arm 2 weeks before Stephen was killed. When asked about them, Mary Catherine confided to her sister that Stephen had grabbed her, causing the injuries. After investigating Stephen's death as a homicide, authorities charged Mary Catherine with murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The prosecution extended a plea deal, offering a life sentence with the possibility of parole if she pleaded guilty. However, Mary Catherine refused the deal, choosing instead to go to trial and assert her innocence. At trial, Mary Catherine maintained that she had shot Stephen in self-defense, denying all charges brought against her. The trial, which commenced on June 17, 2019, nearly a year after Stephen's death, revealed the turbulent nature of Mary Catherine and Stephen's relationship. Mary Catherine's lawyers argued that she acted out of genuine fear, citing Stephen's history of violence and abuse. Mary Catherine testified that she was the target of Stephen's controlling, manipulative, and dangerous conduct, which encompassed physical, mental, emotional, verbal, and sexual abuse. She recounted being struck, humiliated, and demeaned by Stephen on numerous occasions, and related specific incidents in which he had manhandled her and verbally degraded her. Mary Catherine explained that Stephen's continual threats and abuse left her feeling trapped, fearing for her life, and constantly walking on eggshells to avoid provoking his anger. She produced evidence in the form of text messages, including one in which Stephen threatened to punish her, which she interpreted as a promise of physical harm. Another text revealed Stephen explicitly threatening to hit her back twice as hard if she defended herself. Mary Catherine's defense also submitted messages that corroborated her claims of sexual assault, including a text in which Stephen referenced his red room, which she described as a setting where they engaged in violent and aggressive intercourse. Mary Catherine testified that Stephen sexually assaulted her on 2 occasions, including once after they returned from a trip near Disney World, when he allegedly ignored her pleas to stop and escalated his actions instead. The defense introduced more than 60 pages of text messages from Stephen that illustrated his pattern of verbal assaults and threatening conduct toward Mary Catherine. These messages contained disturbing images and captions, such as one showing Stephen holding a dead fish with the caption, "This is you." Another message included Stephen's violent threats after Mary Catherine cheated on him, where he wrote, "I'm going to wreck you for wrecking me." The defense also contended that Stephen's drug and alcohol addiction fueled his violent outbursts. Mary Catherine insisted that she was the one who ended the relationship, not Stephen, and that her actions on the night of the shooting stemmed from desperation to escape the abuse. Mary Catherine claimed that Stephen had reacted violently to some news and had threatened to attack her, prompting her to defend herself by grabbing a gun. She stated that the final thing she said to him before firing was for him to get out of her house. However, Stephen's friends and family rejected Mary Catherine's claims, portraying Stephen as a kind and caring individual. Stephen's mother testified that she was unaware of any threatening messages her son had sent Mary Catherine and did not approve of such conduct. Although she admitted Stephen might have said angry things, she believed he had not meant them. In court, the prosecution challenged Mary Catherine's account, stressing that she had never reported any alleged abuse by Stephen. They also introduced evidence that Mary Catherine had searched for violent and explicit material online just hours before the shooting, which she claimed was an attempt to find ways to please Stephen. The prosecution argued that Mary Catherine had altered her version of events multiple times and pointed to a text from Stephen that implied she had previously pointed a gun at him. Additionally, Stephen's friends testified that they had witnessed Mary Catherine's violent behavior toward him. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury acquitted Mary Catherine of murder, assault, and other charges. The verdict shocked Stephen's loved ones, who felt justice had not been delivered. Later, the jurors disclosed that they believed Mary Catherine had deliberately killed Stephen, but the evidence was insufficient to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. This lack of proof left uncertainty over whether the shooting was murder or self-defense. Moving on to the next case. Matthew Patrick Matt Podolak. Matthew Patrick Matt Podolak was born on June 10, 1975, in Ohio, USA, to Patricia Romano and Leonard Podolak. In high school, Matthew was part of the hockey team. After graduation, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy and later began working at Phoenix Industrial Finishing, a company owned by his uncle. Although this job offered opportunities for advancement, Matthew found it difficult to connect with his co-workers, who may have felt envious of his privileged position. His sister, Chrissy Duca, believed the tension partly stemmed from rumors of an upcoming promotion, which his colleagues thought he did not deserve. Outside of work, Matthew was an outdoor enthusiast who loved boating, camping, and hunting. He also spent his free time playing softball and hockey. In 2003, Matthew met Holly McFeature, and they began dating soon after, eventually moving in together in Cleveland. This relationship marked a new phase in Matthew's life. Friends said he was eager to settle down and start a family. Together, Matthew and Holly had 2 children, Samantha and Josh, and also raised Holly's child from a previous relationship as part of their family. Matthew's mother, Patricia, said that he loved Holly deeply and that his feelings for her were genuine. His life underwent a major transformation as he shifted from being a bachelor to a father of 3 within a short span of time. At first, his relationship with Holly was filled with affection and mutual understanding. However, by 2005, their relationship had deteriorated, becoming increasingly tense and argumentative. On several occasions, Matthew would leave home after a fight with Holly and stay overnight at a friend's place. Friends, who were becoming increasingly worried about him, advised Matthew to end the relationship, describing Holly's selfishness as a serious warning sign. Despite their concerns, Matthew ignored the advice and kept returning to Holly. In addition, he had taken out a life insurance policy that listed Holly as the beneficiary. Even though friends urged him to remove her name, Matthew never did. During this time, his behavior became erratic, swinging from moments of extreme happiness to intense anger, sadness, and fear. According to his best friend, Russell, Matthew had fallen into a state of depression during this period. However, he appeared overly optimistic about his future, especially regarding raising his 3 children, a prospect that filled him with renewed hope. Russell advised Matthew to take precautions and remove the guns from their home due to the volatile circumstances they were living in. After the hockey season concluded in 2006, he began engaging in online gambling, which led to significant financial losses. His family and friends noticed that he was struggling with depression and encouraged him to consult a doctor. He followed their advice and was prescribed antidepressants. By the spring of 2006, Matthew's health had begun to decline. His condition worsened by Memorial Day weekend, which caused Russell to grow deeply concerned about Matthew's physical health. Around that time, Russell had asked him for help transferring a motor from one boat to another. However, Matthew was no longer the strong person he used to be, as he was suffering from severe back pain, excessive sweating, and a noticeable lack of strength. Russell urged him to visit a doctor and recommended Dr. Thomas Mandat. Matthew scheduled an appointment with Dr. Mandat for July 26, 2006. On the day of the appointment, he called Russell to ask for directions to the doctor's office. During their conversation, Russell could hear Holly arguing with Matthew in the background. Matthew went to see the doctor, complaining of back pain. After examining him, Dr. Mandat diagnosed him with kidney stones and prescribed medication to help him pass the stones and relieve the pain. In a phone call to his father on the afternoon of July 30th, Matthew expressed excitement about buying a new fishing rod for his daughter. He was looking forward to taking her fishing soon, hoping to share the experience with his father as well. Matthew's eagerness for their upcoming family outing was clearly evident in his conversation with his father. On the evening of that same day, Matthew attended a party with Russell, who found Matthew's deteriorating health extremely concerning. Matthew had gained a noticeable amount of weight, was sweating profusely, and struggled to walk. He also complained about severe back pain. Later that night, Matthew's condition worsened, prompting Holly to become alarmed. She called 911 and then phoned Matthew's father, informing him that something was seriously wrong with his son. Matthew's father briefly spoke with him over the phone and found him to be confused and visibly distressed. Matthew was rushed to the emergency room at Parma General Hospital, where doctors suspected that he was suffering from organ failure. Tests revealed that Matthew's kidneys had failed and that he was suffering from metabolic acidosis, a condition in which the blood becomes dangerously acidic. Dr. Mandat, an emergency room physician, suspected that Matthew had ingested a toxic substance such as methanol or antifreeze. When questioned, Holly denied the possibility that Matthew had consumed antifreeze or rubbing alcohol, insisting that he had not taken anything that could have caused such harm. On July 31, 2006, Matthew passed away at the hospital due to kidney failure. According to Dr. Mandat's testimony, Matthew's death was not caused by respiratory failure, which is typical in metabolic acidosis cases. Instead, Dr. Mandat explained that ethylene glycol poisoning could also result in this condition. After Matthew's death, his family and friends were devastated, but Holly appeared unaffected. In the following days, her friend Rebecca Vega tried to comfort her and accompanied her to the funeral home. However, Vega observed that Holly showed no sadness whatsoever. During the wake, Matthew's father had to ask Holly to join the family in the main room to receive guests, and even then, she appeared detached and indifferent. Russell remembered that Holly behaved as though it were an ordinary social event, showing no trace of grief. The day after Matthew's death was especially revealing. Holly used Matthew's bank card to withdraw cash from an ATM and wrote checks in his name, completely draining his bank account. When Matthew's mother reported Holly's suspicious behavior to the police, Holly was arrested and charged with 2 counts of forgery. She later agreed to restitution and was placed on probation for 1 year. Holly was listed as the beneficiary of Matthew's life insurance policy. However, the policy was relatively small, and she received only $10,000 following his death. 2 weeks later, her friend Rebecca visited Holly and noticed several cleaning products, including what appeared to be solvents, left out in the open. Since small children lived in the home, Rebecca found this concerning and asked Holly about it. Holly calmly explained that one of the bottles contained antifreeze, which Matthew had used to winterize his boat. However, Russell disputed this, explaining that Matthew's boat had not been operational since its engine broke down in 2004 or 2005. Holly's behavior after Matthew's death alarmed many people. For instance, she developed an intimate relationship with Michael Gima, a Cleveland police officer who frequently visited her home for coffee. Michael had known Holly since 2002. One day, Michael called Holly to ask if it was a good time for him to come over. She replied that there was no need to worry about that anymore because Matthew had died the previous week, speaking with no emotion whatsoever. She attributed Matthew's death to kidney problems and injuries from hockey, but her tone was indifferent and cold. Following Matthew's death, his possessions were removed from the house. Holly asked a friend to delete certain files from Matthew's computer and then cut up his clothes to make a quilt. 6 weeks after Matthew's passing, Holly began dating Charles Liffam, another Cleveland police officer. Initially, she told Charles that Matthew had died from kidney failure. However, after the autopsy report was released in January 2007, she changed her story. The autopsy revealed that Matthew had an unusually high concentration of ethylene glycol, the primary component of antifreeze, in his system. Later, Holly claimed that Matthew might have intentionally consumed something to end his life. The autopsy officially concluded that Matthew died from chronic ethylene glycol intoxication, though the coroner was unable to determine how or why he had ingested the substance. It is worth noting that Holly told Charles that she did not know what antifreeze was. Holly also gave conflicting accounts of Matthew's death, telling her friend Sean Walsh that he had died in an industrial accident. She further claimed that one of his co-workers might have poisoned him out of jealousy due to his close relationship with the boss. However, Matthew's family suspected that someone close to him might have been responsible for his death. Their doubts were partly fueled by Holly's detached demeanor at the funeral, which contrasted sharply with her sister's statement that Holly had been crying in the car beforehand. During the investigation, detectives discovered 2 bottles of antifreeze in the garage of the home Holly had recently moved from. These were collected as evidence in 2007, and the findings were documented in the police report. Later in 2007, after ending her relationship with Charles, Holly met Jameson Kennedy while working at a bar. As their relationship developed, Holly chose not to reveal any details about Matthew's death to Jameson. However, Jameson had a troubled past, including multiple convictions and issues with addiction. One evening in September 2008, while drinking together and becoming intimate, Holly grew emotional and began to cry. During this moment, she confided in Jameson about Matthew's death, admitting that she wanted to leave Cleveland and move on from her past. She allegedly confessed to adding something to Matthew's drinks that made him sick and ultimately caused his death. However, Jameson was uncertain whether she was telling the truth. Seeking guidance, Jameson turned to his friend Santiago Feliciano, an attorney, and shared what Holly had told him. Santiago advised Jameson to report the information to authorities if he believed her confession was genuine. Jameson later called Holly to discuss what she had said, unaware that their conversation was being recorded. He hoped she would admit her involvement and turn herself in, but Holly firmly denied ever harming Matthew, claiming Jameson had misunderstood her. This exchange created tension in their relationship, and Jameson began to suspect that Holly was being unfaithful. On November 8, 2008, he went to her home to confront her. Feeling threatened, Holly called the police. When officers arrived, Jameson attacked them and was subsequently arrested and charged with assault. Jameson was sentenced to 10 years in prison after being found guilty of assaulting police officers. Following his arrest, he informed investigators about a confession he claimed to have heard from Holly, allegedly connecting her to Matthew's death. This revelation further strengthened the evidence pointing toward Holly's involvement in the case. Police had initially investigated Matthew's death in 2007 after the autopsy report was released, but the inquiry stalled for years because they did not initially regard it as a deliberate act. To re-evaluate the case, it is necessary to review the autopsy findings. The autopsy was performed by Dr. Galita, an experienced forensic pathologist and medical examiner. Subsequently, Dr. Galita and County Coroner Dr. Elizabeth Balch issued their report in January 2007. The report concluded that Matthew's death resulted from chronic ethylene glycol poisoning, though the circumstances remained uncertain. When Matthew ingested ethylene glycol, it entered his bloodstream and was rapidly metabolized by his liver using an enzyme known as alcohol dehydrogenase. This reaction transformed the ethylene glycol into oxalate, which then bonded with calcium to create sharp calcium oxalate crystals. These crystals accumulated in large quantities within Matthew's kidneys, obstructing their function and causing severe damage. According to Dr. Galita, the intense pain Matthew felt in his side beginning on May 20, 2006, was likely due to these crystals forming in his kidneys. During his examination of Matthew's kidneys, Dr. Galita observed 2 important findings. In addition to extensive kidney damage, there were signs indicating that the kidneys had begun to heal. Further analysis revealed the presence of crystals in Matthew's heart and brain, along with evidence of acute myocarditis. Myocarditis is the inflammation of the heart muscle. The doctor explained that Matthew's myocarditis could not have been caused by ethylene glycol ingestion, noting that the inflammation would have required at least 3 weeks to develop. He also ruled out a heart attack as the cause of death. In conclusion, Dr. Galita determined that Matthew's death was the result of prolonged ethylene glycol poisoning. He believed that a series of acute toxicity episodes, occurring over a period of at least 3 months, ultimately led to Matthew's death. Matthew frequently drank iced tea at work, particularly raspberry-flavored, which he usually brought in a thermos or similar container. Matthew's friend, Michael Mao, testified that Holly often brought him lunch at work, and his meal typically included a half or 1-gallon container of iced tea. In August 2007, police discovered 2 bottles of antifreeze in the garage of Holly's former residence, after she had already moved out. One bottle was a Peak brand, and the other a Saturn brand. 3 years after Matthew's autopsy report was first released, an amendment was issued in 2010. The revised report, signed by County Coroner Dr. Frank Miller, reaffirmed that Matthew's death was caused by ethylene glycol poisoning, a toxic compound found in antifreeze, and classified the manner of death as homicide. 6 years after Matthew's passing, authorities determined it was time to arrest Holly. In July of that year, she was formally charged with the grave offense of taking Matthew's life. The charges did not surprise Matthew's family. His older brother, Mark, stated that they had long suspected Holly's involvement in his death. Mark explained that her behavior during that time seemed off, remarking that she didn't act like someone who had just lost a loved one. Investigators suspected that Holly had secretly poisoned Matthew by adding antifreeze to his cold raspberry tea over the course of several weeks or even months. In 2013, she appeared in court and pleaded not guilty to the charges. However, there was no direct evidence linking her to the crime, only circumstantial indications of her guilt. To build their case, the prosecution called 15 witnesses to testify, including Matthew's family and friends, Dr. Galita, who conducted the autopsy, Dr. Thomas Mandat, Matthew's physician, and several police officers involved in the investigation. The witnesses highlighted several critical details, such as Holly's suspicious behavior, a phone call Matthew made before visiting his doctor, and the fact that his boat had not been operational since 2004, making it clear he had no reason to keep antifreeze. Holly's defense team countered by arguing that Matthew's family and friends had prematurely judged her as guilty and subsequently pressured law enforcement to file charges against her following his death. The prosecution's most compelling testimony came from Dr. Galita, the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy. Dr. Galita provided a thorough explanation of his conclusion that Matthew had been the victim of chronic poisoning over a 3-month period. He reached this conclusion based on the presence of crystals in Matthew's kidneys and myocarditis, an inflammation of the heart muscle that can occur as a result of ethylene glycol exposure. After ruling out other possible causes of myocarditis, such as infection, Dr. Galita emphasized that Matthew's condition could not have resulted from a single, short-term exposure to ethylene glycol. Dr. Galita also explained why the original autopsy report, completed in 2007, did not identify Matthew's death as intentional. He stated that at the time, the coroner's office lacked sufficient information to make that determination, which led to the cause of death being recorded as undetermined. However, following further investigation, the report was later revised. The testimony of other witnesses corroborated Dr. Galita's conclusions. Matthew's friends testified that his health had begun to deteriorate in the spring of 2006, which aligned with his diagnosis of kidney stones in July 2006. The friends also described the turbulent nature of Matthew and Holly's relationship, stating that Matthew appeared fearful and had removed firearms from their home on a friend's advice. Holly's attorneys maintained that their client had no involvement in Matthew's death, suggesting instead that his depression had driven him to take his own life. According to the defense, Matthew was struggling with online gambling losses, problems at work, and difficulties communicating with his child, all of which led him to intentionally ingest a fatal dose of antifreeze. The defense argued that Matthew's death was the result of a single instance of ingestion rather than prolonged exposure over time. To support this claim, they called Dr. Robert Lux, the coroner from El Paso County, Colorado, to testify in court. Dr. Lux testified that Matthew's death resulted from acute poisoning caused by a single ingestion of ethylene glycol, suggesting a possible suicidal intent. He disagreed with Dr. Galita's diagnosis of myocarditis, asserting instead that Matthew had suffered a heart attack. Furthermore, Dr. Lux stated that myocarditis can develop independently of ethylene glycol poisoning and that flank pain is not a typical symptom of such poisoning. He also noted that there was no connection between kidney stones and ethylene glycol poisoning, a point that held significance in the case. Several key witnesses testified during the trial. One notable witness was Jameson Kennedy, a convicted felon serving a 10-year prison sentence for assaulting police officers. Jameson claimed that Holly had confessed to mixing something into Matthew's drinks. However, Holly denied ever making such a statement. She contended that Jameson's testimony stemmed either from a desire to receive leniency in his own case or from personal revenge against her. After 3 days of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all counts. On August 28, 2013, the court sentenced Holly McFeature to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Moving on to the next case. Vera Pectoleva. Vera Pectoleva was born on September 24, 1997, in Kyslov, located in Kovo Oblast. While growing up, Vera became a joyful and inventive person with a passion for singing. Her skill allowed her to achieve first place in several singing competitions while still in school. Even though her parents, Oksana and Yevhen, separated during her school years, Vera kept a close bond with both of them. She also got along with her stepmother and stepfather, and people who knew her described Vera as positive, gentle, and kind. Vera surprised her relatives when she chose to pursue a technical education instead of a creative path after completing high school. She enrolled at the State Technical University in Kovo. Although Vera lives in Kovo, she keeps a strong relationship with her mother, Oksana, who lives in Kyslov, nearly 110 miles away. During a visit to her mother in 2016, she met a man her age named Vladislav Canis. Commonly called Vladislav, unlike Vera, he had no real goals in life, was withdrawn, and possessed a volatile nature. Vladislav left school after the 9th grade and was raised in a troubled household. His mother left, so he remained with his father. However, the struggles in his life did not end there. His father encountered issues with the law, and it all ended in his suicide directly in front of Vladislav. This left a permanent mark on him. Despite their vastly different backgrounds, Vera developed deep emotions for Vladislav, loving him wholeheartedly. Vera's parents knew Vladislav and opposed their relationship. Although they pitted Vladislav for his hard life, they imagined another path for Vera. "We did not approve of her choice, expecting her to eventually leave him," said her mother, Oksana. When Vera's father became aware of their relationship, he urged her to end things with Vladislav, but Vera refused. Instead, she simply avoided talking about him to her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalls that Vladislav was never seen at family events and never appeared in Vera's social media posts, almost as if Vera was purposely concealing him. It should be mentioned that in 2019, Vera and Vladislav started living together in Koval. Vera's parents assisted them financially by contributing toward the rent for the apartment. At that period, Vladislav had no job and depended on Vera for monetary support. She was not only attractive and intelligent, but also financially secure. The relationship between Vera and Vladislav grew tense because of Vladislav's heavy drinking, and he showed no intention of stopping. Vera's parents began to suspect that he was mistreating their daughter. In November 2019, Vera made the decision to end the relationship. Nevertheless, Vladislav refused to accept this and did not want the relationship to conclude. Vladislav was supposed to be the one to leave the apartment, but he had no plan of doing so. He wished to keep enjoying the benefits of living at another's expense. 3 minutes later, she sent a new voice message to her friend, asking her to come assist Vera with moving. Yet, before Vera managed to finish her sentence, Vladislav cut her off, firmly saying, "No, no one is coming in here," indicating that he did not allow her friend to come into their apartment to help her move. At approximately 5:15 p.m., Vera quietly asked her friend to come over, most likely because she required assistance. Vera spoke in a low voice, apparently so that Vladislav would not overhear. 10 minutes later, at 5:25 p.m., Vera sent another voice message. This time, Vladislav answered loudly, instructing Vera's friend not to come and to wait until Vera texted her. Nearly 2 hours later, at 7:19 p.m., Vladislav seized control of Vera's phone, sending a voice message himself. From then on, Vera no longer had control over her phone and was left alone with Vladislav. At 3 a.m., a disturbance erupted when the neighbors on the same floor were startled awake by horrifying screams coming from apartment 738. A witness described the scene as a bloodbath, vividly recounting the horrors happening right before their eyes. The screams were overwhelming, drawing a group of 15 people into the hallway near the apartment. Among them was Vladislav's brother. He had overheard Vladislav say that he was going to kill Vera. The brother realized that immediate action was necessary. However, the apartment's iron door was a difficult obstacle. The neighbors began searching for tools that might help them force the door open and stop the tragedy unfolding inside. Throughout this, Vera's cries of pain could still be heard coming from the apartment. A grave situation developed when the police failed to respond quickly to emergency calls. At about 3 a.m., emergency services were contacted after people witnessed a traumatic incident involving Vera and her ex-boyfriend, Vladislav. Even though several calls were made, the police did not show up at the location until 6:30 a.m., which was 3.5 hours later. Vera's neighbors, in desperation, contacted emergency services 7 separate times. While Vera struggled for her life, no one came. The final words the neighbors heard from Vladislav were, "Vera, forgive me, I love you very much." As the crisis intensified, the neighbors located a crowbar in a nearby parking area and forced Vera's door open. Sadly, what they found was devastating. Vera was lying still, while Vladislav was discovered intoxicated in the bathroom. The neighbors attempted in vain to get support from the police. Operator 112 had been socializing, laughing, and drinking tea while chatting about their personal lives, and they were very annoyed at being disturbed. The police only arrived at the location after learning that Vera had passed away. At first, they explained their delay by blaming a shortage of fuel in one of their vehicles and an insufficient number of officers available due to other emergencies. Both the 112 operator and the police officer on duty that night were brought to trial. Footage from the police station was shown during the investigation, exposing their careless attitude. Vladislav's testimony confirmed that no dispute had occurred between him and Vera until 5 a.m. He recalled an argument with Vera on December 15, 2019, which began because he wanted to go to a nightclub, but she refused. This incident was not the start of their difficulties, as Vera had already mentioned ending their relationship a month earlier. She also started spending more time in Kaislav and less time with him. Vladislav later learned from a mutual friend that Vera was involved with another man named Alexander from Kaislav. Even though he did not personally know Alexander, Vladislav still wished to confront Vera about it. Despite the strain between them, they continued to live in the same apartment and stayed in contact by phone. After a quarrel on December 15, 2019, Vera left the apartment, taking part of her possessions with her. On January 12, 2020, he reached out to Vera and offered to help her move the remainder of her possessions to a new apartment. She agreed to his proposal, and they arranged to meet the following day to complete the move. Vera set a meeting with him on the afternoon of January 13, 2020, so they could collect her belongings and transfer them to her new apartment. However, his intention was not solely to help Vera move. He also planned to move himself, as he did not wish to remain in the apartment without her. When Vera arrived on January 13, 2020, sometime between 4 o'clock and 6 p.m., they agreed to pack both of their possessions, making it a shared move. On January 14, 2020, they consumed a large amount of alcohol, including beer, spirits, and vodka, while packing. By around 5 a.m., both I and Vera were drunk. At first, there were no conflicts between them. However, the situation shifted when he raised the subject of their past relationship and told her that he was aware she was seeing someone else. Vera became offended by this, and the discussion escalated into a heated dispute. She turned aggressive, used insulting words, and physically attacked him. In particular, she kicked him several times in the groin and struck him multiple times in the face with the palm of her hand. The slaps did not cause him serious pain, but the kicks to the groin did. This started a fight, which made him furious. He was angered not only by her attacks, but also by her lack of honesty about dating others and her accusations that he had crossed boundaries when discussing her personal matters. During this period, Vladislav asserted that Vera continued insulting him, which was the account he presented to the police. However, the medical examination demonstrated that he was lying. Vera's fatal injuries did not occur at the time of her death, but about 6 hours earlier, close to midnight. This timeline revealed that Vladislav had repeatedly assaulted and injured Vera throughout the 6 hours before she ultimately succumbed to her injuries. The medical report documented nearly 100 wounds on her body, including stab injuries, a fractured nose, broken ribs, and evidence of strangulation on her neck. Following this tragic event, Vera's funeral drew more than 1,000 mourners, but the church could not accommodate everyone. Vera's heartbroken mother, Oksana, disclosed that the funeral home spent 4 hours attempting to reconstruct her daughter's badly disfigured face with cosmetics. Despite these attempts, Oksana was hardly able to recognize her own daughter. Such was the extent of the damage to her body. Meanwhile, Vladislav was giving his version of events to the police. Naturally, he tried to minimize his role in the crime. Furthermore, the involvement of Vladislav's brother at the crime scene raised many suspicions since he resided in another city. Vladislav offered an explanation for his brother's presence. According to him, after the incident, he contacted his brother and informed him that Vera was no longer breathing. His brother advised him to call for an ambulance and attempt resuscitation along with first aid on Vera. Yet, phone records indicated that Vladislav had called his brother at around midnight and stated that he planned to kill Vera. During interrogation, he was questioned about the numerous injuries found on Vera's body. In response, he claimed that it was possible he had inflicted them, although he could not remember how many times he had struck her. The wounds documented by the expert could indeed have been caused by him. He confessed to having inflicted all of the injuries mentioned in the report. During the altercation, his primary aim was to silence her, and he did not think about Vera's suffering. Vera screamed and insulted him continuously during the fight. He emphasized that he did not derive satisfaction from hitting her. Rather, his intention was only to make her stop screaming. And the investigation concluded that the police and emergency services personnel had been negligent. Despite this, they were not suspended throughout the investigation and continued justifying their actions. The prosecutor argued for actual prison terms for the 5 defendants, but the judge decided to reduce the punishment to 1.5 to 2 years of suspended sentences. In addition to this, the court ordered each police officer to pay around $350 to the victim. The police department itself was also ordered to pay nearly $111,000. Russia uses its own currency, the ruble, but I have converted all amounts into US dollars for clarity and understanding. The indictment stated that the police had fuel, and even if they had not, they should still have taken proper steps to handle the situation. Moreover, the police declined to cooperate with the inquiry and refused to accept responsibility for their conduct. According to their version, when witnesses reported hearing a woman's desperate screams for help, the police unit was at a different location investigating the discovery of a man's body. We will likely never know exactly what truly happened that night. Vera had intended to leave the apartment and even asked a friend for help. Based on this, it can be assumed that Vladislav forced Vera to consume alcohol or poured it into her mouth while she was unconscious. This provided him the opportunity to construct a version of events portraying them as accidental. In 2022, the court sentenced Vladislav Canis to 17 years in prison. Although Vladislav admitted partial responsibility and was ordered to pay nearly $45,000 in compensation, Vera's parents were devastated by the verdict. They believed that 17 years was far too lenient a sentence and planned to appeal. However, their hopes soon proved futile. Vladislav did not even serve a full year behind bars. In April 2023, it became known that he had received a presidential pardon after only 6 months of participating in the armed conflict. You already know which conflict Russia is currently engaged in. He was also released from paying any compensation to Vera's parents. In November 2023, photographs of Vladislav in military uniform appeared on social media. Vera's case has generated massive outrage across Russia. The news of Vladislav's pardon was equally resounding. Here is what the Russian presidential press secretary stated regarding the issue. The pardon procedure involves several steps. First, the convicted individual must publicly acknowledge his guilt. The initial decision is made by the Federal Penitentiary Service, then examined at both the regional and federal levels, and afterward by the Central Committee. Only after moving through these stages does the president review the case for consideration. Furthermore, convicted individuals, even those guilty of severe crimes, can achieve redemption through their courage on the battlefield, putting their lives at risk under fire. This is presented as a means for them to atone for their past wrongs. Imagine the anguish Vera's parents must have endured upon learning that the man responsible for ending their daughter's life had been granted a second chance. In stark contrast, Vera will never again have the opportunity to begin anew, as her life was brutally cut short, leaving her no chance at redemption. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Davis. Michelle Davis was born on December 15, 1966, and lived in Des Moines. In 2008, 41-year-old Michelle resided in Des Moines with her 3 children. Those who knew her described Michelle as friendly, adventurous, and deeply passionate about motorcycles. Working as a secretary at a trucking company, she had earned respect and authority among her colleagues. Her divorce was nearing finalization, marking a significant turning point in her life. Michelle had recently moved into her own apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The months leading up to their separation had been tense and emotionally difficult for the entire family. On Thursday, September 11, 2008, Michelle was at work as usual. Her co-workers noticed that after her separation from Randy, She appeared unusually carefree, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She was in good spirits and left the office around 4:30 p.m. after completing her duties. Shortly afterward, the 911 dispatch center began receiving calls from witnesses reporting a car accident on Interstate 235. A Mercury Sable had overturned, with an unconscious woman still secured by her seatbelt in the driver's seat. Sadly, paramedics were unable to save her, and the victim was identified as Michelle Davis. At first, police believed that Michelle had simply lost control of her vehicle, leading to the fatal crash. However, by the following day, that theory was dismissed. A forensic examination determined that Michelle's death had been caused by a gunshot wound to the head, not by injuries from the rollover accident. The recovered bullet was sent for further testing in hopes of identifying the shooter. Investigators assigned to the case soon realized they were dealing with an unusual and complex situation. While awaiting the ballistic results, local authorities implemented measures to ensure public safety. There was growing concern that Michelle might have been the victim of a random attack, raising fears that the perpetrator could strike again. Moreover, given the heavy traffic on the interstate, numerous drivers were potentially at risk of being targeted by the same shooter. Given the urgency of the situation, police increased their patrols throughout the city. Once it was confirmed that Michelle's death had not been an accident, detectives returned to the scene to gather evidence. Unfortunately, they were unable to find any significant leads, including a cartridge case or other physical traces. The initial assumption that Michelle's death resulted from a car accident had prompted traffic services to clear the site, likely destroying crucial evidence in the process. Nevertheless, detectives did not lose hope. They decided to review traffic camera footage, which had helped solve many previous cases. By examining all available recordings, investigators focused on identifying the camera located closest to the crash site. After reviewing the footage for about half an hour, they located the relevant clip. The video showed Michelle's vehicle overturning, but the image quality was poor, with choppy and intermittent frames that made it difficult to discern the sequence of events. Despite managing to extract a few relevant stills, investigators were unable to find conclusive proof explaining what led to the rollover. The team faced immense frustration, convinced that they had found a critical clue that could solve the case, only to discover that it was a dead end. With no solid evidence, the police were left with no option but to continue analyzing the remaining footage and searching for additional eyewitnesses. While one team of investigators meticulously reviewed recordings from the traffic cameras, the lead investigator on Michelle Davis's case visited her family to deliver a heartbreaking update. What had initially been presumed to be an accident was, in fact, a deliberate act of violence. The revelation that Michelle had been murdered left her family in utter shock. The devastating news was especially painful for her father, Lee Costner. His wife, Patty, Michelle's mother, had passed away years earlier, and Lee had already endured the loss of a child once before. His first daughter, Cheryl Sue Costner, had died in 1965 at just 1 year old. Now, 43 years later, he was once again confronted with the unimaginable grief of losing another daughter. Outliving one's children is arguably the most unbearable tragedy a parent can endure. Michelle's family informed investigators that her life had recently gone through major changes. They suspected that the only person who might want to harm her was her husband, Randy Davis, due to their ongoing divorce and the restraining order she had filed against him. While examining Michelle's background, another detective spoke with her co-workers and learned that she had formed a close relationship with a colleague named Matt Jorgensen. According to Michelle's friends, the feelings between them were mutual. However, because Michelle was still in the process of divorcing Randy, the two decided to keep their relationship private, sharing it only with a few co-workers and trusted friends. As a result, police now had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. When investigators attempted to contact Randy, they were unable to reach him, as every call went straight to voicemail. In contrast, they successfully spoke with Matt, who candidly discussed his relationship with Michelle and provided a detailed account of his activities on the day of her death. Matt stated that they never argued or fought. Deeply shaken by Michelle's passing, he fully cooperated with the investigation. After confirming his alibi, police ruled him out as a suspect. The ballistic report revealed that the murder had been committed using a .22 caliber rifle fired at close range. Because the shooting occurred on the interstate, investigators believed the perpetrator was likely driving another vehicle alongside Michelle's at the time of the attack. A new lead surfaced when police received a call from Michelle's insurance company, informing them that her brother, Todd, had filed a claim for her life insurance payout. This development raised suspicions, as insurance-related murders were not uncommon. A detective decided to visit Todd to question him about the matter. During the interview, Todd realized he was being treated as a suspect and quickly clarified his actions. He explained that the family was facing financial difficulties and could not afford a proper funeral for Michelle, so he had filed the insurance claim solely to cover her funeral expenses. Further investigation into Todd's alibi confirmed that he had indeed been in another part of the city at the time of Michelle's death, effectively ruling him out as the shooter. Todd then provided police with information that pointed to another possible suspect, Michelle's stepson, Josh. At the time of the incident, Josh was an adult who had recently returned from serving in the Marines. Being skilled in the use of firearms, Josh became a person of interest in the investigation. Detectives began to explore potential motives that might have driven Josh to commit the crime. In another development, a witness came forward with a critical piece of information. A woman driving on Interstate 235 around the same time as Michelle's crash reported seeing a red pickup truck, likely a Ford F-150, whose driver was acting erratically. The driver, described as a white man wearing a baseball cap, was swerving between lanes, appearing as though he was chasing someone. Although the witness's description was limited, investigators considered this information highly significant and decided to pursue it further. The inquiry into Michelle's death led detectives to review traffic camera footage, focusing specifically on sightings of a red pickup truck. The woman's tip had prompted this line of investigation, and indeed, the footage revealed a red truck following Michelle after she left her workplace. Although the image quality was poor, making it impossible to identify the driver or the license plates, additional recordings from other cameras confirmed that the same truck had trailed Michelle along her entire route. This strongly indicated that the killer had likely targeted Michelle deliberately. Detectives soon discovered that Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, owned a red pickup truck. They promptly went to his residence, but found that he was not at home. However, his son Josh, a Marine with professional firearms training, was there. Josh told investigators that Randy had spent the day of Michelle's death shopping with his sister, after which he returned home and spent the evening watching television. He also revealed that Michelle's divorce from Randy had been complicated, primarily because she demanded half the value of their house. Additionally, Josh mentioned that his father had returned home around 5:30 p.m. that evening. Josh's account of the incident appeared questionable, and the conversation with him suggested that he might have had a motive for the crime. When his father and Michelle divorced, she would receive a share of the estate, which made him unhappy. However, these were merely suspicions, and without concrete evidence, there was insufficient basis for an arrest or formal charges. As Michelle's family prepared for her funeral, police continued searching for new leads. They investigated stores and gas stations located along the route between Michelle's workplace and the site of her death to gather additional surveillance footage. Near Michelle's workplace, one store provided another crucial piece of evidence. The surveillance camera inside the store also captured part of the parking lot. On September 11, 2008, the day Michelle died, a red pickup truck was recorded parking near the store's entrance at around 4 p.m. Police identified the vehicle as belonging to Randy, but since Josh also used it, they needed to determine who had been driving it that day. The footage showed the driver exit the truck, enter the store, then disappear from view for a short period before reappearing to make a purchase and leave. Due to the poor video quality, it was impossible to tell whether the driver was Randy or Josh. To clarify the sequence of events, here's what occurred. Michelle left work at 4:30 p.m., but police examined the timeline preceding that moment. Around 4 p.m., a series of events unfolded near the store where Michelle worked. Upon reviewing the footage, officers noticed the same pickup truck returning to the store multiple times within the next 30 minutes. During each visit, the driver never exited the vehicle, but instead turned around and drove off. The last sighting of the truck occurred just as Michelle left work. Despite police efforts to identify the driver, they were ultimately unsuccessful. The police then decided to make another attempt to contact Randy. This time, they succeeded, and Randy came to the police station. Before beginning the interview, the officers clarified that Randy was not under arrest and explained his rights. During questioning, the police asked Randy about his whereabouts on September 11th. Randy explained that he and Michelle were in the process of divorcing after 17 years of marriage. He also mentioned that he worked as a carpenter and had gone to work that day. When asked what time he returned home from work, Randy hesitated before saying that he arrived home at 3:45 p.m. However, this statement conflicted with both the surveillance footage and Josh's testimony. According to Josh, his father came home around 5:30 p.m., which was nearly 2 hours later than the time Randy had given. Randy also claimed that he had not left the house after 3:45 p.m. and that he was alone until Josh arrived, after which they cooked dinner together. This account directly contradicted Josh's version, as Josh had stated that he was already at home when his father returned. The conflicting statements from Randy and Josh indicated that one of them was lying. To observe Randy's reaction, investigators informed him that Michelle's death had actually been caused by a gunshot wound rather than injuries from the car accident. This information had been kept strictly confidential and was known only to Michelle's family. Randy's reaction to this revelation appeared highly suspicious. He showed almost no reaction, pretending to be surprised while averting his gaze. When asked about his last conversation with Michelle, Randy requested a lawyer, effectively ending the interrogation. Since the investigation still lacked key evidence, including the murder weapon, the police had no choice but to release him. In the days following Michelle's death, her family and friends gathered for her funeral on September 15, 2008. Randy attended the service, attempting to appear sorrowful and even breaking into tears. Meanwhile, investigators continued their efforts to identify the killer as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough came when Josh, accompanied by his lawyer, arrived at the police station and expressed his intention to provide a statement. According to Josh, on the day of the incident, he had returned home from his sister's house to find his father, Randy, standing in the driveway with their car. When Josh entered the house, he saw Randy holding a gun, and his father warned him to stay back, saying it would be better if he didn't come inside at that moment. Josh stated that he immediately realized what his father intended to do and tried to stop him, pleading with Randy not to make a terrible mistake he would later regret. Despite Josh's desperate pleas, Randy drove away and returned later, parking the car in the garage. At that moment, Randy confessed to Josh that he had shot Michelle. It became clear that Randy had been unable to accept Michelle's decision to file for divorce and her intention to claim a share of their property. On September 11, 2008, Randy had waited near Michelle's workplace, circling the area several times to ensure he didn't miss her. This explained why he was seen multiple times in the store's surveillance footage. Once Michelle left work, Randy followed her until he found the right moment to act. He rolled down the passenger side window and fired the shot. Based on Josh's testimony, the police arrested Randy. Before the trial began, Randy agreed to a plea deal, admitting to taking Michelle's life in exchange for a reduced sentence. Consequently, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. Moving on to the next case. Brian and Catherine Harvey. On that Sunday afternoon in January 2006, a man and his daughter visited his friend's family residence for a New Year's gathering. He discovered the door open, which was a common occurrence during parties. Upon entering, he noticed thick smoke, alerted everyone present, and contacted the authorities. Firefighters arrived, extinguished the flames, but tragically discovered the lifeless bodies of the Harveys. What initially appeared to be a simple fire soon evolved into a murder investigation, leaving investigators both disturbed and confused. 49-year-old Brian Taba Harvey, a well-known local figure, gained fame in the 1980s as the singer-songwriter of the underground indie band House of Freaks. Although he and his musical partner, Johnny Hott, went their separate ways professionally during the 1990s, they remained close companions. Brian, a dedicated musician, performed for the final time at a New Year's Eve show, which, sadly and unknowingly, turned out to be the last night of his life. Meanwhile, 39-year-old Catherine Elizabeth Grabinski found success as the co-owner of the popular toy store World of Mirth, situated in Richmond's Carytown district. A pillar of her community, she was an artist engaged in various creative ventures, from painting sets for local theater productions to working as a pastry chef and waitress. Catherine had an older sister, Shelley Grabinski, and was also the half-sister of actor Stephen Culp, known for his performances in The West Wing and Desperate Housewives, among other films. Brian and Catherine's paths first crossed at the Border Cafe on Main Street, where Catherine worked and Brian frequently visited alongside Johnny. In 1990, they married, and the House of Freaks released an album containing a song dedicated to Catherine titled I Got Happy. The couple welcomed 2 daughters into their lives. Their firstborn, Stella Ann, in 1996, and Ruby May, in 2001. While Brian continued to pursue his passion for music, he also worked in computer support for the Henrico County school system. Catherine, on the other hand, ventured into entrepreneurship by founding World of Mirth. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. A distinctive toy and gift shop that became a beloved cornerstone in the trendy Carytown neighborhood. Her brother, Stephen Culp, testified in court that she aspired to create a space where parents could come with their children to spend quality time, and where kids could play with toys free from anything resembling weapons, such as guns or swords. The Harvey family settled in a stately, historic neighborhood on Richmond's south side, surrounded by towering trees, porch swings, and ivy-covered scenery. They had a cozy family room located in the basement of their 2-story red brick home. The beautiful family was widely known and cherished within the Richmond community, and no one seemed to harbor ill will toward them, or so it was believed. On New Year's Day, Sunday, 2006, Brian, his wife Catherine, and their 2 daughters, 9-year-old Stella and 4-year-old Ruby, looked forward to a busy and joyful day ahead. Their plans involved hosting a lunchtime barbecue for family and friends, prompting them to wake early and begin preparing for the upcoming celebration. It had become a yearly tradition for them to host a New Year's Day gathering, bringing together their wide circle of friends for the event. That Sunday morning, Brian stepped outside their residence in Richmond's stylish Woodland Heights area to fetch the morning newspaper. Engrossed in the front-page headlines, he went back inside without locking the door behind him. Because they lived in a generally safe neighborhood, this would not typically have raised any concern. On party days, they often left the door unlocked anyway, allowing guests to enter freely as they arrived. However, on this particular day, unbeknownst to Brian, opportunistic criminals were lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Catherine was in the kitchen, busily baking cookies for the guests expected to arrive soon. Suddenly, she heard unfamiliar voices coming from the living room. Assuming someone had shown up earlier than planned, she walked in, only to find not familiar friends, but 2 complete strangers. In the tense moments that followed, Brian, Catherine, and little Ruby were forced downstairs into the basement playroom. Stella, who had spent the previous night at a slumber party, had not yet come home. Once the family was confined within the small space, the intruders used electrical cords and packing tape to bind them, ensuring their compliance to avoid harm while they proceeded to loot the house. Around 10 a.m., a knock on the front door interrupted their actions. The apparent leader of the group released Catherine from her restraints and ordered her to answer the door. However, before she could leave, he gave a severe warning. If she tried to seek help or escape, her husband and daughter would be killed, as he also threatened the imminent arrival of Stella. A distraught Catherine found herself facing a harrowing dilemma. Answering the door would expose her daughter to the same danger threatening the rest of the family, while ignoring the persistent knocking could anger the assailant, who was clearly in control. Ultimately, she concluded that compliance was the safest course of action. With that decision made, she opened the door. Unexpectedly, Stella dashed past her mother and headed straight toward the playroom where the family often spent time together. Acting quickly, Catherine stopped her daughter's friend, preventing her from following. Karen Perkinson, the friend's mother, later described her astonishment at Catherine's uncharacteristic behavior, which starkly contrasted with her usual warmth and enthusiasm. When Perkinson asked if everything was all right, Catherine, typically cheerful, claimed she was feeling unwell and made a circular motion beside her head, mimicking a gun gesture to suggest that someone might be acting crazy, before abruptly ending the conversation and closing the door. This strange gesture would later haunt Perkinson, who questioned whether Catherine had been trying to signal that she was being held captive by the intruders. Could she have taken the opportunity to escape, possibly saving herself and Stella? However, the thought of abandoning Brian and Ruby undoubtedly weighed heavily on Catherine's conscience. Perkinson departed, planning to return later for the party. With all 4 members of the Harvey family now inside the house, Catherine returned to the basement and found a terrified Stella, who had been tightly bound along with the rest of the family. As they all lay restrained and defenseless, chaos suddenly and violently erupted. The leader of the intruders revealed a knife taken from the Harveys' kitchen and began slashing their throats, including those of the young girls, expressing anger that they were not dying quickly enough. He commanded his accomplice to strike their heads, but when the partner refused, the assailant seized a claw hammer and brutally bludgeoned them repeatedly until they stopped moving. After removing Catherine Harvey's wedding ring, the attackers poured wine around the room as an accelerant and set it ablaze in an attempt to destroy evidence of their monstrous crime. As they fled the home, they helped themselves to a plate of freshly baked cookies cooling on the kitchen counter and stole a laptop, DVD player, and several other belongings. In haste, they rushed out to a getaway vehicle parked outside, where a woman, romantically involved with one of the men, was waiting and serving as a lookout during what had originally been intended as a simple burglary. They quickly departed, leaving the area as quietly as they had arrived. Some time later, around 1:30 p.m., Johnny Holt arrived for the planned celebration. When he opened the front door, he was met with thick smoke billowing out and was immediately alarmed by the strong odor of burning. He quickly alerted nearby neighbors, who called 911 without delay. When emergency responders entered and extinguished the fire, they made a horrific discovery: 4 bodies in the smoldering basement, still mostly intact. Investigators at the scene soon confirmed that the victims had not perished from the fire itself, but rather from a far more sinister cause. The case had now become a full-scale murder investigation. Police officers and paramedics, accustomed to the grimmest realities of human behavior, were reportedly so shaken by the horrifying sight that some openly wept. The realization that the parents had been forced to witness the brutal deaths of their own children, and the children theirs, was almost unbearable to imagine. Autopsy reports revealed that Brian and Catherine both died from blunt force trauma to the head. Stella tragically succumbed to a combination of blunt force trauma and smoke inhalation, indicating she was still alive when the fire began despite her severe injuries. Ruby's cause of death was determined to be stab wounds to her neck and back. Despite launching an immediate investigation into the murders, authorities initially had very little evidence to go on. Acknowledging that criminals often reveal key details, they made a public appeal for assistance. Fortunately, a breakthrough came just a few days later, on January 6th. A woman named Latoya Pye contacted police, asking them to perform a welfare check on her friend, 21-year-old Ashley Bazil. Pye expressed serious concern, believing that Ashley's boyfriend, 29-year-old Ray Joseph Dandridge, and his uncle, 29-year-old Ricky Javan Gray, were involved in the Harvey family murders. Ricky, only a few months younger than his nephew, was reportedly the dominant figure of the two. The shocking revelation continued as Pye disclosed that both men had stored incriminating evidence at her home. She explained that Gray and Dandridge had recently visited her residence with a laptop displaying a photograph of the Harvey family as its wallpaper. Since the Harvey case had already received widespread media coverage, there was no doubt that the laptop belonged to the victims. Furthermore, Latoya provided detailed information about a plot orchestrated by Ashley, Gray, and Dandridge to rob Ashley's parents. In this plan, Ashley was supposed to pose as a hostage, allowing Ricky and Gray to extort money from the Bazil Tuckers while maintaining her appearance of innocence, even though she was fully aware of the plan and had been offered a role in it. Latoya refused to take part, growing increasingly suspicious of the trio. Only the uncle and nephew returned several hours later, and when questioned about Ashley's whereabouts, they responded cryptically, "Ashley has gone bye-bye." This disturbing statement intensified Latoya's fears and prompted her to alert the authorities. Her critical information provided investigators with the lead they desperately needed to start piecing the case together. After verifying Latoya's claims, investigators proceeded to the home where Ashley lived with her mother, 46-year-old Mary Bazil Tucker, and stepfather, 55-year-old Purcell Tucker. To their horror, they uncovered yet another gruesome crime scene. Upon entering the house, they found the lifeless bodies of all 3 victims, each having been murdered in a manner strikingly similar to that of the Harvey family. The victims had been bound, gagged, and their throats viciously slit. Duct tape tightly wound around their heads had caused additional pain and injury to Mary and Purcell, both of whom bore deep lacerations across their necks. Purcell had a sock forced into his mouth, and Ashley had been suffocated with a plastic bag. The official cause of death for all three was determined to be a combination of suffocation and torture. Fearing that the killers were still at large, law enforcement agencies throughout the region coordinated an extensive joint operation to capture them before they could strike again. The Tucker family had lived quiet, peaceful lives and had no known enemies. Purcell worked as a forklift operator, while Mary was employed in a housekeeping business. Their tranquil existence was shattered by the betrayal of their own daughter, which ultimately led to the tragic demise of an innocent couple who was simply trying to enjoy their retirement years. The investigators swiftly uncovered the crucial link between the Harvey and Tucker cases. Ashley was found wearing Brian Harvey's wedding band, the same one that was missing and taken from Catherine. With this revelation, urgent action was imperative to apprehend Gray and Dandridge before they could inflict further irreparable harm. They traced their movements back to their home state of Pennsylvania, and Gray and Dandridge were captured in Philadelphia on January 7th. In questioning, Dandridge asserted that the murders had been conceived by his uncle, and he had merely followed instructions. Faced with these incriminating accusations, readily admitted to the killings of the Harveys and his involvement in those of Ashley and her parents. While these straightforward confessions were enough to leave anyone astounded, it became apparent that this was just the beginning. Gray provided gruesome, intricate details of both family massacres, emphasizing that their actions were driven solely by the need for money. During the Harvey family murders, unbeknownst to everyone, was under the influence of PCP, a drug known for inducing auditory and visual hallucinations, as well as violent behavior. Throughout his confession, Gray maintained a chilling, emotionless stare and his utter indifference towards the lives he took led investigators to believe they were face to face with the devil incarnate. It was also revealed that Gray was responsible for the murder of his wife, Trevor Terrell Gray, whose body was uncovered in a shallow grave on Brookside Avenue in Washington, Pennsylvania. The couple had been married for 6 months prior to her tragic murder and resided together in a house owned by Trevor's family, along with Gray's nephew, Rory. According to Trevor's parents, the Grays frequently engaged in bitter arguments, and claw marks on Rory's forearm were even discovered on the day Trevor's body was found. Despite being interviewed by Washington police, neither Gray nor Dandridge were initially considered suspects. Trevor's mother, Maina Squires, alleged that law enforcement assumed Trevor had succumbed to a drug overdose, leading to a lackadaisical investigation into her death. Although Trevor's demise was deemed suspicious at the time, a homicide investigation was only initiated after Gray's confession in 2006. On December 31, 2005, a brutal assault unfolded where 26-year-old Ryan Kai was attacked by 2 men in front of his parents' Arlington home, who were later identified as Gray and Dandridge. The assault left Kai with severe beating and stab wounds to the chest, neck, and arms, resulting in a near-fatal assault that caused him to spend the following 2 weeks in a coma and permanently lose the use of his right arm. On February 9, 2006, Ricky Gray was charged with 5 counts of capital murder, while Ray Dandridge was indicted on 3 counts of murder for his role in the Baskerville Tucker killings. Despite their prior confessions, both men entered pleas of not guilty. After a 6-month trial, the jury found Gray guilty on all charges, resulting in a life sentence for the murders of Brian and Catherine Harvey. However, for the brutal killings of Stella and Ruby, the court determined that only a death sentence could serve justice. In September 2006, following his uncle's conviction, and upon learning the verdict in his own case, Dandridge accepted a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In December 2006, Ricky Gray was charged in Chesterfield County with the murder of Cheryl Warner, a 37-year-old legal secretary and mother of 3. Warner was found shot and hanged with an electrical cord in the basement of her burning Beaver home. Gray pleaded not guilty, but on June 4, 2008, the charge was suspended due to conflicting evidence. Over the next 9 years, Gray's defense team filed numerous appeals, asserting that he suffered from diminished mental capacity as a result of a severely abusive childhood. The case eventually reached the Supreme Court, which summarily dismissed it in 2016. That November, an execution date was set for January 18, 2017. On January 18, 2017, with all appeals exhausted, Ricky Gray was executed by lethal injection at Greensville Correctional Center. Ray Dandridge remains imprisoned at Sussex State Prison. The horrific murders of the Harvey family triggered an immense wave of sorrow and grief throughout the community, with over 1,400 mourners attending their memorial service to pay their respects. Flowers, dolls, and other tributes accumulated along the curb outside the red brick home, forming a touching memorial. Children lit candles that continued to glow for weeks. A neighbor recalled the community's shared mourning, stating that those candles remained burning for weeks on end. Catherine's brother, Stephen Culp, testified about the profound emotional devastation caused by the murders, describing the loss as a lightning bolt to the heart that felt endlessly deep. He also shared the unbearable pain of imagining the Harvey family's final moments. In Richmond's Forest Hill Park, the entrance to a footbridge now bears a granite monument in their memory, a poignant tribute to the family who had once shared countless happy moments there before their lives were so abruptly and cruelly taken. A bronze plaque depicting their radiant smiles serves as a lasting remembrance of the joyful days that preceded the unimaginable evil that destroyed their world. It is a deeply sorrowful and tragic story, and our thoughts remain with the victims whose lives were brutally ended and with the loved ones who continue to mourn their loss. Moving on to the next case. Mia Morrow. Mia Morrow was born in Tinley Park. She is the daughter of Muhammad Almaru and Audrey Jorgensen. In the spring of 2019, when she was 15 years old, her mother, Audrey, sustained a severe brain injury and required constant, around-the-clock care. Mia is a compassionate individual and consistently looked after her mother, who was unable to care for herself. This responsibility caused her to mature earlier than many of her peers. At the time of the incident, she was 17 years old and a senior at Victor Andrews High School. Her family stated that she aspires to become a dentist specializing in oral hygiene, but she planned to attend college near home so that she could continue caring for her mother. On April 26th, Randa had a medical appointment and asked Mia to come to the house to look after Audrey. Mia was scheduled to arrive at 11:30 a.m., but she did not appear. When Randa texted to inquire, Mia responded that she had accidentally rear-ended another car while driving her father, Almaru's vehicle. She was also concerned that her father would severely scold her. Mia had initially asked her father, Almaru, for permission to attend the prom on Friday, April 29, 2022. She told friends and family that her father had agreed to let her attend and had even selected her dress. However, just one day before the event, her father abruptly reversed his decision and announced that she would not be allowed to go. On April 29, 2022, Linda went to the house to care for Audrey and began using the Find iPhone feature to track Mia's phone to determine whether she had gone to the prom. The results indicated that Mia's phone left Tinley Park twice at different times, but never traveled to Chicago, where the prom was being held. The following day, April 30th, Linda texted Mia but received no reply. She drove past Mia's house and noticed that the curtains were drawn. Linda reported this to the police, as the curtains were usually open. On May 1st, Linda texted Mia again, but still received no response. She then decided to contact her sister, Randa. Around 2 p.m., the two agreed that Randa would attempt to persuade Almaru to provide the house key so they could check on Mia's well-being. Almaru asked Randa to keep the matter a secret, stressing that she was the only person he trusted. In the afternoon, when Randa arrived at Almaru's house, he opened the door looking rather disheveled. He asked her to sit with Audrey while he attended to some paperwork. Shortly afterward, she began hearing unusual noises coming from the bedroom. Upon entering, she saw Mia lying on the floor covered by a blanket, with Almaru positioned next to her, his arm around the girl. Alarmed, she immediately called the police to report the situation. Soon after, law enforcement arrived at the scene and found Mia deceased in the bedroom. An autopsy revealed multiple bruises on her head, arms, legs, and feet. Her death was classified as a homicide. Additionally, Mia suffered from hemorrhaging and brain damage. Almaru was found lying next to her body, having cut his wrists and throat in a failed suicide attempt. He was subsequently taken to a nearby hospital, where he is currently receiving treatment. While examining the scene, police discovered a box cutter, a curved metal bar in the kitchen, and a pestle, all stained with Mia's blood and hair. A rubber hammer was also recovered in the garage, along with a tarp and a rubber strap inside the house. Evidence indicated that Mia had been severely beaten with the metal bar and rubber hammer. Police also recovered a letter written by Almaru to his son on the day of the incident, in which he explained that after checking Mia's phone, He suspected she was hiding something and beat her to obtain information. He admitted to losing his temper, losing control, and striking Mia violently, causing a head injury. After the assault, he lay beside her and lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he realized her body was cold. Following his recovery, investigators interrogated Almaru. During questioning, he admitted to attacking his daughter Mia after an argument about whether she would attend the prom. However, he claimed that Mia's death was accidental. He also texted his son, confessing to the violence and expressing anger, while continuing to assert that the death was unintentional. These statements, combined with the physical evidence, led to his arrest. On Friday, August 16, 2024, a preliminary hearing was conducted in Cook County, Illinois. During the hearing, several witnesses, including family members, testified that Mia had previously expressed concerns about being beaten by her father, Almaru. She had confided to a relative that she feared her father might physically harm or even kill her. These testimonies were crucial in establishing Almaru's actions leading up to the incident. The prosecutor described the assault, during which Almaru used a metal bat and a rubber hammer to fatally beat his daughter, Mia. An autopsy confirmed that she sustained severe trauma that caused her death. Text messages from Almaru to his son, in which he admitted losing control, were also submitted as evidence. Prosecutors argued that Almaru's actions were deliberate and motivated by anger following an argument over Mia's attendance at the prom. Initially, he had agreed to let her go but later changed his mind, claiming he did not trust her. Almaru's attorney, however, sought to reduce the charges, asserting that the act was impulsive and that there was no intent to kill. After reviewing the witness testimony, evidence, and the prosecution's arguments, the jury deliberated for approximately 1 hour before reaching a verdict. They found Muhammad Almaru, 42, guilty of first-degree murder for the death of his daughter, Mia Morrow. 2 months later, on Monday, October 7, 2024, the Cook County District Court in Illinois held a sentencing hearing for Almaru. The court concluded that his actions were intentional and merited a severe penalty, resulting in a lengthy sentence. He was sentenced by the judge to 55 years in prison for the fatal beating of his 17-year-old daughter, Mia Morrow. His sentence will be reduced by the 2 years he had already served in detention, but he must still serve 100% of the term. This means he will be 97 years old before becoming eligible for parole. Following the sentencing, Almaru's defense attorney requested a new trial and asked the judge to consider a reduced sentence, but both requests were denied. Moving on to the next case. Michael Madison. Sadistic serial killer Michael Madison. Just 2 weeks before Halloween in 1977, Michael Madison was born on October 15th in Cleveland, Ohio. His parents, Diane Madison and John Baldwin, became pregnant unintentionally and did not have much of a relationship at the time of his birth. John Baldwin left Diane to raise their infant son alone and denied being Michael's father. Growing up, Diane's mother had worked as a sex worker and struggled with heroin addiction. She was raised in an environment marked by neglect and instability. Diane's own troubled upbringing left her unprepared to care for her child on her own. Shortly after Michael's birth, social workers became involved with the family after discovering that Diane allowed her revolving group of boyfriends to discipline the boy harshly. When Michael was 2 years old, Diane was caught forcefully shoving food down his throat. As a result, the toddler began vomiting uncontrollably. Unsure of how to handle the situation, Diane placed her crying son into a tub filled with scalding hot water, which only made him scream louder. Overcome with anger, she pulled him from the bath and struck him repeatedly with an extension cord. A year later, one of Diane's boyfriends beat Michael so severely with a belt that the child vomited and had to be hospitalized. In another horrifying episode, another boyfriend's assault caused Michael to lose hearing in one of his ears. After enduring years of relentless abuse, Michael was eventually placed in the care of his grandmother, who remained addicted to heroin and continued working as a sex worker. Unfortunately, his traumatic childhood did not improve under her care. Michael continued to suffer from neglect and required repeated hospitalizations for issues such as dehydration. Social workers monitoring the situation noted that both Michael and his half-brother were frequently covered in scratches and bruises. Before he even entered high school, Michael had already become familiar to local law enforcement. On multiple occasions, the teenager had been caught abusing inhalants, such as lemon-scented cleaning products. While in high school, He was charged with delinquency for inappropriately touching another student. However, the offenses Michael committed as a youth were minor compared to the monstrous crimes he would later commit as an adult. In July 2013, the family of 38-year-old Angela Deskins reported her missing after not hearing from her since June. Deskins had a history of disappearing for periods, so her family initially dismissed their concerns. A month after her disappearance, her body was found wrapped in electrical cords with a belt fastened around her neck. 28-year-old Shetisha Sheely had been reported missing in September 2012 after failing to show up at her mother's house. Sheely, who lived with extended relatives along with her 12-year-old daughter, was expected to stop by to borrow money but never arrived. Her remains were discovered in July 2013, stuffed inside a plastic garbage bag. 18-year-old Sherelda Terry, who had just returned home from her job at an elementary school, also vanished, and her body was later found inside a black trash bag. On July 19, 2013, Michael's neighbors contacted authorities to report a foul, nauseating odor coming from a garage near his second-floor apartment building. Inside the garage, police discovered the decomposing body of a woman. As officers expanded their search to nearby vacant houses and surrounding yards, they uncovered the remains of 2 additional women. Each victim had been wrapped in plastic bags and found roughly 200 yards apart. Investigators soon obtained a warrant to search Michael Madison's apartment, where they discovered further signs of decomposition, confirming their worst suspicions. A manhunt was launched to locate Michael Madison, who was eventually traced to his mother's home. When authorities arrived, Michael refused to surrender, resulting in a tense standoff that lasted several hours before he finally exited the house and was taken into custody. Throughout the trial, Michael showed no remorse for his victims. He laughed, smiled, and taunted the grieving families. During the victim impact statement delivered by Sherelda Terry's father, Michael smirked at the heartbroken man, provoking him to lunge toward the killer before officers intervened. Even during the outburst, Michael continued to grin, unshaken and cold. The jury deliberated for less than a day before finding Michael Madison guilty on all 3 counts of murder. He was also convicted of 3 counts of kidnapping, 3 counts of gross abuse of a corpse, 1 count of rape, and 1 count of possession of a weapon by an ex-convict. On May 20, 2016, Michael was sentenced to death, a sentence he attempted to appeal 1 month later. However, on July 21, 2020, the Ohio Supreme Court unanimously upheld his death sentence. Killer Ronald O'Brien. From an early age, children are warned never to accept candy from strangers. While this golden rule is closely followed by cautious parents throughout the year, on Halloween night, many set their concerns aside, allowing their children to go door to door collecting treats. In most cases, the night passes harmlessly, filled with laughter and candy. Yet, on rare occasions, true monsters exploit the innocence of the celebration, with devastating consequences. In 1974, in Pasadena, Texas, a young boy became violently ill after eating candy from his Halloween bag. His father stayed by his side, comforting him as he convulsed on the bathroom floor during the harrowing hour-long ordeal. Only 8 years old at the time, Timothy O'Brien passed away shortly after 9 o'clock on his way to the hospital. In a shocking discovery, an autopsy revealed that he had ingested a lethal dose of potassium cyanide, enough to kill 2 fully grown men. As unbelievable as it seemed, all evidence suggested that someone had intentionally laced Halloween candy with the deadly, colorless compound before distributing it to unsuspecting children. Investigators were certain that a cold-blooded killer was hiding somewhere within the Houston suburbs, and they were determined to track him down. With no suspects and little evidence to guide them, detectives speculated that a malicious individual, consumed by anger toward society, had decided to murder an innocent child as an act of revenge against the world. To make matters even worse, authorities could not determine how many children had received the poisoned candy. Although an emergency public announcement urged parents to bring all Halloween treats to the police for examination, there remained a terrifying possibility that more victims would surface before the crisis was over. Despite the challenges, investigators had a few advantages. For one, heavy rain had limited the number of houses Timothy and his sister Elizabeth visited that Halloween night. More importantly, chemical tests conducted on the contents of Timothy's candy bag allowed experts to identify the vehicle for the poison. Laboratory analysis confirmed that the killer's weapon of choice was the sweet and sour powder contained inside straw-shaped pixie sticks. After interviewing residents from the homes where the O'Brien children had received candy, detectives became convinced that none of them had handed out pixie sticks. However, during their questioning, they uncovered that one person had been seen distributing that specific candy: Timothy's father, Ronald O'Brien. When brought in for questioning, Ronald claimed that an unknown man had appeared from a darkened house and given him several pixie sticks to hand out to neighborhood children. He further stated that after tasting the candy, Timothy had complained that it tasted funny. Instead of instructing his son to throw it away, Ronald said he had given Timothy a soft drink to help wash it down. Pretending to assist the police in solving the crime, Ronald even provided them with the supposed address where the exchange had occurred. Upon speaking with the alleged mystery man, identified as an air traffic controller named Courtney Melvin, officers quickly discovered that he had an ironclad alibi. Melvin stated that he had been at work the entire evening and didn't return home until well after midnight. His supervisor confirmed the account and provided official records to verify it. In an overwhelming show of solidarity, 200 of Melvin's coworkers came forward to vouch for his integrity and good character. Realizing they had been deceived, investigators quickly determined that the man Ronald O'Brien had accused was not their killer, something O'Brien himself had known all along. A deeper investigation into his background revealed that Ronald O'Brien, a trained optician, was far from the respectable citizen he pretended to be. He was a discontented man who struggled to keep steady employment and was drowning in debt. Not above deceit, O'Brien had been accused of theft multiple times by former employers. While being lazy and dishonest does not automatically make someone a murderer, the revelation that O'Brien had taken out not one, but 3 substantial life insurance policies on his children in the months leading up to his son's death immediately placed him at the top of the suspect list. Another damning piece of evidence emerged when it was discovered that O'Brien had contacted his insurance company the very morning after Timothy's death to inquire about when he would receive the payout. While his 8-year-old son's body lay in the cold morgue, the father's only concern seemed to be how soon he could collect the money. On November 5, 1974, less than a week after Timothy's poisoning, Ronald O'Brien was arrested and formally charged with 1 count of murder and 4 counts of attempted murder. Unsurprisingly, he pleaded not guilty to all charges and maintained his innocence throughout the trial despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. During the proceedings, a stream of witnesses testified that O'Brien had developed a disturbing fascination with cyanide in the months before Timothy's death. His fixation had led him to repeatedly ask friends and relatives if they knew where he could obtain the deadly chemical, as well as how much of it would be required to kill a person. In June 1975, 8 months after Timothy O'Brien had been buried, his father was found guilty of his murder. He was also convicted of the attempted poisonings of the 4 other children, none of whom had consumed the tainted candy. For his heinous crimes, Ronald O'Brien, dubbed the Candyman by the press, was sentenced to death by electric chair. As execution methods evolved, his punishment was later changed to death by lethal injection. The jury had needed just over an hour to determine the fate of the man who had so ruthlessly plotted and carried out the murder of his trusting young son. Once the verdict was delivered, the long wait began. 9 years, longer than Timothy's entire life, passed before O'Brien finally faced his fate. During his years on death row, he was despised by his fellow inmates, who viewed the child killer as beneath contempt. Their hatred ran so deep that they reportedly threw a celebration on the day of his execution, making it clear that Ronald O'Brien would not be missed. After several stays of execution, Ronald O'Brien was finally put to death on March 31, 1984, at the age of 39. When asked if he had any final words, he used the moment to denounce the system that had led him to such an end. When his death was announced over the loudspeaker, hundreds of people gathered outside the prison to celebrate the execution, shouting "trick or treat," as they threw handfuls of candy into the air in remembrance of Timothy, the innocent boy who had paid the ultimate price for his father's greed. Todd Allen Reed, the Forest Park killer. The bodies of 3 women were discovered within the same stretch of parkland, all found within a month of each other. It didn't take long for police to identify their suspect. But the question remained, was he responsible for more murders than the 3 he was convicted of? 32-year-old Todd Allen Reed was already a registered sex offender when he strangled at least 3 women before dumping their naked bodies in Forest Park, a heavily wooded area just west of Portland, Oregon. From 1992 to 1995, he served a mere 2.5 years of a 12-year sentence for the sexual assault of Shelley Harding, who was 7 months pregnant at the time of the brutal attack. She had been walking home from work when Reed approached her, forcing her into his car at knife point. On his way to a secluded area where he intended to assault her, Reed was involved in a minor collision with another car but fled the scene. After sexually assaulting Shelley, he attempted to strangle her with a seatbelt, then suddenly began to cry. Shelley, remaining remarkably composed, spoke to him calmly, treating him almost like a friend to build a sense of trust. At the same time, she made sure to leave as much physical evidence behind as possible, deliberately touching every surface she could to ensure her prints would be found. No matter what happened, she wanted to make it difficult for him to get away with his crime. When Reed broke down emotionally, Shelley seized the moment. Her pleas to be released, along with promises not to report him, convinced him to let her go. True to her word of survival, Shelley immediately reported the abduction and assault. The two men involved in the car crash with Reed also came forward, giving police his license plate number. Reed pleaded no contest and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. He was registered as a sex offender, and crucially, his DNA was collected and stored in the state crime lab, the very evidence that would later help identify the Forest Park killer 7 years down the line. Reed was released early after accumulating sentence reduction credits, half of which were awarded for good behavior. Forest Park, stretching roughly 8 miles long and covering 5,100 acres, is one of the largest urban forest reserves in the United States, ranked 19th overall. With over 70 miles of trails winding through dense vegetation, the park's interior is so secluded that people can disappear without notice. To demonstrate its isolation, in 2004, a 53-year-old man named Frank and his 12-year-old daughter Ruth were discovered living completely off-grid in the park, where they had remained undetected for 4 years. On May 7, 1999, a couple walking their dog along one of Forest Park's more remote trails stumbled upon the body of 28-year-old Wella Faye Mahler. She was found naked and face down, entangled in a dense patch of blackberry brambles. She had been strangled, and it was determined that her body had been there for around 2 months. Police would find a used condom merely 28 feet from her body. They were able to extract DNA from this vital piece of evidence. The next day, May 8th, police themselves would discover a second body whilst they were searching the immediate area. The body of 26-year-old Stephanie Lynn Mussel was found around 1/4 mile away from where Lila had been discovered. She too was found naked and had been strangled. Tests would determine she had been left there less than a week before she was found. They would also recover traces of DNA on her thighs. A group of hikers would find the third body, that of 18-year-old Alexandria Eisen, in the early evening of June 2nd. Alexandria had been reported missing sometime in May. Police were unable to reach her body until the next day. Due to the location, she'd been dumped down an extremely steep slope just off of a deer path. She was found naked, and she too had been strangled. Her body was around 1/4 mile away from Lua and Stephanie's. After the discovery of Alexandria's body, Police Chief Charles Moves admitted that investigators had concluded they were looking for a serial killer due to the similarities of the crimes. Physically, all 3 women resembled each other, but they also had very similar life experiences. They were all homeless at the time of their deaths and had cocaine and heroin addictions, although Stephanie had just completed a detox program before her murder. Lila and Alexandria, or had been at some point, engaged in prostitution to pay for these addictions. All 3 women were known to frequent West Burnside Street. It's also been claimed that Lila and Stephanie knew each other, although this has not been proven either way. It was determined that all 3 of the women had been murdered elsewhere, and their bodies were taken to Forest Park afterwards. Toxicology all showed that they had taken heroin sometime before their deaths. The police response was immediate, and it was impressive. A specialist task force consisting of 16 individuals was formed, and they set about scouting bars, reaching out and offering protection to the community being targeted, and 30 additional beds were made available for homeless women during the investigation. Although residents were not happy about the lack of information they were receiving, the police kept their investigation tightly under wraps. Such was their determination to catch this killer. The task force would use the physical similarities of the 3 women to their advantage. A female officer of a similar appearance posed as a prostitute in West Burnside Street to see if they could reel the killer in, and sure enough, took the bait. On the July 7th, the same day a vigil was being held for Lilla, Stephanie, and Alexandria, Reed approached the undercover officer, and it was not long before his suspicious behavior flagged him to police. At about 5:20 a.m., he was approached by a member of the lookout team, Sergeant John Botchlet. Regretly admitted that he was a sex offender and agreed to a search of his vehicle. They found an unused condom, a book entitled The Killing Gift, about a woman who can kill men by merely looking at them, and some yellow strapping. There was nothing incriminating to be found, and the police had to let him go. He was not off the hook, however, far from it. Another lookout, that night Detective Sergeant Dave Schlegel, recognized him from the 1992 sexual assault case. He had in fact been the arresting officer. Police began 24-hour surveillance of Reed, both at his home and at his place of work. At least once during this surveillance, he was observed driving in circles around West Burnside and Sandy Boulevard. The police swab results came back and confirmed that the DNA from the condom at the Mower crime scene and the DNA found on Stephanie's thighs matched the DNA that was on file for Todd Allen Reed. At around 7:30 p.m. on July 18th, after Reed had left for work, police executed a search warrant at his address, where he lived with his girlfriend. Once the police had left the premises, his girlfriend phoned him to let him know the police had been there. He attempted to make a getaway in the middle of his shift, but it was too late. The police had already arrived. At 11:30 p.m. on July 18th, just 11 days after being questioned by police, and only 1.5 months after the task force was formed, Reed was arrested outside Ranella Produce, the warehouse where he worked night shifts unloading delivery trucks. On July 27th, he was indicted on 7 criminal charges connected to 3 homicides. It was revealed that Reed, who had been ordered to serve 8 years of post-prison supervision, had been expelled from a sex offender treatment program 2 weeks before his arrest for failure to attend. On February 23, 2001, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. He had initially faced the death penalty, but his plea agreement removed that option. Reed is also considered the prime suspect in 2, possibly 3, additional murders in the Portland area. These cases include the 1987 cold case murders of 15-year-old Jennifer Lynn Thomas and 12-year-old Mindy Colleen Thomas, as well as the 1999 disappearance of 19-year-old Amava Sines. Regarding the earlier murders, Gresham Police Sergeant David Lerwick stated that Jennifer disappeared on August 19, 1987, and her skeletal remains were found on July 8, 1988. Mindy vanished from her apartment complex on August 3, 1987, and her body was discovered on October 4, 1988. Both girls had been strangled and dumped in wooded areas on the eastern side of Gresham, roughly 3 miles apart, and both were last seen in the company of Gail Bennett, Reed's then-girlfriend and later wife. The two married in 1988 and divorced in 1997. The Gresham police have stated that Bennett, who has a criminal record of her own, might possess information about the murders but has refused to cooperate. Bennett continues to deny any involvement or knowledge of the killings. At the time, police believed both girls were murdered by the same man, someone familiar to them. Reed was questioned during the original investigation due to his connection with Gail Bennett, as both victims had been seen with her shortly before their disappearances, but he was never charged. After Reed's arrest for the Portland murders, investigators renewed efforts to solve the Gresham cases, though DNA comparisons between old evidence and Reed's genetic profile have been inconclusive. Amava Sines, last seen on June 30, 1999, has remained missing ever since. She was working as a prostitute at the time of her disappearance, and reports suggested she was acquainted with, or possibly friends with, Alexandria Eisen. Although no charges have been filed in her case, there remains a strong likelihood that Reed was involved in Amava's disappearance. As of June 2020, Reed's exact status within the prison system was unclear, and by June 2021, he was no longer listed as an inmate, leading to speculation that he may have died. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Laurel Whitaker. Michelle Laurel Whitaker was born on August 16, 1969, as the fourth of 5 children to her parents. According to her mother, Laura Andrews, Michelle shared a very close bond with her entire family. However, things began to change after the family moved from Illinois to Gastonia, North Carolina, and Michelle's once cheerful personality started to fade. As she entered her teenage years, she and her mother frequently clashed, mainly because of her mother's strict nature. After finishing high school, Michelle got married, but the marriage lasted less than a year. Her youth and lack of experience made it difficult for her to cope with the problems caused by her husband. The abuse she suffered during the marriage marked the start of a long and painful chapter in Michelle's life. Those close to her believe that this difficult period contributed to her later struggles. During that time, she had trouble coping and began making poor choices. After her divorce, Michelle's family relocated to Spartanburg, South Carolina. By the time she turned 30, Michelle was battling alcohol addiction and had gone through 3 failed marriages. She worked part-time as a waitress and was barely managing to make ends meet. One night in 1999, after her shift ended, Michelle met a man named David who offered her a ride home. She accepted the offer but soon regretted it. Instead of driving her home, David took her to a remote area where he assaulted her and forced her into sexual contact. He was arrested a year later, pled guilty to assault and battery, and received an 8-year prison sentence. Shortly before her disappearance, Michelle was arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. Her parents decided to take drastic action and contacted the police, asking them to keep Michelle in custody until a spot opened up at a rehabilitation center. Although it was a painful decision, they believed it was the only way to help her. However, Michelle became extremely angry about this, and from that moment on, her relationship with her mother deteriorated significantly. Unfortunately, Michelle was mistakenly released from jail without receiving the court-ordered treatment for her substance and alcohol abuse. On August 5, 2002, Michelle had an argument with her mother and left the house in anger. 3 days later, the man she had been staying with contacted her mother, Laura Andrews, to inform her that he could not find Michelle after they had argued. This was how Laura learned that her daughter was missing. She immediately reached out to a friend who worked at the local police department for help. However, the police, already familiar with Michelle's lifestyle, advised Laura to wait a bit longer, assuring her that Michelle would most likely return on her own. But 2 weeks passed, and Michelle still had not come home. On August 21, 2002, Laura officially filed a missing persons report, and local law enforcement began investigating Michelle Whitaker's disappearance. During their investigation, they discovered the last location where Michelle had been seen, a truck stop. This information came from a local resident named Doug, who had encountered Michelle by chance on the street the day before she vanished. Doug explained that he had stopped his motorcycle outside a bar where Michelle was sitting and started a conversation with her. Michelle told him that she had argued with her boyfriend and that he had kicked her out of the house. Later that night, they went to 2 different bars together, playing several games of billiards at one of them. Afterward, they rode Doug's motorcycle until dawn, and then went back to his home. It was later revealed that Michelle Whitaker had spent her last night visiting local bars, and Doug was the last known person to have seen her alive. This made Doug the prime suspect in her disappearance. According to his statement, Michelle had mentioned plans to travel to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, a coastal resort city where she hoped to make good money working at local bars and restaurants. Doug stated that he had dropped Michelle off at a truck stop, but only after giving her some clothes, including a t-shirt and shorts, as well as some money to buy coffee and newspapers. He claimed that he wished her good luck before leaving. To verify Doug's statement, police administered a lie detector test, which he successfully passed. They also tested the man with whom Michelle had been staying before she disappeared, but found no evidence suggesting his involvement in her case. Investigators then began to consider the possibility that Michelle had indeed gone to Myrtle Beach, which is located approximately 250 miles from Spartanburg. A few more weeks passed, yet there was still no trace of Michelle, causing her family and friends to grow increasingly worried. Despite Michelle's resentment and anger toward her parents, they refused to believe that she would simply abandon her family and disappear voluntarily. Her continued absence made the local sheriff question the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Typically, when someone leaves for an extended period, they take personal belongings with them. Yet Michelle had left with almost nothing. Additionally, she owned a beloved pet dog to which she was deeply devoted. Every detective who examined the case agreed that Michelle would never willingly abandon her dog. In the meantime, Michelle's parents began driving through the surrounding areas, desperately hoping to find any clue that could lead them to their missing daughter. After receiving several reports suggesting that Michelle had been seen on a beach in North Carolina, they immediately traveled there. They spent 3 days searching for her, distributing flyers and speaking with locals, but their efforts proved fruitless. After 6 months of unsuccessful searching, Laura Andrews began to question whether her approach toward her daughter had been right. She had witnessed Michelle's life spiraling out of control and felt powerless to stop it. Laura's intentions had always been to protect her in any way she could. She also suspected that the brutal 1999 assault Michelle had suffered might have played a role in her disappearance. Laura struggled to forgive herself for the harsh words she had said to Michelle after the attack, even though the assault had been a horrific act committed by a stranger. Laura initially blamed Michelle for choosing a self-destructive path and bringing harm upon herself, words that only further damaged Michelle's already fragile self-esteem. From the sheriff's office perspective, it was assumed that Michelle might have had motives to disappear because of her reputation. Detectives believed she would eventually be arrested, yet a full year passed without any progress. Police grew increasingly concerned over the absence of any digital trace left by Michelle, which was not a good sign. Both investigators and her family began to wonder if Michelle had fallen victim to a crime, possibly targeted by a truck driver, though this theory remained unproven. 2 more years went by with no new information or leads. On the 3rd anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, after the police and Laura Andrews revisited the truck stop where she was last seen, several local TV stations picked up and re-aired her story. Just a few days after the broadcast, the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Office received an unusual letter. The anonymous note, handwritten on a small piece of paper, claimed to reveal the location of Michelle Whitaker's body. Enclosed with the letter was a crude, homemade map marking a precise spot. Despite its rough appearance, the letter was well composed and neatly written, giving it an air of authenticity. The sheriff, accompanied by a team and search dogs, began searching a remote rural area located 25 miles from the site where Michelle was last seen. This event took place 3 years after her disappearance, leaving her family torn between despair and fragile hope. Some family members had reluctantly accepted the possibility that Michelle was dead, while others still held on to the belief that she was alive and safe somewhere. The search dogs, however, were unable to detect any human scent, and the operation was eventually called off. While the investigators were relieved that no remains were discovered, they were left puzzled by the mysterious letter. A handwriting and DNA analysis conducted on the envelope revealed that the author was a woman, but her identity could not be determined. In 2006, Michelle's parents moved to Rock Hill, South Carolina, located about 65 miles from Spartanburg. A year later, on the 5th anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, the entire family gathered at their church. Michelle's mother, Laura Andrews, refused to treat the event as a memorial service since Michelle's body had never been found, and she still held on to the faint hope that her daughter might be alive. Another year went by, and Detective William Gary took over the investigation into Michelle's disappearance. At that time, he was responsible for a dozen unsolved cases, including hers. Because so many years had passed without any evidence that Michelle was still alive, her disappearance was officially treated as a felony. The continued lack of evidence led investigators to believe that something tragic had likely happened. As the 6th anniversary of Michelle's disappearance approached on August 4, 2008, Detective Gary received a call from a woman who claimed to know where Michelle was living. The caller said that Michelle was residing in Oregon. She had recognized Michelle's face after seeing her story featured on an episode of Forensic Files and on a website created by Laura Andrews. She explained that Michelle had been living with friends for 6 years, completely unaware that her family had been searching for her. After receiving the unexpected tip, the investigators proceeded cautiously. For confirmation, Detective William Gary asked the woman to send a recent photograph of Michelle. He then showed the image to Detective Wood, who had previously worked on the case, and Wood immediately recognized her. Soon after, an Oregon State Police officer was dispatched to the address provided to verify Michelle's identity. In an extraordinary twist of fate, on August 5, 2008, exactly 6 years after Michelle's argument with her mother and her departure from home, Detective Laura Andrews received a call informing her that her daughter had been found alive. Overwhelmed, Laura struggled to process the news, and once she hung up, countless questions filled her mind. Where was Michelle? How was she? And what had she been doing all these years? Although the revelation brought relief, a reunion was not immediately possible. The police were obligated to respect Michelle's privacy and therefore could not share her location with her parents. It was entirely up to Michelle to reach out to her family. The detectives, however, encouraged her to contact her relatives, if only to ease their years of worry. The following evening, Michelle called her mother. 2 weeks later, the long-awaited reunion took place at Atlanta Airport, where Michelle and her family finally embraced after years of separation. She admitted that she had grown weary of her former lifestyle. After the argument with her mother, Michelle had come to a painful realization. She truly believed that her family would be better off without her in their lives. Initially, when Doug dropped her off at the truck stop, Michelle had intended to travel to Myrtle Beach to find work. However, her plans changed, and she began hitchhiking, eventually making her way to Las Vegas, then California, and finally Oregon. Michelle expressed her heartfelt apologies to both her family and the police, who had spent years and significant resources searching for her. She explained that she had been living under her real name the entire time and had never imagined that anyone was still trying to find her. Moving on to the next case. Valerie Tiemann. Valerie Tiemann was born on December 31, 1981, in Salem, Virginia. Valerie Joy Harmon was the daughter of Sarah Jean Sampson Harmon and Jean Allen Harmon. She was raised in Greenville, South Carolina, and graduated from Hampton Park Christian School in 2000. Valerie subsequently earned a cosmetology degree from Bob Jones University. Known for her warm and friendly smile and her outgoing personality, Valerie had a passion for drama and speech. She also enjoyed music, playing both the piano and flute. Using her cosmetology skills, she worked in salons, spas, and pageants, helping others look and feel their best. Valerie met Matt through a mutual friend when she was 22. Despite their differing personalities, Valerie being outgoing and cheerful while Matt was more reserved, they made the relationship work. The couple married in 2004 and initially lived together harmoniously in Matt's small house after their honeymoon. However, Valerie's parents soon observed changes in her behavior. Matt tightly controlled their finances, forcing Valerie to open a separate bank account for personal savings. Over time, Matt's controlling behavior escalated as he sought to dominate every aspect of Valerie's life and blamed her for all their problems. Valerie endured considerable emotional hardship, but eventually reached her breaking point. After 10 years of marriage, she divorced Matt in search of a fresh start. Luke Tiemann then brought a new beginning into Valerie's life, helping her move beyond her past difficulties. With his 10-year military background, including service in Iraq and Afghanistan, Valerie viewed Luke as a dependable and loving partner. Her family noticed a marked improvement in her demeanor, as she became cheerful and radiant once again, reminiscent of her happiness a decade earlier. The couple married on June 6, 2014, and began living at Luke's parents' home in Fairfield, Maine, while Valerie's own parents remained in South Carolina. After a visit to her family in South Carolina, Luke and Valerie returned to Maine in August 2016. On August 24, 2016, Valerie's mother, Sarah Jean Harmon, had her last conversation with her daughter via text messages. Around this time, Luke had begun interacting with a woman on Facebook and was reportedly seen with her by several people. On the night of August 24th, Luke and the woman were intimate, and it appears that Valerie discovered his infidelity that evening. On August 25th, 2016, Valerie called Luke 31 times over the course of 5 hours. A mutual friend of the couple reached out to Valerie via Messenger, informing her that Luke was involved with other women and claiming that they were separated. Valerie responded with multiple messages expressing her heartbreak and asserting that God had a plan, that Luke would never find a better woman than her, and that he had lost her. On August 26, 2016, Luke Tiemann moved in with the woman with whom he was having an affair, telling her that his wife Valerie had left him for another man. Meanwhile, Valerie's parents, Sarah Jean and Alan Harmon, grew increasingly concerned because Valerie, who had previously called them weekly, had suddenly stopped responding to their calls and texts. After a week of unsuccessful attempts to reach her, they decided to contact Luke to inquire about how he and Valerie were doing. The following day, Luke replied, saying that they were fine and that he loved her very much. However, another 13 days passed with no word from Valerie, prompting her parents to reach out to Luke's father for assistance. To their astonishment, Luke's father informed them that Valerie had been missing for approximately 2 weeks and that they had not seen her, even asking what should be done with her belongings. When Alan confronted Luke about why he had not informed them of Valerie's disappearance, Luke claimed he had been waiting for Valerie to contact her parents herself, as he did not want to speak poorly of her. He reiterated his story that Valerie had left him for another man, but her parents knew this to be false. They recognized that such behavior was entirely out of character for Valerie and were certain she would have reached out to them, knowing they would worry. On September 9, 2016, Alan filed a missing person report with the Fairfield Police Department. Detectives initiated an investigation, beginning with a visit to Luke Tieman's parents' home, where Valerie had been living with her husband. During the visit, they spoke with Luke's mother, Laurel Tieman, who claimed to have no knowledge of Valerie's whereabouts. As a result, the detectives left without obtaining any new information. Valerie's parents had always found it difficult for their daughter to live with Laurel, whom they perceived as overbearing. 2 weeks after Valerie's disappearance, Laurel packed all of her belongings into garbage bags. This action clearly reflected Laurel's attitude toward her daughter-in-law. She appeared unconcerned about Valerie's well-being and seemed primarily motivated by a desire to remove her belongings from the house. The police were attempting to locate Luke Tieman to question him, but he was nowhere to be found. They visited his home, but he was absent, and his parents claimed they did not know his whereabouts. However, 5 days after Valerie went missing, Luke unexpectedly contacted the police himself, acknowledging that he was aware they wanted to speak with him. During this conversation, the detectives asked him about Valerie and the last time he had seen her. Luke's response was peculiar. He stated that about 2 weeks earlier, he and Valerie had stopped by the local Walmart to purchase groceries. While he went inside the store, Valerie remained in the car. When he finished shopping and returned to the vehicle, Valerie was gone. Luke claimed that he attempted to reach her by calling and texting, offering to take her back. He also indicated that his marriage to Valerie was on the brink of collapse. According to him, Valerie had mentioned another man during a conversation, leading him to believe she was having an affair. Despite this, Luke said he did not know the man's identity or address and assumed Valerie had left him for this unknown individual. Valerie's family, however, insisted that she had never mentioned anyone else besides Luke in her life. Police issued a public appeal through the media, releasing a photo of Valerie and asking anyone who had seen her in recent weeks to provide information to the detectives. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance from the Walmart parking lot, including her belongings being found in garbage bags, appeared suspicious. It was also unclear why Luke Tieman, Valerie's husband, had made no apparent effort to search for her, possibly due to preoccupation with another woman. Investigators visited the Walmart where Luke and Valerie had been on the day of her disappearance and reviewed the surveillance footage. Despite searching for over an hour, they found no evidence of Luke, his red pickup truck, or Valerie on any of the recordings. This discovery revealed that Luke had lied to the police and was concealing something. The investigators decided to interview Luke in person, but they did not disclose all the information they had gathered. They suspected that he might contradict himself or alter his story if he knew the full extent of their knowledge. Luke's open affair with Billie Joe Goodman did not go unnoticed. While he admitted to cheating on Valerie, he claimed it was an attempt to cope with their recent breakup. Billie Joe, however, had a history of failed relationships, but when she met Luke, she believed he was the one with whom she could build a stable future. This development led investigators to a critical question. Did Valerie pose a threat to Luke and Billie Joe's burgeoning relationship? Was it possible that the couple wanted to start anew and viewed Valerie's presence as an obstacle they needed to remove to ensure their plans remained undisrupted? The police interviewed Billie Joe, who stated that she thought Luke had divorced his wife. When questioned, she denied any knowledge of Valerie Tieman's disappearance. Meanwhile, a local informant tipped off the police about a driver's license found in a parking lot near Billie Joe's home, which belonged to Valerie. This discovery raised suspicions, as it seemed improbable that Valerie would abandon her personal belongings and identification to run off with someone else. On September 19, 2016, Luke Tieman gave an interview to News Center, Maine. This occurred 10 days after Valerie's father, Alan, had filed a missing persons report with the police. During the interview, Luke told reporters that he and Valerie had gone to Walmart, but that Valerie was not in the car when he returned. At the time, he was unaware that the Walmart CCTV footage did not support his account. Police dogs trained to detect human remains were brought in to search the last known location where Valerie had lived. The search plan involved checking the house, the surrounding land, and the nearby stream. After approximately 5 minutes, a police dog picked up a scent in the woods behind the team and family house. An officer began digging into the soil with his hands and uncovered a shoe protruding from the ground. Other officers, wearing gloves, joined in to assist with the excavation. They eventually uncovered a woman's body, wrapped in a blanket and buried along with a collection of unusual items. These items included a bag of potato chips, a bottle of Gucci perfume, a package of sweet tarts, a flannel shirt, a mason jar, a handwritten note, and a wedding ring. The ring was discovered later, during evidence preparation for trial. Sergeant Scott Bryant, chief of Maine's evidence response team, was processing the contents of the mason jar, which contained dirt, flower stems, and twigs, when he heard a thud and found the ring. Although it was not specified whether the ring belonged to a man or a woman, Bryant noted that it was significantly larger than his own wedding ring. The body was transported to the forensic medical examiner's office for autopsy and identification. Tragically, Sarah Jean and Alan Harmon received the devastating news that every parent fears most. The body found behind the Tiemann family house was identified as their daughter, Valerie. Valerie had been living in the house with Luke, his parents, and his younger brother, Sam. During the investigation, detectives searched the barn and discovered landscaping tools belonging to Sam, which had been used to dig the burial site where Valerie's body was found. They also uncovered a device associated with illegal substance use. Further inquiry revealed that Sam Tiemann had a history of drug use, which Valerie had confided to her parents about during her visit to South Carolina. The police needed to determine whether Sam had been involved in Valerie's death. During a search of Luke's parents' bedroom, investigators discovered a .45 caliber handgun that Luke Tiemann had purchased in 2015. Despite these findings, Luke's parents claimed they had no knowledge of Valerie's burial near their house, a statement that investigators found unlikely. Around the time Valerie's body was discovered, investigators also located Luke with his new girlfriend, Billie Jo. Luke Tiemann was arrested and taken in for questioning. He told investigators that Valerie had died from a drug overdose on August 25th, approximately a month earlier, due to her alleged use of illegal substances. According to Luke, he withheld the information from Valerie's parents to spare them the distress of knowing about her drug use. Instead of contacting 911, he left her body in bed until evening, then wrapped her in a blanket, added a note, and buried her in the woods behind the house with the assistance of his brother, Sam. According to Luke, Valerie did not have any physical injuries before she died. However, the autopsy results revealed that Luke was not telling the truth. Although Valerie's blood showed no traces of banned substances, it did contain prescription drugs. That was not the most astonishing finding. Valerie died from 2 gunshot wounds, one to the head and the other to the neck. The ballistics examination indicated that the bullets removed from Valerie's body came from a .45 caliber handgun. Significantly, this handgun matched the one found by investigators in Luke's parents' bedroom during a search. Luke admitted to buying the gun about a year prior, claiming it was for his father. Despite this, he denied knowing that Valerie had been shot. Luke Tiemann, 32, has been charged with the murder of his 34-year-old wife, Valerie Tiemann. Although his parents and younger brother were investigated, no evidence was found to implicate them. Luke claimed that his brother, Sam, helped him bury Valerie's body. But the police found that Sam was not at home at the time, and it remains unclear whether Luke's parents were aware of or involved in Valerie's death. It is noteworthy that they did not report hearing 2 gunshots on April 2, 2018. The trial began in Somerset County Superior Court in Skowhegan, Maine, with opening statements marking the start of a 5-day trial. Luke pleaded not guilty, arguing that he had been framed. He claimed that he would not have left incriminating evidence, such as an engagement ring and a note, near the body. But forensic examinations linked all the items found with Valerie's body to Luke Tiemann. A computer forensics expert testified, revealing that Valerie's phone had last been used on August 25, 2016, the day authorities believe she was killed. The detective explained how tracking cell phone activity can help establish an individual's location at the time of a call. On that day, Valerie made 31 calls to Luke, who was allegedly spending time with his new girlfriend, Billie Jo. Luke only answered the final call, which lasted approximately 13 minutes. Police believed he was at home when the call concluded. The morning after Valerie's disappearance, a woman sent a message to Valerie's phone accusing Luke of infidelity. This was the last recorded contact with Valerie. Luke's defense team questioned the accuracy and authenticity of these phone records. In court, Luke's younger brother, Sam Tiemann, testified against him. Luke had told police that Sam assisted in burying Valerie's body, but Sam denied any involvement, claiming he had been working 2 hours away at the time and had his work logged to corroborate this. Sam told the court that he confronted Luke after learning he had been implicated, and Luke allegedly responded, "What else do you do with a dead body?" Police continued to question Luke about who had killed Valerie, even suggesting that Sam or their parents might have been involved. Luke insisted that none of them were capable of committing such an act. Officers also considered whether Luke might have blacked out due to PTSD, which he had previously claimed could cause him to become enraged and forgetful. Several witnesses called by the prosecution testified regarding the private lives of Luke and Valerie Tiemann. They provided detailed accounts of the couple's frequent use of illegal drugs. Additionally, they stated that Luke had told others he was planning to divorce Valerie around the time she went missing. Luke's former girlfriend, Jackie Spencer, testified that she had a close relationship with the couple and had served as maid of honor at their wedding. She stated that she had personally witnessed Valerie and Luke using various illegal drugs together. Furthermore, Jackie testified that Luke had begun sending her numerous text messages around the time Valerie disappeared, indicating a possible romantic interest in her. The jury was presented with evidence from the crime scene, including a video depicting the roughly 3-minute walk from where Valerie's body was discovered to the Tiemann family home. The footage showed an overgrown all-terrain vehicle trail winding through dense forest, a feature common behind many rural homes in Maine. The defense team representing Luke objected to certain pieces of evidence, including gardening tools found in a shed near the property and a .45 caliber handgun discovered in one of the home's rooms. They argued that the prosecution had not definitively established ownership of these items, suggesting that other household members could have had access to them. During the trial, Luke Tiemann admitted that he had altered his story multiple times, claiming that detectives had pressured him into providing false testimony. He maintained that he had no reason to harm his wife, and that no DNA evidence linked him to the crime scene. The prosecution, however, contended that Tiemann was the only individual who could have killed Valerie and emphasized that all available evidence pointed to his guilt. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before returning a guilty verdict. At the sentencing hearing, Valerie's mother expressed her profound grief and outrage, denouncing Tiemann as a man with an evil heart who still refused to accept responsibility for his actions, and she demanded a life sentence. In contrast, Luke's mother pleaded with the court to consider her son's entire life and urged a balance between justice and compassion. Ultimately, Luke Tiemann was sentenced to 55 years in prison, a term longer than his family had hoped. Despite later attempting to change his testimony again while incarcerated, these efforts had no positive impact on his case. Moving on to the next case. Zoe Hastings. Zoe Hastings was born on November 21, 1996, in Kansas, as the eldest of 5 children. She was a responsible sister who often prioritized her parents' needs over her own. Her family was deeply devoted to their faith and spent much of their time at church. When Zoe was in high school, her family relocated to Dallas, where she attended a school that encouraged her creativity and nurtured her passion for the arts. She excelled at drawing and enjoyed participating in school plays. Outside of her studies, Zoe worked at an art studio and served as a lifeguard during the summer months. After graduation, Zoe received offers from several top universities, but she chose to postpone college to focus on her church work. In October 2015, at the age of 18, Zoe was preparing for a mission trip with her church. She planned to attend Sunday service to discuss the details of the trip. Zoe left home around 4:40 p.m. in the family minivan, assuring her parents she would return in time for dinner. However, she never came back, which was completely out of character for her. Concerned, her parents tried calling and messaging her after the service, but there was no response. They reached out to her friends, thinking she might have gone to visit someone, but no one had seen her. As the hours passed, their worry deepened, prompting them to contact the church to check if Zoe had arrived there. To their shock, they learned that Zoe had never made it to the church. This was highly uncharacteristic of her, as she had always kept her parents informed of her whereabouts and had never disappeared without explanation. Fearing something was wrong, her parents drove to the police station to report her missing. Authorities immediately began a search, retracing the route from Zoe's home to the church throughout the night, but found no trace of her. Using an iPhone tracking application, officers managed to locate her phone just a few hundred yards from the church, near a small creek across the street. When Zoe's parents hurried to the site, an officer approached them and explained that a car accident had been reported there earlier and that a witness walking a dog had contacted the police. The witness stated that a man had approached him and mentioned that a woman was injured in a car accident near the creek. The witness immediately ran to the location and discovered a woman lying in a pool of blood, prompting him to call 911. When police arrived and began their investigation, they quickly identified the victim as Zoe Hastings. However, it soon became apparent that her death was not caused by the accident. The evidence indicated she had been murdered. Zoe's body was located a short distance from the family minivan, which was partially submerged in the creek. A large amount of blood surrounded her body, and officers noticed several deep cuts on her neck. Her dress was pulled up, and her underwear had been rolled down, leading detectives to suspect that the perpetrator had assaulted and violated her. Police stopped Zoe's parents from approaching the body, sparing them from witnessing the horrific scene. As the investigation continued, several key pieces of evidence were found. Notably, all of the minivan doors except for the driver's side were locked, suggesting that the killer might have driven the vehicle or confronted Zoe directly at the site. Beneath the bridge, about 10 feet from the creek, officers found a blood-stained knife, believed to be the murder weapon. By analyzing her phone records and GPS data, investigators determined that Zoe had reached the creek by 5:01 p.m. after leaving her home at 4:41 p.m. The GPS data indicated she arrived there within about 20 minutes, suggesting that her murder likely occurred just minutes after she reached the location. To piece together the timeline, investigators retraced Zoe's movements that afternoon. They discovered that after leaving home, Zoe stopped at a local DVD rental store to return a movie she had borrowed. The rental shop was located beside a Walgreens near her neighborhood, and more than 50 people in the vicinity confirmed seeing her there. Among them was Lester Clark, an employee at a nearby tattoo shop next to the DVD store. A few hours after work, around 4:45 p.m., Lester revealed that he had seen a female customer who had visited the shop and that he had approached her. Lester admitted that he had seen Zoe enter the DVD rental store. He also mentioned noticing a man acting suspiciously near the location of the crime. Lester described the man as short and heavily built, identifying him as African American. However, he was standing too far away to observe any additional distinguishing details. Later that evening, Lester reported seeing the same man walking alone toward the store. A second witness, Gary Whitman, a homeless man, corroborated Lester's account. Around 4:45 p.m., Gary saw a woman approach a white minivan in the parking lot. A man then came up behind her, preventing her from entering the vehicle. The man appeared to show her something from his pocket, after which the woman got into the car and moved to the passenger seat. The man then drove away. Gary also described the man as short and heavily built, African American, and stated that the situation seemed highly suspicious to him. Gary entered the store and asked the clerk to call 911, though it remains unclear whether the clerk ever made the call. During the investigation, forensic experts made several crucial discoveries. A pathologist who examined Zoe's body detected a trace amount of male semen, suggesting that Zoe had been sexually assaulted before being killed. However, the quantity was too small to yield a complete DNA profile. Investigators searched Zoe's vehicle for foreign fingerprints on the doors and steering wheel, but found none. This detail, combined with witness statements, suggested that the perpetrator may have driven Zoe away in her minivan. Nevertheless, the absence of fingerprints did not rule out that possibility, as the killer could have wiped the car clean after the murder. While examining Zoe's body, investigators also discovered several hairs, though they were too short to obtain a full DNA sample. A breakthrough finally came when a usable DNA sample was recovered from the knife found near the crime scene. The DNA matched 34-year-old Antonio Cochran, who had a history of violent criminal behavior, including prior arrests for theft, assault, and home invasion. A year before Zoe's murder, Antonio had been accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl, the daughter of his girlfriend. According to the victim, Antonio had offered her a ride, but instead drove her to a secluded location, where he assaulted her. He was arrested and claimed that the sexual encounter had been consensual, but the prosecution failed to establish his guilt, leading to his acquittal. Antonio then became the main suspect in the murder case, and as a result, he was taken into custody. During questioning, however, Antonio denied any involvement in the crime. In an effort to obtain further evidence, investigators collected a DNA sample from Antonio and compared it to the semen found on the victim's body. Unfortunately, both DNA samples were too small for a complete analysis, prompting the experts to employ an alternative testing method. The partial DNA profiles obtained from the hair and semen were then compared to Antonio's sample. The results indicated a match, though not a definitive one. Meanwhile, detectives examined Antonio's smartphone and discovered several incriminating text messages. The day before the murder, Antonio had texted a friend he lived with, saying that he was moving out and would never see him again at 1:48 a.m. The following day, Antonio sent another message to his ex-girlfriend, claiming that his stepmother had died right in front of him, though this statement was later proven false. In the hour preceding Zoe's death, Antonio sent 2 messages to another woman, revealing that he had been drinking, driving around the city, and crying. These were the final texts he sent before the incident. Later that evening, at 9:30 p.m., Antonio texted a friend expressing confusion and despair about his life. The next day, he messaged his ex-girlfriend again, saying that his life was over and that she would soon understand why. Detectives reviewing Antonio's internet activity found that he had visited local news websites more than 30 times before his arrest, focusing mainly on the crime sections. Notably, 5 of these visits were specifically related to articles covering Zoe's murder. This behavior stood out, as Antonio had rarely accessed news sites prior to Zoe's death. His browsing history also revealed a single visit to a web page about gang activity. Further examination of his smartphone uncovered GPS data showing that at 4:34 p.m., Antonio's phone had connected to a cell tower servicing the area where the store was located, around the same time Zoe was present there. While this information was not definitive proof, it indicated that Antonio's phone had been near the store just minutes before Zoe left the parking lot. This detail was significant because Antonio's residence was far away, and his phone had been connected to a different nearby tower for most of the day. Investigators also learned that Antonio had begun working at a grocery store only 3 days before the incident. However, the day following the murder, Antonio failed to report for his shift without offering any explanation. Despite the considerable circumstantial evidence against him, the most compelling piece remained the DNA found on the knife handle. Nevertheless, this evidence alone might not have been sufficient for a conviction, since merely handling the knife did not prove that Antonio had committed the murder. It was possible that Antonio had used the knife in another context, and someone else might have later used it to carry out the crime. With no additional evidence discovered, investigators chose to move forward with the case and present it in court. The prosecution laid out its version of the events. According to their account, Antonio approached Zoe in the parking lot, threatened her with a knife, and forced her to enter her car. He then took the driver's seat and drove away. The prosecution maintained that Antonio, who was emotionally unstable due to the loss of a relative and intoxicated after consuming a large amount of alcohol, had intended to assault Zoe when he abducted her. Investigators theorized that Antonio had chosen Zoe at random when he saw her in the parking lot, seizing an opportunity to commit the crime. He then drove to a secluded creek area, concealed by trees and low terrain, where he forced Zoe out of the vehicle and attacked her, stabbing her 6 times in the neck. Antonio returned to the car and attempted to drive it into the creek, likely to conceal any remaining evidence. However, the vehicle became only partially submerged, allowing Antonio the chance to wipe his fingerprints from the steering wheel and door handle before fleeing the scene and returning to the store, where Lester had reportedly seen him, according to initial testimony. The defense contended that most of the evidence was inconclusive and insufficient to prove Antonio's guilt. For instance, the hair analysis merely indicated that Antonio could not be excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA, but it did not confirm his involvement. Similarly, the DNA found on the knife did not necessarily prove that he had committed the murder. The defense further argued that Antonio could have touched the knife under unrelated circumstances before starting his job at the grocery store. They proposed that he might have handled the knife while working at a movie theater, where he occasionally collected items left behind by patrons. However, no evidence was found to support this assertion. Furthermore, if someone had taken the knife from the theater and used it to commit the murder, they would have needed to handle it carefully to avoid wiping away Antonio's DNA from the handle, which would have been a difficult task. The defense sought to discredit the testimony of the second witness, Gary, by disclosing that he had an active warrant for his arrest due to a parole violation. They attempted to have his testimony excluded, but the prosecution contended that Gary's decision to cooperate with law enforcement despite the risk of arrest demonstrated his honesty. Gary maintained that he simply wanted to do the right thing, even if it resulted in his arrest. Antonio's defense team argued that their client had been elsewhere at the time of Zoe's murder, assisting a friend, but they were unable to present any convincing evidence to substantiate this claim. At first, the prosecution pursued the death penalty for Antonio, but as the trial proceeded, they recognized that achieving such a sentence would be difficult given the evidence available, and they ultimately withdrew the request. After extended deliberation, the jury found Antonio guilty of murder and sentenced him to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Zoe's parents expressed their appreciation to the investigators and everyone who contributed to the trial for ensuring justice for their daughter. Her father stated that he had always warned his children about the dangers of the world and had taken every possible precaution to protect them. Yet, despite his vigilance, his eldest daughter was abducted just a short distance from their home, and he had been powerless to stop it. Moving on to the next case. Brianna. Brianna grew up in Hayden, Alabama, USA. Her friendly personality helped her make many friends. She doesn't care about boys at school. Instead, she devotes herself to her studies with the goal of becoming a nurse. After graduating high school, she enrolled in a nursing program at Wallace Community College. There, she met Stephen Nix, who was known to enjoy drinking and gambling. He was not concerned about having a stable job and often acted irresponsibly. Stephen worked as a cleaner at the medical center where Brianna was interning, and he seemed uninterested in improving his life. Despite their differences, they began dating, and at one point Brianna moved into his house where he lived with his parents. However, after a while, Stephen admitted to Brianna that he was having an affair with a co-worker. This revelation shocked Brianna, leading her to end the relationship. She then focused on her studies and successfully earned her nursing degree. During the following year, Stephen repeatedly tried to reach out to her, pleading for another chance and promising he would never cheat again. Eventually, Brianna relented and agreed to give him another opportunity. They later got married, and both started working to save money for their first home. The problem started when Stephen lost his job as a cleaner. He attempted to find another job, but had difficulty maintaining any position for long. After several attempts, he eventually stopped looking for work altogether. His daily routine began to mirror that of a teenager. He spent his nights playing computer games and slept until the evening. Although Brianna had a good income, but Stephen, who was not contributing financially, took control of the family budget. Brianna had to ask him for every dollar she needed for basic necessities, often pleading with him for even essential items and food. However, Stephen didn't control his spending, so he ended up in debt of about $50,000. To address this issue, he persuaded Brianna to declare bankruptcy. At that point, he had such control over her that she felt she couldn't refuse. In 2019, they went through with this plan and the debts were eliminated, but it took a big toll on Brianna, leaving her morally exhausted. The stress caused by Stephen led her to depression, requiring expensive medications. After a few months, she was offered a life insurance policy at work, which depended on her income as a nurse. When she brought it up to Stephen, he agreed it was a good idea. By February 2020, Stephen was still unemployed and was heavily reliant on Brianna. She started to suspect that he might betray her again and feared he was using illegal drugs. To protect herself, Brianna hid her medications from him, but he continued to control her finances and her life. She felt trapped in a toxic relationship and was unsure how to escape, fearing her parents would judge her for wasting time on someone unworthy. Ultimately, she only confided in a few close friends and her sister, sharing her intention to file for divorce. On March 2, 2020, around noon, Stephen called 911, claiming he found his wife, Brianna, unresponsive in the bathroom. The dispatchers instructed him to perform CPR, but throughout the call, he made no attempt to help his wife. Instead, he focused on telling his version of incident while ignoring their instructions. 5 minutes later, when paramedics arrived, a county sheriff's deputy and some of Stephen's family members were already present. It was unusual that an officer, who was supposed to be half an hour away from the incident, arrived even before the paramedics. The Stephen family lived far away, yet they arrived at his house very quickly. Soon after, Brianna's relatives also arrived. Stephen called his mother and sister at 12:20 p.m. After the ambulance had arrived, he informed them that Brianna had ended her life and said he had witnessed similar things in the past. His family was shocked and rushed to the house. The medics tried to revive Brianna, but it was too late. By the time the ambulance arrived, she was already cold, indicating that she had been dead for several hours. A syringe with an 18mm needle was found nearby, leading to speculation that Brianna may have died from an overdose of illegal drugs. Stephen explained that his wife's body had already cooled down when he found her. He said he was preparing to go outside when he heard a loud noise from the bathroom, which sounded like something had fallen. He dismissed it, thinking it was just mobile phone. After going shopping and returning about an hour later, he went upstairs and found his wife lifeless. Brianna's family rejected the idea that her death was due to an overdose. They frequently communicated with her and did not see any signs of substance abuse. As a nurse, Brianna was subject to random screenings for alcohol and illegal drugs at work, and her results were consistently negative. Her colleagues also expressed disbelief, stating they could not imagine her using anything harmful. When Brianna's relatives arrived, they observed that Stephen appeared calm and not overly concerned about the situation. He was even cleaning the bathroom. However, his demeanor changed dramatically, and he became nervous once police officers arrived. While the police were focused on investigating the crime scene, Stephen took a bag of collected garbage from the bathroom and threw it into his pickup truck, instead of the trash bin. When the police requested access to Brianna's mobile phone, Stephen refused. However, her sister was able to unlock the phone and discovered that Stephen's last call to Brianna was made at 7:53, a time when he usually would still be asleep after a night of playing video games. When questioned by the police, Stephen claimed he had called her number just to tease her, but he did not explain the nature of the joke. Additionally, at 12:02, after calling 911, Stephen inexplicably sent a text message to Brianna. He could not explain why he would text someone who had already passed away. He also refused to allow the police to inspect his car. After learning that he had thrown the garbage bag away, the investigator had to return to the station to obtain a warrant. This inadvertently allowed Stephen time to get rid of the evidence. He quickly got rid of the garbage and erased any traces of his actions. The crime scene was thoroughly cleaned by the next day when Brianna's relatives arrived to gather items for the burial. Brianna's sister was shocked to discover that Brianna didn't even own nice underwear. This seemed odd. It also shows that her husband does not allow her to spend any money on herself. The following day, Stephen called Brianna's sister, Brittany, and invited her to his home for a discussion. When she arrived, his relatives were already there. He showed her 2 empty bottles of opioid painkillers and a bag of syringes. Stephen claimed he found these items in a drawer of Brianna's belongings, suggesting that she died from a drug overdose due to a long-standing addiction. However, this medication can only be prescribed by prescription, and it certainly does not belong to Brianna. Brittany was sure that Stephen was lying. After Brianna's death, Brittany and her mother went through Brianna's things and didn't find anything missing. They would have been aware if anything was gone. Then, Stephen showed Brittany another drawer that had Brianna's underwear in it. He claimed to have found more evidence there that Brittany and her mother had overlooked. At that point, Brittany started to think that Stephen might have been involved in Brianna's death, and she no longer wanted to listen to him. Brittany went to the funeral home to style her deceased younger sister's hair and makeup, Brianna, despite strong objections from Stephen's family. Upon arriving, she quickly realized why they were so concerned. She discovered her sister's body covered in numerous fresh bruises and over 80 injection marks, some new and others starting to heal. At the time of her death, Brianna was a certified nurse and knew how to administer injections properly. If she had a secret substance addiction, her level of bruising is also not normal. Additionally, some injection sites were located in where Brianna couldn't have reached herself without assistance. They also found signs of trauma on her palms, resembling defensive wounds. The condition of the needle marks indicated they were inflicted about 8 to 12 hours before her death. The nature of some injuries suggested that someone had restrained Brianna while administering the injections. This case cannot be considered end your own life, and it feels like the police are against Brianna. Brittany was able to take several photos of the Brianna body before being removed from the funeral home. She collected crucial evidence indicating that Brianna had died a tragic death. Brittany suspected that Brianna's husband, Stephen, was responsible. At Brianna's funeral, Stephen did not speak to anyone nor offer any greetings. He attempted to fake tears, but ultimately had none, and many attendees noticed he appeared very unnatural. Several witnesses said Stephen bragged about connections that could help him evade justice. He even speaking with a mourner, who turned out to be a police officer from another city, but he quickly ended the conversation when he realized this. At that time, no one was aware that the deputy sheriff who arrived at the scene before everyone else was related to Stephen. Brianna's sister discovered that this deputy was not included in the investigation records despite having full access to the crime scene. In October 2020, an investigator contacted Brianna's family to inform them that she had been the victim of a crime. The investigator suggested that she may have been killed because she witnessed another crime and was killed as an unintended witness. However, this theory was never confirmed, and the investigation was eventually closed. Stephen continued to live in the home he shared with his late wife, Brianna. Just a few days after Brianna's death, Stephen's longtime mistress moved in with him. They even renamed Brianna's favorite dogs. He received $160,000 in life insurance money from Brianna's death. Stephen rarely left the house and continued to live a childish lifestyle, spending the insurance money on video games, pouring concrete in front of the house, buying expensive car parts, and acquiring weapons and gifts for his lover. Stephen showered lover with lavish gifts, including jewelry and ostrich leather boots. However, he was unable to afford a tombstone for Brianna's until 6 months later, and this only happened after her relatives pressured him to do so. Brianna's family was appalled by his actions from the start. They sought justice for her by filing complaints with the police and other authorities, but their efforts were in vain. The case was closed, labeled as an accident, and no investigation was conducted to gather evidence or identify suspects. Brianna's family continued to appeal to higher authorities, requesting that the police reopen the investigation, but they were told it was under the jurisdiction of a different police station. The Brianna's family is concerned that Stephen's connections are obstructing the investigation. Despite this, Brianna's sister remained persistent, and the case was reopened. Unfortunately, it was soon discovered that all the evidence had been lost and no thorough examinations had been conducted during prior investigations. Stephen is still withholding crucial case information from Brianna's sister and mother. Although he claims that access to the medical report from the pathologist is restricted until an official conclusion is reached, this is misleading. He is aware of the report's contents, raising questions about his motives. Eventually, the Brianna's family hired a private detective who was able to uncover various materials. One significant find was video footage from a search of Stephen's car and home, which showed him smiling brightly while leaning over Brianna's lifeless body. Following the public revelation of this footage, Stephen became fearful and installed security cameras around the house. Meanwhile, Brianna's sister Brittany continues to search for evidence that proves Stephen was involved in her younger sister's death. Brittany sent a photo of a package of fentanyl to Brianna's coworkers, who firmly stated that the medicine package did not come from the hospital, as they had never seen such drugs before. It was later revealed that a different drug from another manufacturer was used at their workplace, which had different packaging. This contradicted Stephen's earlier claim that Brianna had become addicted to drugs at work. Moreover, an official request from a medical institution confirmed that Brianna could not have stolen the drugs as their records were strictly monitored. The large needles found in Brianna's home were not typically used for such drugs, and Brianna, a nurse, was aware of this. Additionally, Brianna's family received a toxicology report about 4 months after her death. The report revealed that her body contained high levels of various psychotropic substances, including of antidepressants and fentanyl, almost double the lethal dose. The Brianna's family believes that Brianna, given her experience with medications, would not have made such a mistake or acted carelessly. When Brittany spoke to the medical examiner responsible for the autopsy and the cause of death determination. He mentioned that the conclusions in the autopsy report heavily relied on the circumstances surrounding the death. They reviewed reports from investigative agencies like the sheriff's office and the coroner's office. Brianna's death certificate states that the immediate cause of death was an overdose, and it categorizes her death as an accident. However, achieving justice remains difficult. The Brianna's family initiated a petition to raise public awareness, which could have helped with legal and social expenses. Unfortunately, they only raised $5,000 instead of the needed $20,000, leaving the majority of the financial burden on Brianna's family. The case is over. Justice has not been served. We will follow the new details of the case in the future. Moving on to the next case. Edith L. Yates Henderson and her husband. A shocking double homicide involving former Lakeland, Florida City Commissioner Edith L. Yates Henderson and her spouse. Edith L. Yates Henderson, referred to as Edie, was a highly respected and cherished figure in Lakeland, Florida. Born in Chickasha, Oklahoma, on February 7, 1953, she relocated to Lakeland with her family at the age of 4. She graduated from Lakeland High School in 1971 and subsequently attended Florida Southern College, where she achieved academic distinction. She was the first female student body president at Lakeland High School and later became the first female president of the Florida Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Edie served as a Lakeland City Commissioner from 2006 to 2018 and was deeply involved in numerous community organizations. Her husband, David Henderson, was a well-regarded businessman. He was born in Richmond, Virginia, on October 17, 1957. A commercial real estate developer, he collaborated on several significant projects with Edie, including the restoration of the historic Terrace Hotel in Lakeland. On November 10, 2020, Edith's son, Todd Bayless, was unable to reach his mother through text messages and phone calls throughout the day, and she had also missed a scheduled doctor's appointment. Concerned, he went to their residence to check on them. Upon entering the home, he discovered the oven and gas stove in the kitchen still operating, breakfast left untouched on the table, and drawers open and in disarray. He departed the house shortly afterward and contacted 911. Police arrived to assess the situation and found Edith and David tragically deceased at their home near Lake Morton in Lakeland, Florida. Edith was found with multiple blunt force injuries and stab wounds to her body, while David was discovered on the bedroom floor with severe stab wounds to his upper torso. Both victims had been restrained. Investigators believe the murders were connected to a robbery. According to police reports, the assailant stabbed the couple more than 20 times and took jewelry, credit cards, and a white Audi. The home had been ransacked. Their deaths shocked the Lakeland community, where both were widely recognized for their contributions to local life. The perpetrator attempted to set the house on fire to destroy evidence. When officers entered Edith's residence, they noted that all the appliances were gas-powered, and both the stove and oven were still on. A few days later, police discovered the white Audi burning in a field near Oregon Avenue. The missing belongings were later pawned at a store under Walden's name, which, along with the use of Edith's credit card, led authorities to identify the main suspect as Marcel Walden, 36, a homeless man. After securing an arrest warrant, Walden was taken into custody by police at the Lakeland Motel, where he had been staying on November 11, 2020. Walden faced 10 counts of felony battery and first-degree murder. Police reported that Walden had previous convictions for domestic violence, burglary, trespassing, resisting arrest, and multiple driving offenses, including operating a vehicle on a suspended license. According to Sam Taylor, head of detectives, Walden had been released from prison in 2016. A few days afterward, Lakeland police announced the arrest of an individual who had pawned jewelry stolen from Edie's home on the day of the murders the prior week. Jarvis Collins provided crucial testimony linking Walden to the murders of Edith and David. Collins admitted to pawning jewelry that Walden had given him, which had been stolen from Edith's residence. This testimony strengthened the prosecution's case by confirming Walden's possession of stolen property related to the crime scene. During the preliminary hearing, Walden was accused of attacking Edith and killing her while her husband left the house for breakfast, then killing David upon his return when he searched for his wife. Walden admitted to the theft, using Edith's credit cards and setting the car on fire, but offered no substantial statements regarding the murders. He pleaded not guilty and was assigned a public defender because he could not afford to hire his own attorney. In 2021, proceedings in Walden's case experienced significant delays, largely due to motions filed by his defense team. The primary cause of these delays was the defense's claim that he had an intellectual disability, which would render him ineligible for the death penalty. The defense presented expert testimony and evaluations to support their assertions regarding Walden's intellectual disability. This included examinations of his cognitive functioning and mental health history, which required detailed consideration by the court. In addition to the mental health claims, other procedural motions were filed, including requests to exclude specific evidence. These legal challenges resulted in numerous postponements in the trial schedule. Ultimately, the trial could not move forward as initially scheduled in 2021 and was postponed until 2022. Marcel Walden's trial took place during 2022 and 2023, with his defense team continuing to argue that he was mentally disabled and therefore ineligible for the death penalty. They presented expert testimony to substantiate this claim. However, the prosecution countered by asserting that Walden was mentally competent to face trial. They emphasized the savage nature of the double homicide and the attempt to destroy evidence, arguing that the death penalty was warranted. The case reached its climax in early 2024. During Walden's 2024 trial, the prosecution presented a compelling case, including numerous witnesses and evidence supporting the assertion that Walden was responsible for the brutal murders. Prosecutor Levine stated that Walden had been observing Edith's home for several days. Security camera footage placed Walden near Morton Lake before the murders, and witnesses informed investigators that they had seen Walden in the area on the day of the killings. One woman told investigators that Walden startled her at 7:17 a.m. in the empty parking lot of her office and asked her for the time. The victim's longtime neighbor, Linda Boyington, reported witnessing an Audi being driven out of the garage. She clarified, however, that the driver was not the victim's usual driver. This testimony aligned with other evidence, including surveillance footage, and the discovery that the car had been set ablaze in an attempt to destroy proof. Boyington's account provided additional evidence of Walden's involvement in the theft and his attempt to conceal it. A key witness was Jarvis Collins, implicated in the case because of his role in pawning jewelry stolen from Edith's home. The defense suggested that Collins could have been involved, but the prosecution rejected this notion, emphasizing that Walden had both the means and opportunity to commit the crime. Levine stated that while David was at Fat Jack's waiting to collect breakfast, a receptionist at a nearby business observed Walden walking past her window carrying an empty red or maroon drawstring bag on his back. He was wearing black shoes and dark jeans, and she informed investigators that he was heading in the direction of the victim's residence. Additionally, Levine presented evidence, including a photograph of Edith while she was still alive. The photograph taken by Walden before the murders coincidentally captured his black sneakers in one frame, his knife in another, and his silver pistol in a third frame. A knife recovered at the crime scene was forensically matched to the wound on the victim. The prosecution also presented a $5,000 check to demonstrate that Walden had a clear financial motive for the murders. Walden had compelled Edith to sign the check prior to killing her. The prosecution contended that this established that Walden had premeditated the crime. Alongside evidence of stolen property and the burned vehicle, these statements and pieces of evidence played a pivotal role in the trial. Nevertheless, Walden's defense team argued that the case was not as straightforward as the prosecution asserted. They sought to challenge the thoroughness of the investigation. After deliberations, the 12-member Polk County jury found Walden guilty of first-degree murder for both victims, Edie and David, in addition to other serious charges, including burglary, kidnapping, and robbery. The jury voted, with 11 members recommending the death penalty. However, the ultimate decision rests with Judge Kevin Abdoni, who will determine whether Walden will be sentenced to death by lethal injection or to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Judge Abdoni will take all mitigating factors into account before rendering a final decision at the sentencing hearing. The exact date of the sentencing hearing has not yet been determined. This delay may also heighten the emotional strain on both the victims' families and the defendant. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Herringer. On the night of April, Jessica Herringer, a 25-year-old mother, vanished during her late shift at an Exxon gas station in Norton Shores, Michigan. Her sudden disappearance left behind an eerily orderly scene, cigarettes, a lighter, and money untouched on the counter. Despite widespread searches and hundreds of tips, the investigation quickly ran into dead ends, and Jessica's fate seemed increasingly uncertain. Let's examine the unsettling details of the Jessica Haringer case. On the night of April 26, 2013, Jessica Haringer was working the late shift at the Exxon station on East Sternberg Road in Norton Shores, Michigan. As a single mother to a 3-year-old boy, she had become accustomed to working alone during late hours, a routine she had performed countless times before. At approximately 10:30 p.m., she was last seen by a customer who reported that Jessica was carrying out her usual tasks with no sign of distress. By 11 p.m., however, she had inexplicably disappeared, leaving the gas station empty and its lights dimmed. When morning arrived, her disappearance sent shockwaves through the small town. Her family, frantic with worry, immediately began searching for answers, but there was no indication of where she might have gone. Security footage from the station showed no struggle or forced entry, yet it was clear that she had simply vanished into the night. When police arrived at the Exxon station on the morning of April 27th, they encountered a scene that was deeply perplexing. The interior of the gas station appeared untouched, almost as if Jessica had stepped away briefly and would return at any moment. Her cigarettes, lighter, and a small stack of money remained neatly on the counter, and the register was undisturbed. Everything suggested a normal conclusion to a night shift, yet something was clearly wrong. There were no signs of a struggle, no broken items, and no overturned displays, making it difficult to determine what had occurred. The first signs of possible foul play began to emerge outside the station. A motorcycle rider who had passed by earlier that night recalled seeing a silver minivan parked behind the building. While this sighting might have been incidental, it raised sufficient suspicion to warrant further investigation. Even more concerning was the discovery of a bloodstain just outside the station, which investigators believed might belong to Jessica. Nearby, they also found the cover of a laser sight, likely from a firearm, suggesting that violence could have played a role in her disappearance. With these troubling clues, police began to form the theory that Jessica had been abducted. Yet without concrete evidence, they were left with more questions than answers, and the mystery surrounding her disappearance only deepened. In the days that followed, the town of Norton Shores was left shaken. A massive search effort was quickly organized, with local law enforcement and volunteers combing every inch of the area in a desperate attempt to find answers. Investigators combed through wooded areas, fields, and nearby roads, searching for any sign of Jessica. Despite the overwhelming response from the community, no concrete evidence surfaced. Tips poured in from across the region, yet none led to meaningful results, leaving investigators frustrated and exhausted. Detective Michael Kasha, who had taken the lead on the case, was determined to uncover the truth behind the mystery. As he carefully examined the gas station where Jessica had worked that fateful night, Kasha felt strongly that her disappearance was not a random event. The interior of the gas station had been left undisturbed, with no signs of robbery or struggle. The orderly state of the station, combined with the bloodstains found outside, suggested a far more sinister scenario. Someone had deliberately targeted Jessica, and Kasha was resolute in finding out who. The investigation intensified as Kasha and his team pursued numerous leads. Initially, attention turned to Jessica's live-in boyfriend, the father of her young son. However, after verifying his alibi, he was ruled out as a suspect. With no clear leads or motive, the case grew colder by the day. Yet, despite the prolonged silence, the community refused to lose hope, determined that Jessica's story would not be forgotten. Nearly 3 years after her disappearance, an unexpected breakthrough occurred. In April 2016, a 16-year-old girl escaped from a man who had abducted her in his silver minivan. The man had threatened her with a gun, and in a desperate move, she leapt from the moving vehicle. She promptly reported the terrifying incident to the authorities. Law enforcement acted swiftly, connecting the description of the minivan to Jeffrey Willis, a local man who had been under investigation for years but had never been officially linked to Jessica's case. Willis, a 49-year-old resident of Norton Shores, had a history that had raised multiple red flags. While he had previously been investigated for an unrelated crime, it was not until the girl's escape that investigators began to recognize a disturbing pattern. The silver minivan he had been driving matched the vehicle seen near the gas station when Jessica vanished in 2013. This critical detail prompted investigators to scrutinize Willis's life more closely, and they soon discovered he was connected to multiple troubling incidents. With the girl's testimony and the link to Jessica's disappearance, a long-overdue investigation into Jeffrey Willis was finally underway. As investigators delved further into Jeffrey Willis's life, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. The man who had once appeared to be an ordinary member of the community was now linked to several horrifying crimes. His criminal record, including the 2014 murder of Rebecca Bletch, came to light, and it soon became evident that Willis was not merely a conventional offender. He was a predator. A former Herman Miller employee, Willis had outwardly led a quiet life, but behind closed doors, he possessed a shocking collection of dark materials. Investigators discovered videos on his computer depicting abductions, torture, and murder, gruesome content that revealed a clear pattern of violent fantasies. Among the files, investigators found direct evidence tying him to Jessica Herringer's case. One folder was labeled with Jessica's initials and the date of her presumed death, J4L27H13. Detective Kasha, who had been leading the investigation into Jessica's disappearance from the start, quickly identified Willis as the primary suspect. Chilling pieces of evidence suggested that Willis had not only abducted Jessica, but had also killed her. Ballistics tests connected a stolen gun to the 2014 murder of Rebecca Bletch, a woman shot and killed while jogging. That same firearm was believed to have been used in Jessica's abduction. Kasha's team also uncovered a disturbing detail. A rape kit containing restraints, sex toys, and a broken laser sight, thought to be linked to the same gun used in both crimes. Yet it was the computer files, which contained explicit images of torture and folders labeled with the initials of both Bletch and Herringer, that confirmed the unthinkable. Jeffrey Willis had a pattern of predation, and Jessica Herringer was one of his victims. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Willis continued to deny any involvement in Jessica's disappearance and presumed death. He maintained his innocence, claiming he was being framed by corrupt police officers with a personal vendetta. However, the evidence against him was irrefutable. Phone records placed Willis near the area where Jessica's body was believed to have been discarded in Manistee National Forest, approximately a 90-minute drive from Norton Shores. This alone strongly indicated his involvement in the crime. Detective Michael Kasha developed a theory based on the evidence available. He suspected that after abducting Jessica, Willis had driven her to a remote location, possibly near his late grandfather's home in Baldwin, Michigan. Kasha's suspicions were reinforced by phone records, which showed that Willis had returned to the area multiple times in the months following Jessica's disappearance. These visits occurred at unusual hours, around 3 a.m., coinciding with the times police had been conducting searches nearby. This raised further questions about Willis's intentions during these visits. Despite several thorough searches in the dense Manistee National Forest, authorities never located Jessica's body. The forest seemed to have swallowed her, leaving no clues as to her final resting place. Search teams, equipped with helicopters, cadaver dogs, and infrared cameras, scoured the area relentlessly, yet no trace of Jessica was found. Detective Kasha believed that Willis had buried her in a remote part of the woods, where the rough and uneven terrain made it nearly impossible for searches to uncover any evidence. With no body and no definitive proof, the case remained unresolved, leaving behind a profound emptiness. As investigators focused on Jeffrey Willis, they revealed testimony from his cousin, Kevin Bloom, which added a chilling dimension to the case. Bloom, a former state prison guard, claimed to have been at Willis's home in Norton Shores shortly after Jessica's disappearance. During the visit, Bloom stated that Willis showed him a woman's body lying face down in the basement. The woman appeared to have suffered a fatal head wound, and her body was bound and completely naked. According to Bloom, Willis admitted that he had tortured the woman before killing her. Bloom also claimed that he had assisted Willis in disposing of the body, transporting it to a hole near some railroad tracks. However, Bloom later recanted his statement, alleging that investigators had pressured him into making the claim. Despite the recantation, law enforcement remained convinced that Bloom's account was truthful. The details he provided were too specific to ignore and aligned with the other evidence implicating Willis. Even with this potentially critical testimony, Jessica's body remained missing, frustrating authorities and prolonging the search. Amid mounting evidence, Willis continued to deny any involvement in Jessica's disappearance or death. When asked why he refused to assist in locating her body, he coldly replied, I'm not even going to answer that. His refusal to provide information only intensified the anguish for Jessica's family, who were left to cope with the growing uncertainty and pain of not knowing their loved one's whereabouts. The unanswered questions continued to haunt them while the case remained tragically open. Despite the overwhelming evidence against Jeffrey Willis, the Herringer family clung to hope. Jessica's mother and sister refused to accept that she was truly gone. They kept the Help Find Jessica Herringer Facebook page active despite the absence of any new leads. Her sister, Samantha, held on to the hope that Jessica was still out there somewhere, alive. Detective Kasha, now retired and working at Hope College, still thinks about Jessica's case every single day. He felt that part of his mission had been accomplished with Willis's arrest, but the other part, locating Jessica's body, remained an open wound. As time passed, the case faded from public attention. Yet for Kasha, the mystery surrounding what happened to Jessica Herringer never truly left him. He could not forget the young mother or the brutal, unsolved crime that had taken her life. Moving on to the next case. Celeste Martinez. When 70-year-old Stephen Beard Jr. encountered 32-year-old Celeste Martinez, it was love at first sight. Following a whirlwind romance, Celeste and her two daughters went from struggling to make ends meet to living a life of luxury, including first-class world travel, a million-dollar mansion, and access to every designer label imaginable. But everything changed 4 years later when Stephen was shot in his home. What followed was a tangled story of deceit, spurned lovers, and sorrow. Retired Fox Broadcasting executive Stephen Beard Jr. had led a comfortable life. He resided in a million-dollar mansion, traveled first class, and spent his afternoons at an upscale country club in Austin, Texas. It was there, in 1995, that he met Celeste Martinez, a 32-year-old waitress who had been divorced 3 times and had 2 children, Christina and Jennifer, from her first marriage. A whirlwind romance quickly followed. Family and friends warned Stephen that the marriage was unlikely to last, partly due to their significant age difference and partly because they had nothing in common beyond his wealth. For Celeste, marrying a man of such means was transformative. Born February 13, 1963, in Culver City, California, she grew up in foster care. She later recalled meeting her birth mother briefly, only to be told, quote, "I am not your mother. I was just your incubator." The identities of her biological parents remain unknown. Her foster parents, Edwin and Nancy Johnson, were reportedly inadequate caregivers. Celeste claimed she had been sexually abused by Edwin while growing up and that she had attempted suicide at least once during her teenage years. At 17, she became pregnant and gave birth to twin girls, Jennifer and Christina. The father of the twins, Craig Bratcher, became her first husband. The marriage was troubled. Celeste described Bratcher as abusive. The couple eventually divorced, with Bratcher taking his own life in 1996. Over the ensuing decades, Celeste moved from state to state and married twice more, though she did not have additional children. In 1993, following her third failed marriage, she relocated to Texas and began working as a waitress. Her children would later recall a strained relationship with their mother. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Claiming she frequently neglected them and was seldom affectionate. Stephen, in contrast, had been married for 42 years, but his wife had passed away just 2 weeks earlier from terminal brain cancer. Only a month after their first meeting, he invited the mother of 2 to move into his home with her daughters. Stephen's 3 adult children expressed concern over how rapidly the relationship was progressing. His daughter, Becky, remarked, "I wasn't happy about the relationship, but Dad was really happy." Conflict arose quickly between the couple. Merely months after their marriage, on February 18, 1995, Stephen's banker informed him that Celeste had been removing jewelry and silver that had belonged to his deceased wife from his safety deposit box. Upset by the news, Stephen began filing for divorce. A friend of his recalled, Stephen couldn't have his wife stealing from him. He was really sad about it. But Celeste managed to persuade Stephen to stay. The couple reconciled, and the divorce petition was withdrawn. For a time, things appeared stable again. Stephen legally adopted Christina and Jennifer when they were 17. Christina described her new stepfather as humorous, adding, quote, "I really got attached to him." For years, Celeste spent her husband's money freely. She purchased luxury vehicles and extravagant jewelry, occasionally spending between $15,000 and $30,000 in a single shopping trip. The marriage continued without further incident until 1999, when Celeste admitted herself to a psychiatric hospital in Austin due to suicidal thoughts. She had suffered from depression her entire life, with her children later recalling an incident in which she held a gun to her head during a particularly heated argument with her husband. When later questioned about the event, Celeste said, as far as disciplining them, I felt like I was going to be totally alone in this big house because he passed out every night. It was just too much and I was so upset about everything. I was so depressed. I just wanted to kill myself at that point. While in the treatment facility, Celeste met an individual who would profoundly affect her life, Tracy Tarleton, a bookstore manager and fellow patient who struggled with alcohol addiction. The precise nature of their relationship is unclear. Prosecutors and witnesses would later assert that the two were romantically involved, while Celeste's lawyer claimed that Tarleton was obsessed with her and that Celeste only wished to remain friends. Regardless, in the psychiatric facility, the two bonded over shared trauma, having both been raised in abusive households. They were both discharged in the summer of 1999 and continued to maintain contact, with Celeste even hosting a party for Tarleton at the mansion. Jennifer Beard would later state, "It was pretty obvious that Tarleton had feelings for Celeste." Celeste's children were not the only ones to notice the bond between the two women, with friends observing moments where Celeste would sit on Tarleton's lap or Tarleton would cuddle close to Celeste and whisper in her ear. On one occasion, Christina caught the pair kissing in Celeste's bed. Christina later informed Stephen about what she had witnessed, but her mother denied everything. Celeste later told Snaps Behind Bars, quote, "They never saw that, and I never kissed her." Despite her denials, Stephen harbored suspicions and prohibited Tarleton from visiting their Westlake Hills home. Then, on October 2, 1999, everything changed. At nearly 3:30 a.m., emergency dispatchers received a call from Stephen. "I need an ambulance, hurry," he said. "My guts just came out of my stomach." Emergency responders arrived quickly and found the 74-year-old alone in his bedroom, clutching a hole in his stomach. It was initially believed that his injury was linked to a recent surgery he had undergone, but this theory was soon dismissed. Celeste appeared shortly afterward, surprised to find her husband's bedroom crowded with medics. She typically slept in a separate wing of the mansion due to the noise from Stephen's CPAP machine and seemed unaware of the emergency. She accompanied her husband to the hospital. Back at the mansion, investigators discovered a key piece of evidence, a 20-gauge shotgun shell near the bed. Though authorities wished to question Stephen, Celeste reportedly hired a defense lawyer and refused to permit law enforcement to speak with either her or her husband. Meanwhile, Stephen survived the surgery despite massive internal injuries, but faced a long recovery. Police then turned their attention to Celeste's children, who quickly directed them toward Tracy Tarleton. Speaking with additional witnesses, investigators learned of Celeste and Tarleton's relationship and determined that questioning Tarleton was a logical starting point. They approached her to inform her of the shooting and questioned her in connection with the case. Inside her home, they discovered what they described as a shrine to Celeste, adorned with dozens of her photos. When asked about her firearms, Tarleton handed over a 20-gauge shotgun. Testing later confirmed it was the weapon used in the shooting. Soon after, Tarleton admitted to firing at Stephen, but refused to explain her motivation when pressed further. Months passed, and Stephen was released from the hospital, only to be readmitted a day later. Hospital staff determined he was suffering from an infection. He died shortly afterward on January 22nd, and the charges against Tarleton were elevated to murder. Celeste, meanwhile, returned to her previous lifestyle, spending money, attending parties, and behaving as though she had not just lost her husband. Jennifer observed, quote, "The way she acted wouldn't be a way a widow would act. I just remember her laughing a lot, kind of in a way that she was relieved he wasn't around anymore." Police also took note of her behavior. One sergeant who had responded to the shooting recalled, "I remember Celeste saying, 'This is perfect timing. We were supposed to go to Europe tomorrow.' I found that an odd thing for a wife to say after her husband had been shot." Moreover, Celeste told friends that she was feeling overwhelmed with grief and needed to check into a clinic, but instead she traveled to New Orleans for Mardi Gras and indulged in partying. Just 5 months after Stephen's death, she married a carpenter named Cole Johnson. Christina observed that her mother did not seem upset. Shortly after Celeste tied the knot for the 5th time, Tracy Tarleton finally agreed to cooperate with investigators in exchange for a 20-year prison sentence. She consented to fully testify against Celeste. Her change of heart reportedly came after she learned that Celeste had married someone else. Tarleton claimed that she had been romantically involved with the mother of two and was devastated to hear of the marriage, as it confirmed her fears that her relationship with Celeste had been a sham. She told police that she had shot Stephen because, according to Celeste, he was abusive and treated her so poorly that she had contemplated suicide. Travis County Sheriff Margot Frazier stated, "We spoke to a lot of people who knew them, and there was no indication that Stephen Beard was ever physically or mentally abusive toward Celeste or the twins." Celeste allegedly persuaded Tarleton to use her shotgun to shoot Stephen, even disabling the alarm system and leaving his bedroom door unlocked to grant easy access. Tarleton later told investigators, however, that she had not been responsible for his death, asserting that it was Celeste who had deliberately infected her husband's wounds to rid herself of him. Celeste would later deny this, stating, "That's just another one of their lies. He wasn't home long enough." Celeste was indicted for murder in March 2002 and entered a plea of not guilty. She maintained her innocence, denying any affair with Tarleton and claiming the bookstore manager was delusional and had fabricated the entire scenario. She stated that although Tarleton had developed romantic feelings toward her, their relationship had been strictly platonic, and she even accused Tarleton of sexual assault, with several witnesses confirming that Tarleton had attempted to kiss Celeste while she was passed out during her daughter's high school graduation in 1999. Prosecutors, however, later had Christina and Jennifer testify, corroborating that they had witnessed their mother and Tarleton willingly kissing. Responding to their accusations, Celeste told Snapped Behind Bars, quote, "It makes me sick. You always hear blood is thicker than water. Not in my case." The defense, meanwhile, painted the twins as money-hungry women testifying against their mother to gain access to Stephen's vast fortune. Christina reportedly stated, "I do not remember," when asked questions by the defense 298 times. Celeste said, quote, "When they found out that they weren't going to get any money till I died or went to prison, that's when they turned against me. My kids sold me to the state of Texas." Still, the twins also testified to the many horrifying things their mother had said about her husband, with Christina noting that Celeste made remarks like, "Why doesn't he just die already?" and that she had married Stephen for his money. She would also say that he disgusted her. The sisters claimed they had once seen Celeste break apart a sleeping pill and put it in his baked potato, suspecting that their mother was knocking Stephen out so she could visit Tarleton. Celeste was ultimately found guilty of capital murder and sentenced to life in prison. The jury reached their verdict in just 3 days. Jennifer noted that the trial had been the last time she saw her mother. Tarleton, meanwhile, was sentenced to 20 years but was paroled in 2011. Celeste will be eligible for parole in 2042 when she is 80 years old. Reflecting on her conviction, she said, quote, "I was devastated. It's not right that I'm spending the rest of my life in prison and there is no evidence against me. I just wish somebody could come forward and help me." It was not just the testimonies of Tarleton, Jennifer, and Christina that led to Celeste's conviction. One of the most incriminating pieces of evidence was a tape-recorded conversation between Celeste and Christina, in which Celeste admitted attempting to hire someone to kill Tarleton so she could not testify. Christina recalled her decision to start recording the calls, noting that her mother had been abusive and lashing out. "She was saying horrible stuff," Christina said. "So I just started taping our conversations when they would get out of hand." In the tapes, Celeste can be heard yelling at her children and crying hysterically. She continues to protest her innocence and is incarcerated at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Lane Murray Unit in Gatesville. Moving on to the next case. Kathy Martin. Today, we'll examine the case of a young mother who was discovered in her home under mysterious circumstances. From the very beginning of the investigation, the police uncovered several unsettling and chilling clues. Detectives encountered numerous unexpected and strange turns, but eventually, they succeeded in solving the case. Kathy Martin was born on October 25, 1959, in Houston, Texas. She was raised in a loving family and shared a close bond with her sister. During high school, Kathy met a boy named Mike. A few years later, they got married. The couple settled in a peaceful suburb of Houston, and soon after their wedding, they welcomed a daughter. 3 years later, Kathy became pregnant again, and in early 1987, they had a son. At that point, Kathy was 27 years old. After the birth of her second child, she devoted all her time at home to caring for the children. Mike worked at a small sign factory owned by Kathy's father, and the family had sufficient income to support their kids. Kathy's parents also provided financial assistance, allowing her to focus entirely on raising the children. On March 3, 1987, Kathy was at home with her children as usual while Mike was at work. When his shift ended, he decided to meet up with some friends and went to a bar. Mike called his wife from a payphone, but she didn't answer. This was unusual since Kathy rarely had the chance to leave the house, even briefly. Mike tried calling several more times, but still received no reply. Concerned, he phoned their neighbor, Tim, asking him to check on Kathy. Tim went to their house and knocked on the door, but there was no response. Peering through the living room window, he noticed that the TV was on, so he continued knocking, yet no one answered. Tim began to fear that something might have happened to Kathy. Instead of returning home to call Mike or the police, he got into his car and drove around the area searching for patrol officers. After a few minutes, he spotted a police car, approached the officers, and explained the situation, requesting that they check on Kathy. When the police reached the house and received no response to their knock, they tried the door handle and discovered it was unlocked. Entering the home, they immediately found Kathy's daughter lying on the living room sofa. She was unconscious, bearing visible signs of trauma, but still alive. The officers promptly called for an ambulance and continued to search the remaining rooms. In the bedroom, they found the younger child in his crib, unharmed. But in another room, they encountered a horrifying scene. Kathy lay on the floor, covered in blood. She was naked, and the officers instantly concluded that she was deceased. Her hands were bound with a lamp cord. The paramedics transported Kathy's daughter to the hospital, while investigators began processing the crime scene. Shortly after, Kathy's father arrived at the house, but the police refrained from disclosing the full details of what had occurred. Instead, they asked him to go to the hospital to be with his granddaughter when she regained consciousness. He complied, and while waiting at the hospital, he learned about his daughter's death from a news broadcast on television. Meanwhile, Mike arrived at the house, and the police immediately noticed something unusual. In addition to the fact that he appeared quite late, there were several stains on his shirt that resembled blood. The officers asked him to hand over his clothes and answer a few questions. Meanwhile, investigators made several intriguing discoveries. First, they found numerous bloodstains in the bathroom, suggesting that the perpetrator had attempted to clean up the crime scene. This indicated that the attacker had remained inside the house for some time rather than leaving immediately after the murder. Second, forensic experts found no evidence of forced entry. All the windows and doors, except for the front door, were locked. This suggested that Kathy had either willingly allowed the attacker inside or that the person had a key. The police also noticed another peculiar detail. All of Kathy's clothes were neatly folded on the floor next to her body. This not only pointed to the likelihood of sexual assault, but also seemed strange, as the attacker had taken the time to fold her clothes so precisely. Detectives theorized that the assailant might have threatened to harm her children if she screamed or refused to obey his demands. She might have agreed to comply with whatever they said, only to be murdered afterward. Meanwhile, medical personnel were struggling to save Kathy's daughter's life. They determined that she had been severely beaten, most likely with bare hands. After several hours in the hospital, she slipped into a coma, and her chances of survival remained low. Medical examiners studied Kathy's body and concluded that she had sustained 16 stab wounds, primarily in the abdominal area. They also confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted and collected biological material from the perpetrator. However, at that time, DNA analysis was not yet commonly applied in forensic investigations, so the experts were unable to obtain a DNA profile from the semen. The most they could determine was the perpetrator's blood type, so the biological evidence was sent to a laboratory. From the earliest stages of the investigation, police began to focus their attention on the victim's husband. After noticing the suspicious stains on his shirt, they submitted his clothing for testing. Mike's behavior that evening also raised suspicion. After finishing work, he went out with friends. Instead of returning home himself when he could not reach his wife, he asked a neighbor to check on her. Detectives had encountered similar tactics before. cases where a husband committed the murder and then created an alibi by going out with friends. He would then ask someone else to check on his wife to avoid being the one to find the body and to divert suspicion from himself. Mike's potential involvement could also explain the absence of forced entry. Investigators began examining whether he had the opportunity to commit the murder before meeting his friends. The detectives soon uncovered another detail. Mike had a criminal record. Shortly after finishing high school, he was arrested for selling drugs to an undercover officer. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison, but served only 2 before being released on parole. Some time later, he married Kathy. Despite this, however, the police still needed more evidence before they could charge him. They also began investigating the neighbor, Tim, whose behavior seemed suspicious. Instead of calling the police from his home, he drove around town searching for patrol officers. Detectives also inspected Tim's car and made an interesting discovery. They found suspicious stains on the floor mats that appeared to be blood, so the samples were sent to the lab for testing. Investigators started to question whether Mike and Tim might have committed the crime together, or if one of them had acted alone. Meanwhile, medical examiners completed their report and reached an intriguing conclusion. They determined that Kathy had died around 1 p.m., roughly 6 hours before her body was discovered. This meant detectives now had to determine where both suspects had been long before the evening and what they had done following the murder. Mike and Tim each claimed they were at work, so the police began verifying their alibis. Then, 2 days after the murder, they received a call from the hospital. Kathy's daughter had unexpectedly come out of her coma. Her life was no longer in danger, and investigators went to see her, hoping she could provide information about what had happened. However, they soon encountered a challenge. The girl, who was only 4 years old at the time, had almost completely lost her memory of that day. All she could recall was seeing a man with light-colored hair entering their home. Both her father and Tim had dark hair, but detectives were hesitant to dismiss them as suspects. They considered that the child's recollection might have been distorted because of the severe trauma she had experienced. They consulted psychologists and asked them to work with the girl in hopes that she might recall additional details about the perpetrator. Soon after, the detectives received another call from the lab, revealing yet another unexpected twist. The experts analyzed the evidence collected from both suspects and discovered that the stains on the neighbor's car mats were machine oil, while the stains on the husband's shirt turned out to be paint. But that was not all. Numerous co-workers of both Mike and Tim, who worked at different places, confirmed that each of them had been at their respective workplaces throughout the entire day and had not left until the evening. This meant that neither man had the opportunity to be at Kathy's house to commit the crime. Detectives then asked both men to take polygraph tests, and the results showed no signs of deception in either case. The police, who had been almost certain that at least one of the 2 initial suspects was involved, now found themselves back at the starting point. They began considering other possible suspects who knew the victim and could have easily entered her home. Detectives interviewed Kathy's relatives and friends, asking whom they believed might have committed the crime, and soon they uncovered something unexpected. Many of them, without hesitation, named the same individual, Greg. Greg was Kathy's brother-in-law. Her loved ones revealed that she had often complained about his behavior. According to Kathy, Greg openly flirted with her and had repeatedly tried to persuade her to engage in intimate relations with him. Kathy also mentioned that Greg frequently made inappropriate remarks about her stomach, and as we know, most of the stab wounds were located in that same area. The police also discovered that Greg regularly used illegal substances and had a criminal background. Detectives began to focus their attention on him and soon found their first potential lead. Forensic experts uncovered a fingerprint in Kathy's house that matched Greg's, as well as a strand of hair resembling his. However, there was one issue. Since Greg often visited Kathy and her husband, both the fingerprint and the hair could have been left behind prior to the murder. Kathy's parents, however, stated that they firmly believed he was the killer. Her mother also shared an important observation. While she was at the hospital with her granddaughter, Greg came to visit them late at night. As soon as the girl saw him, she looked at her grandmother, and judging by the expression on her face, she appeared extremely frightened. After Greg left, the grandmother asked whether he was the man who had come to their house, but the girl said she still could not remember. After learning all of this, the detectives summoned Greg for questioning. He denied any involvement in the murder, claiming that at the time he was with a friend who also had a lengthy criminal history. In the middle of the interrogation, Greg stated that he needed to go to the parking lot to pay for additional time in order to avoid receiving a ticket. However, the man never returned to the station. His wife, who was Kathy's sister, later recounted that on that day, Greg had dropped her off at work around 10:30 in the morning and picked her up at 2:30 p.m. This meant he had a 4-hour window that coincided with the time of the murder and gave him the opportunity to kill Kathy. But despite this, the police still lacked solid evidence to prove his guilt. As a last resort, they decided to test the semen sample collected from the victim's body, though at that time, forensic experts could only determine the blood type of its source. It also required a large sample, meaning that once the test was completed, little biological material would remain for any future analysis. Nevertheless, the detectives chose to proceed with the test, and the blood type of the sample's source from Kathy's body matched Greg's blood type. However, this result also didn't prove his guilt, so investigators couldn't arrest him. They continued to search for other evidence, but they couldn't prove Greg's involvement. Eventually, the case hit a dead end. Kathy's family was convinced that Greg was the killer, but they couldn't do anything about it. Shelley, Kathy's sister, refused to believe that her husband did it and continued to live with him. In the following years, detectives revisited the case from time to time, hoping to find any new leads. In 1998, 11 years after the murder, they requested DNA analysis on the remaining semen sample. However, they faced another setback. Experts could only extract a partial DNA profile, which, when compared to Greg's DNA sample, yielded inconclusive results. The analysis showed that Greg belonged to the 2% of the population who could match the partial profile. Unable to arrest him based on this result, detectives once again called Greg in for questioning, telling him that the semen from the victim's body matched his DNA. To their surprise, Greg changed his initial statement, claiming that he had a consensual relationship with Kathy and he indeed visited her on the day of the murder. But the man insisted that she was alive when he left. Detectives were obviously skeptical of Greg's sudden change in story. Such shifts are quite common in murder cases when suspects hear about DNA matches. Additionally, Kathy had complained about Greg's advances, feeling uncomfortable around him, so it was highly unlikely that she would have been in a secret relationship with him. But despite their suspicions, detectives knew they couldn't secure a conviction without a full DNA match. The local prosecutors reviewed the case and confirmed that obtaining a guilty verdict would be practically impossible, and the case once again went cold for several years. In 2002, detectives reopened the investigation and sought the help of forensic scientist Catherine Long, who was conducting groundbreaking DNA research at the time. She and her colleagues wanted to determine if genetic material from a perpetrator's hands remain on the victim's body after strangulation, and if it could be extracted for analysis. To test this, Catherine and her colleagues simulated strangulation by squeezing each other's necks, then took samples from their hands and the neck area. The results were quite intriguing. Even brief interaction left behind enough skin particles for DNA analysis. The detectives working on Kathy's case became interested in their experiment. Despite the fact that the victim had not been strangled, re-examining her body years later was also not possible. Instead, they began reviewing all available evidence to see if the perpetrator could have come into contact with any other items. Their attention soon turned to the lamp cord used to bind Kathy's hands. It was evident that only the killer could have tightened it, as the victim herself simply could not have done so. The detectives handed the cord over to Catherine, who, together with her colleagues, began examining it. They first noticed an important detail. The cord had been stored in a paper bag, which allowed air circulation and prevented moisture buildup that could have damaged biological evidence. The experts collected swabs from the entire length of the cord, including the sections that still contained traces of Kathy's blood. Upon analysis, they identified 2 distinct DNA profiles. The first belonged to the victim, which was expected, but the second profile matched Greg's DNA sample perfectly. This meant the detectives had finally obtained solid proof that Greg was the one who tied Kathy's hands and therefore was her killer. Shortly afterward, 15 years after the murder, the man was finally arrested. During interrogation, he refused to admit guilt, insisting instead that he had been romantically involved with Kathy. The detectives, of course, did not believe him and, armed with the DNA evidence, decided to take the case to court. While awaiting trial, Greg was held in prison. Some time later, the the detectives received an intriguing phone call. His cellmate contacted them, claiming that Greg had confessed to him. According to the cellmate, Greg boasted in detail about assaulting and murdering his wife's sister. He said that on the day of the incident, he had taken illegal substances and gone to Kathy's house. Once inside, he tried to force her into an intimate encounter, but she resisted and demanded that he leave. Greg then turned to her daughter and struck her multiple times with great force. Afterward, he threatened Kathy, saying that if she refused to do what he wanted, he would kill her son. Kathy, having no other option, agreed in order to protect her children. Greg tied her up, assaulted her, and then killed her by inflicting numerous stab wounds. He later washed the blood off in the bathroom and changed into her husband's clothes to avoid getting blood on his own while leaving. The detectives had no doubt about the accuracy of the cellmate's statements, as there was no way he could have known so many critical details, even if he had followed news coverage of the case. Armed with the cellmate's testimony, the detectives confronted Greg, and this time he finally confessed. He admitted to killing Kathy and repeated everything he had told his cellmate. In 2004, he pleaded guilty before a judge and was sentenced to 45 years in prison. However, he served only 4 years before dying of liver cancer at the age of 56. Kathy's husband, Mike, did not live to see the killer's arrest. He passed away at the age of 45. Kathy's children and parents expressed their gratitude to the detectives for finally bringing the case to a close, even though it had taken 15 years. During all that time, they had been almost certain that Greg was the murderer and had been forced to watch him continue living with their second daughter, unable to do anything about it. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Wolfenbarger. A young mother planned to visit her parents for Christmas, but she never arrived. Just before the holiday, she stopped communicating and vanished without a trace. Her parents began searching for their daughter, uncovering strange and frightening clues along the way. Soon, detectives encountered an unexpected twist that shocked everyone involved in the case, as none of them had ever seen anything like it before. In the end, this extraordinary twist pushed the investigation forward and helped them uncover the truth. Melissa Wolfenbarger was born on September 9, 1977, in the small American town of Locust Grove, Georgia. She was the youngest child in her family, and her older sister, who was 7 years old when Melissa was born, helped their mother take care of her from the very beginning. As they grew older, the sisters developed a very close bond. In high school, Melissa met a young man named Christopher, and soon after graduating, they got married. The couple settled in a quiet suburb of Atlanta, where Christopher found a job at a glass manufacturing plant. Not long after moving, Melissa became pregnant, and the couple welcomed a daughter, followed later by a son. By 1998, 21-year-old Melissa spent most of her time at home caring for her children. Although she was quite young, she was happy with her growing family. Melissa also tried to visit her parents and sister as often as she could, but because of the distance and her many responsibilities, those visits were rare. They planned to spend Christmas with her family that year, and a month earlier, on Thanksgiving, Melissa had called her mother with a special request. She wanted an old photograph of her grandfather. Her mother went through all the family albums, found the perfect picture, and began eagerly waiting for her daughter and grandchildren to arrive. But when Christmas came, Melissa never showed up. At first, her parents were somewhat surprised, as they had been planning this visit for over a month, but they assumed she might have just been too busy. After all, she had 2 small children to take care of and had recently started working at a cafe because Christopher's income alone wasn't enough to support the family. The situation was further complicated by the fact that they couldn't simply call Melissa to ask why she hadn't come. There was no telephone in her house, and back then, cell phones weren't common. Melissa usually called them from her in-laws' home, but since her last call on Thanksgiving, she hadn't been in touch at all. Her parents decided to wait a bit longer. However, when Melissa didn't call on her mother's birthday, they began to fear that something might be wrong. That was when they decided to drive to Atlanta to check on her. When they arrived, they were met with a shocking discovery. Melissa and Christopher's house was completely empty. After speaking with the neighbors, they learned that the family had moved out right after Christmas, but no one knew where they had gone. This only left her parents even more confused. They couldn't comprehend how Melissa could have just moved somewhere else without telling them. Eventually, they got in touch with Christopher's parents, and through them, finally managed to reach Christopher himself. However, the situation became even more baffling. He claimed that Melissa had left him back in December and that he hadn't seen her since. According to him, she had decided to move to California to start a new life, leaving him and their children behind. Melissa's parents found Christopher's story extremely difficult to believe. First of all, they couldn't imagine Melissa abandoning her children, who were only 1 and 2 years old. Moreover, if she had truly decided to move, they were certain she would have called or visited at some point, but that never happened. Despite their doubts, Christopher stuck firmly to his story, and Melissa's parents couldn't get any additional information out of him. They returned home uncertain about what to do next, but determined to find their daughter. Over the next few months, they tried to locate her by contacting friends and relatives, but it was as if Melissa had completely vanished into thin air. In the spring of 1999, Melissa's mother came across a news report about the Atlanta police discovering a human head in a bag soaked in bleach in a wooded area. A few days later, authorities found 4 more bags containing other body parts. What immediately caught her attention was that the site was close to Christopher's former workplace, and she feared that the remains might belong to her daughter. However, police later confirmed that the head belonged to a missing man from another cold case. By early 2000, Melissa's parents finally decided to involve law enforcement, but that didn't accomplish much. Investigators spoke with Christopher and concluded that Melissa had most likely left her family to begin a new life, which explained why she hadn't contacted anyone. As a result, police did not pursue the case further, but Melissa's parents refused to accept that she had simply walked away from her old life. In fact, with every passing month, they grew increasingly convinced that something terrible had happened to her and suspected that Christopher was somehow involved. Her parents knew that the couple had been having serious marital problems. Christopher had physically abused Melissa several times, prompting her to leave him and stay with her parents, bringing the children along. But each time, he would apologize and persuade her to come back. This fact made Christopher's story seem even more suspicious. If he had always tried so hard to win her back before, why had he done nothing this time? He hadn't called her parents, hadn't gone to the police, and hadn't made any effort to stop her from leaving. Another strange detail was that, according to Christopher, Melissa hadn't taken anything with her. No clothes, no jewelry, not even her documents. The entire situation seemed incredibly strange, but without support from the police, Melissa's parents felt powerless to do anything about it. For the next several years, there was still no trace of Melissa, but in 2003, everything changed in the most shocking way imaginable. Police were investigating the 1977 murder of a woman. The case had been cold for 26 years, but had recently been reopened. After reviewing the evidence and conducting DNA testing, detectives identified the killer. It turned out to be Carl Patton, Melissa's father. But that was only the beginning. Once police arrested him, Carl offered them a deal. He agreed to confess to 3 additional murders in exchange for full immunity for his wife, who had assisted him in the killings. As part of the arrangement, Melissa's mother also agreed to testify against her husband, and she was ultimately granted immunity. According to their confessions, in December 1977, a woman named Mary, who was close to Carl, offered him $15,000 to kill her husband. The reason was that her husband had been cheating on her. Moreover, Mary had taken out a life insurance policy on him and wanted to cash it in. Carl agreed and brought along a friend to help carry out the murder. However, when they approached the man, his lover happened to be with him, so they decided to kill her as well. They dumped the woman's body in a river and left the man's body in his car on train tracks, hoping to make it look like an accident. A month later, Carl told his wife that his partner had apparently bragged about the crime to his girlfriend, and now he wanted to take care of them too. Carl invited the couple to his home, killed them, and with his wife's help disposed of the bodies by throwing them into a river. She also helped him clean the crime scene and the van they had used to transport the bodies. Later, Carl admitted to a 5th murder that had occurred 5 years before the others. Once again, it was Mary who had offered him money, this time to kill her first husband, and Carl agreed. As a result, Carl was charged with 5 murders, and police immediately suspected him in Melissa's disappearance. However, Carl insisted that he would never harm his daughter and had nothing to do with her case. Upon further investigation, detectives concluded that Carl was likely telling the truth. Initially, they had suspected him of only 1 murder, but he had voluntarily confessed to 4 additional ones. Carl claimed that he deeply regretted his actions, and it was this remorse that compelled him to confess. But that wasn't all. Seizing the opportunity, Carl decided to ask for a favor. He requested a meeting with the lead detective who had connected him to the murder and said, "You managed to catch me, so maybe you can find my daughter." The detective was intrigued by the situation. Here was a man who had committed 5 murders, now asking him to investigate his daughter's disappearance. It was, to say the least, an unusual situation, and the detective agreed to look into it. He began reviewing the limited information available about Melissa's disappearance and quickly noticed one specific detail. Those bags of human remains found near Christopher's workplace 4 years earlier. At the time, police had assumed the remains belonged to a man, but the detective discovered that this assumption wasn't based on any forensic evidence. It had simply been a guess. Since the remains were in an advanced state of decomposition, he decided to have them re-examined and ordered a DNA test, as Carl's DNA was already on file. The results confirmed his suspicion. The remains did not belong to a man, but to Melissa. Following this breakthrough, police finally determined that Melissa had been dead for several years, not missing, and her case was officially reclassified as a homicide. According to the medical examiner's report, the victim's body had been dismembered using a reciprocating electric saw. Melissa's torso was never found, which was particularly strange. Police conducted multiple searches in the wooded area where the other remains were discovered, but still couldn't locate it. Despite this, investigators uncovered one significant lead. They began taking a closer look at Christopher and interviewed his former employer at the glass factory, where he had worked until Melissa's disappearance. It turned out that Christopher had been fired around that same time for allegedly stealing an electric saw identical to the one used to dismember Melissa's body. Melissa's mother also informed police that Christopher had a history of physically abusing her daughter. On top of that, he had a criminal record. Another suspicious detail was that Christopher had changed his name almost immediately after Melissa's death, with no clear reason for doing so. All of this made Christopher the prime suspect in her murder, but the police had no hard evidence against him. They interviewed him multiple times, but he stuck to his original story. Although he frequently changed certain details, during one conversation, Christopher claimed Melissa had a lover and ran away with him. Later, he stated that she wanted to sell fake IDs, which explained why she hadn't contacted anyone. The police also uncovered another interesting fact. Shortly after moving from their house, Christopher left his children to live with his parents and hardly ever played a role in their lives since then. He visited them sometimes, but the children didn't even understand that he was their father. But unfortunately, none of this brought the investigators closer to an arrest because they needed some solid evidence. They obtained a warrant to search the house where Melissa had lived at the time of her death. Given that the killer had used an electric saw, detectives believed the murder likely took place in that house, and they hoped to find blood traces or other evidence. Forensic experts meticulously examined every inch of the house, taking samples from the floor and other surfaces. Unfortunately, their analysis yielded no results. The forensic technology of the time was far less advanced than it is today, leaving the detectives with no choice but to store the collected materials in the evidence warehouse, hoping that one day they might prove useful. The detectives made several more attempts to find new leads and get Christopher to talk, but each effort came up empty. The case eventually went cold again for many years. Meanwhile, Melissa's father was convicted and sentenced to 5 life terms plus 20 years in prison. It's worth noting that Mary, the woman who had paid him for 2 of the murders, had passed away in the late 80s, so she never faced any punishment for her role. Melissa's mother and her older sister continued trying to push the investigation forward on their own. They worked to keep the case in the media spotlight and stayed in regular contact with the detectives, but their efforts didn't yield any progress. This continued until 2017, and Melissa's mother never gave up hope of finding justice for her daughter. That year, she decided to attend an event where true crime enthusiasts gathered to discuss cold cases and search for new leads. One of the attendees was a crime analyst named Cheryl McCullum, and Melissa's mother decided to ask her for help. She shared the story of her daughter's disappearance and added something that immediately caught Cheryl off guard. The woman said, "My husband committed 5 murders, and I helped him." Cheryl became intrigued by the case, and after the event she began to dig into it thoroughly. She spoke with Melissa's family and even kept in contact with her father, who was serving time in prison. What struck Cheryl the most was how a man who had committed 5 murders seemed more concerned that his daughter's murder would never be solved. Over the next few years, Cheryl collected all the available information on the case and came to the conclusion that the most obvious suspect was Melissa's husband, Christopher. Although there was no direct evidence against him, the overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence left little doubt. He had a history of domestic violence against Melissa, made no effort to find her after she disappeared, and simply moved on with his life as if nothing had happened. But the most incriminating detail was the fact that shortly before Melissa's death, Christopher had been accused by his employer of stealing the exact type of saw used to dismember her body. No one in Melissa's family doubted Christopher's guilt, including her children. By the time Cheryl became interested in the case, they had grown up and also tried to help resolve it. Cheryl also consulted some prominent figures in the true crime community, including journalist Nancy Grace and several law enforcement officials. After reviewing all the materials she had gathered, they all agreed. Christopher was the most likely suspect. Despite this, there wasn't a single undeniable piece of evidence against him, and the case remained at a standstill. At that point, Nancy Grace suggested that Cheryl start her own podcast to draw more attention to the case. Publicity can often become a crucial factor in unsolved cases. It might attract new witnesses who might not realize the significance of the information they hold, potentially changing the course of the investigation. Eventually, Cheryl decided to launch the podcast, and in 2023, she released the first episode about Melissa's case. Since then, she has recorded numerous episodes featuring the victim's mother and other relatives. Cheryl presented all the information she had gathered over the years, yet there was still no progress in the case. This continued until April 2024, when the long-awaited breakthrough in the case finally happened. After she published another episode, a witness reached out to Cheryl, stating that he had stumbled upon the podcast and might have valuable information. This individual shared that just before Melissa's disappearance, he witnessed a serious argument between her and Christopher. The details of his account remain undisclosed, as the events occurred only a few months earlier, and detectives chose not to reveal this information to protect the integrity of the investigation. According to certain sources, it appears that during this argument, Christopher allegedly threatened Melissa, and Cheryl relayed his story to the police. This development became a crucial turning point, prompting investigators to reopen the case. Over the following 3 months, police thoroughly reviewed the case files, re-interviewed everyone involved, and re-examined the evidence using modern forensic technology. Experts analyzed the bags containing the remains, as well as several samples collected from Christopher and Melissa's home, where the murder had apparently taken place. In August 2024, investigators held a press conference to announce that, 25 years after Melissa's death, her husband had finally been arrested. As with the witness's statement, police did not reveal specific details about the evidence uncovered during the renewed investigation. Some sources suggest that modern forensic tools may have identified DNA traces or other critical evidence confirming Christopher's involvement in the murder. The reason detectives are withholding these details is fairly standard. The more information made public before the trial, the greater the risk that the defense could use it to its advantage and attempt to undermine the evidence. At present, Christopher remains in jail awaiting trial and a preliminary hearing, during which he will enter a plea of either guilty or not guilty, has not yet been scheduled. Melissa's relatives are convinced that he will not escape justice, and the investigators share that belief. It appears they have indeed uncovered substantial evidence that will be nearly impossible to dispute. The case now seems to be nearing its conclusion, though it has taken nearly 26 years. Melissa's story has gained national attention, as its twists and developments are truly extraordinary. Initially, police were only able to confirm that the victim was deceased because her father, arrested for 5 murders, had asked investigators to find his missing daughter. Later, a podcast played a pivotal role in attracting the witness whose testimony led to the reopening of the investigation and ultimately to Christopher's arrest. As for Melissa's children, they too believe in their father's guilt and hope that justice will soon prevail. Beyond awaiting a guilty verdict, they also wish to uncover the complete truth and understand Christopher's motives, something that will only become possible if he chooses to confess. Moving on to the next case. Michael Haight. Michael Haight was born on January 7, 1980, in Seattle, Washington, and later moved with his family to Cedar City, Utah, after his father completed dental school. As a child, Michael was energetic and loved participating in sports such as baseball, basketball, and soccer. He also excelled academically and earned the prestigious rank of Eagle Scout. After graduating from high school in 1998, Michael spent the summer working at a fish processing plant in Alaska, where he quickly demonstrated his leadership abilities, advancing to the role of line manager and supervising a team of more than a dozen men. This experience reflected his strong work ethic and determination. Michael later went on a mission trip to South Brazil with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, an experience that deepened his faith and strengthened his dedication to his religious community. Upon returning to the United States, he pursued a business degree at Southern Utah University, graduating in 2004. During his time at the university, Michael met his future wife, Tasha Earle, and the two fell in love. They were married in the St. George Temple on May 10, 2003. Michael appeared to be a devoted husband and father, often spending quality time with his family at sports events, school concerts, and working on projects together in the garage. However, on January 4, 2023, a horrifying discovery was made at the Haight residence in Enoch. 8 bodies were found, leaving investigators and neighbors in disbelief. The chain of events leading to this shocking discovery began when Tasha Haight failed to attend an online appointment, and her husband, Michael, did not show up for work. Concerned colleagues contacted the police to request a welfare check at the Haight home. When officers arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response. As they inspected the property, it appeared deserted. Given that the Haight's had 5 children, the officers contacted the Iron County School District to determine if any of the kids were in school that day. It was soon confirmed that none of them were present. Before entering the home, officers carefully cleared the premises to ensure there were no safety risks. After a comprehensive search, authorities verified that no one inside required medical attention and that there was no active threat. The Haight's single-story house with a basement was then designated a crime scene, and detectives arrived shortly thereafter. In the master bedroom, detectives discovered 4-year-old Gavin lying face down, his head turned to the left, with one arm tucked beneath his head on a pillow and a blanket partially covering his body. Tasha, Gavin's mother, was also found partially covered by the same blanket. On the other side of the bed, investigators found an older woman, later identified as Gail Earle, Tasha's mother, lying on her back with her head resting on a pillow, also partially covered by a blanket, just like her daughter and grandson. In Bree's room, the 12-year-old girl was discovered lying in bed, slightly inclined and partially covered with a blanket. In Ammon's room, a 7-year-old boy was found lying face down in the corner of the room, without a pillow or blanket. His twin sister, Sienna, was located in her own bedroom, lying on her left side in bed, her head resting on a pillow, and her body covered with a blanket. The oldest child, 17-year-old Macy, was also found in her bed, her head on a pillow, and her body covered by a blanket. In the basement's exercise room, detectives found Michael Haight lying on top of a sleeping bag. Tragically, all 8 family members were discovered dead from gunshot wounds. It quickly became apparent to detectives that Michael Haight was the primary suspect, and they believed he had murdered his wife, mother-in-law, and 5 children before taking his own life. As detectives began piecing together the events, a neighbor provided crucial information that helped reconstruct the timeline of the crime. The neighbor informed police that she had woken up around 3:30 a.m. to use the bathroom, and as she stepped out of her room, she heard a loud bang resembling fireworks. Realizing that fireworks were no longer permitted in the neighborhood at that time of year, she felt more irritated than alarmed by the noise. The neighbor recalled hearing one loud bang, followed by 2 quick successive ones, then a brief pause, another bang, a longer pause, and finally one last bang. Based on this testimony and the condition of the 8 victims found in the home, detectives concluded that the noises heard around 3:30 a.m. were directly linked to the tragedy, leading them to determine that Michael Haight carried out the brutal killings during that time period. During the investigation into the Haight family murders, detectives uncovered a 2020 report from an anonymous source who had contacted the Utah Division of Child and Family Services about possible abuse occurring in the Haight household. According to the report, 14-year-old Macy had confided in this individual, expressing fear of her father, which prompted further inquiry by authorities. Investigators proceeded to interview Macy and her parents separately. During Macy's interview, she revealed deeply disturbing details. She said her father had choked her on multiple occasions and that she constantly feared he might kill her. She stated that the violent behavior began in 2017 and described one incident where her father grabbed her by the shoulders and shoved her against a wooden piece of furniture. When questioned by detectives, Michael Haight denied harming his daughter, insisting that the situation had been misunderstood and attributing his anger to grief over his father's death and his brother's divorce. He admitted that he had taken his frustrations out on his eldest daughter. Despite Macy's account, Tasha chose not to press charges, and the Utah Department of Children and Family Services, the Enoch Police Department, and the Iron County Prosecutor's Office all decided not to pursue the case, determining that it did not meet the legal criteria for prosecution. A lethality assessment conducted with Tasha indicated that her relationship with Michael was not considered life-threatening. As a result, victim services were provided to Tasha and her children for several months. Further investigation later revealed another, hidden side of Michael that the community had not seen. According to Tasha's friends, when they visited her, they often had to speak in hushed tones or turn on the kitchen faucet to mask their conversations. Because they suspected Michael was monitoring and listening in on their conversations, Tasha's friends would often help her clean the house during their visits, which prevented Michael from finding reasons to criticize her. When texting Tasha, her friends noticed that she usually replied with short, cheerful messages, likely to maintain a positive image in case Michael read them. This gave the impression that everything was fine in their marriage. Detectives investigating the case later uncovered that Michael displayed extremely controlling behavior toward Tasha. For example, he would take away her car keys and phone to restrict her freedom. Another warning sign was his overreaction when Tasha purchased a $30 rug from Walmart to replace a dirty one, which was a reasonable household expense. Michael's anger over the purchase was unjustified, and he claimed it was wasteful. Tasha confided in her friends that her 7-year-old son, Ammon, was beginning to imitate Michael's negative behavior. When Tasha gave Ammon instructions, he would respond by saying, "That's not my job," which deeply concerned her as it showed his growing lack of respect and responsibility. Tasha's friends also shared that in 2022, she tried to take some time for herself by getting her nails done, a rare act of self-care considering her numerous duties. However, her husband Michael forbade her from doing so, placing strict limitations on her independence and personal choices. Furthermore, Michael frequently dismissed or ignored Tasha's directions, and their son Ammon often mirrored this behavior. After pampering herself, Tasha felt more confident in her appearance and decided to continue getting her nails done every month. However, Michael was displeased with her decision and voiced his disapproval, claiming it was too expensive. Tasha explained that it would only cost $25 monthly, but Michael remained unconvinced, arguing that the money should be spent on their children instead. His reaction stemmed from his obsessive need for control and his distorted sense of financial responsibility within the family. Around this same time, Tasha began focusing on self-care and started losing weight, a sensitive issue for her because Michael had repeatedly called her fat and ugly. Rather than supporting her, Michael became enraged and accused Tasha of being unfaithful, using her improved appearance as justification for his suspicions. His controlling tendencies intensified as he tried to manipulate Tasha's weight loss, pleading with her to stop because he feared other men might find her attractive. This demand reflected his deep insecurities and his desire to maintain absolute control over Tasha's body and actions. Tasha's friends also told detectives about an incident involving their kitchen table. When it broke and Tasha wanted to replace it, Michael refused to give her the money, once again highlighting his controlling nature. Frustrated with the old table, Tasha decided to take matters into her own hands and refinished it herself to improve its appearance and usability. However, Michael became upset with Tasha's decision because she had not sought his permission beforehand. Despite earning a comfortable income, Michael was extremely frugal during the holiday season. He gave Tasha only $100 for each of their 5 children to buy presents, which she felt was insufficient. Tasha always tried to ensure her children had a joyful Christmas, but Michael refused to contribute more, insisting that he worked hard for his money and saw no reason to share more of it with his family. He firmly believed that his income belonged solely to him. Michael's obsession with minimizing waste and conserving resources led him to enforce strict household rules. He required Tasha to wash and reuse plastic bags, even after multiple uses. This unreasonable demand added to her workload, leaving her exhausted and overwhelmed. His controlling behavior extended into every aspect of Tasha's daily life. For example, he insisted she use baby wipes for cleaning, claiming it was more environmentally friendly and cost-effective. However, this demand caused Tasha significant discomfort, hygiene problems, and unnecessary stress. Whenever she failed to comply with his rules, Michael warned her that there would be serious consequences, instilling fear and forcing her into submission. Tasha confided in friends that while Michael had always been cruel to her throughout their marriage, he had not directed that cruelty toward their children until the late 2010s. Over time, however, his abuse toward their daughter, Macy, intensified to the point that she contemplated suicide. Michael imposed impossible expectations on Macy, insisting she achieve perfect grades despite the emotional toll of his abusive behavior. The pressure became unbearable for her. Macy's friends recounted a troubling incident to detectives. One evening, Michael came home to find Macy being comforted by her mother. He exploded with anger and ordered Macy to clean her room, leaving her traumatized by the hatred and malice she saw in his eyes. Detectives also uncovered an incident involving 7-year-old Briley, who had disobeyed Michael while playing with a changing table. In response, Michael blamed Tasha for their children's behavior, calling them the worst and most disrespectful in the world. He then humiliated Tasha in front of all 5 children, calling her fat and ugly. This degrading incident became the final turning point for Tasha. After enduring 2 decades of abuse, she decided she could no longer remain in the marriage. Realizing the severe impact Michael's behavior had on their children, she prioritized their safety and well-being over maintaining the relationship. In December 2022, Tasha filed for divorce, but requested that the papers be delivered after Christmas so her children could experience one last normal holiday before their lives changed forever. When Michael received the divorce papers, he attempted to behave normally, but Tasha could see through his act. He demanded that she leave the children behind, but she refused and took them to her mother's home in Lynn, Utah. Michael later appeared at his mother-in-law's house, trying to persuade Tasha to go for a drive with him, but she declined, sensing danger. After filing for divorce, Tasha's mother moved in to support her and the children. However, Michael's behavior only escalated the tension. He refused to vacate the family home, instead choosing to live in the basement. Tasha then discovered that he had secretly withdrawn $220,000 from their children's savings accounts without her knowledge or consent. She also realized that her inherited firearms were missing, leaving her family defenseless. The couple's children, Macy and Briley, were deeply affected by the constant turmoil at home. Macy kept a secret phone to record her father's angry outbursts as evidence for the divorce proceedings, while Briley often found comfort by spending time at a neighbor's house. Both girls expressed relief at their parents' decision to separate. On January 3, 2023, Tasha met with her attorney to discuss her divorce and voice her concerns about Michael's increasingly volatile behavior. Although she had relocated him to the basement, her attorneys questioned whether she felt safe. Tasha reassured them that she never feared for her own or her children's safety. Tragically, her confidence would soon prove to be misplaced. Investigators later uncovered disturbing digital evidence from the family's computers and cell phones. Just days before the tragic murders, Michael conducted a series of alarming Google searches on December 30th at 10:41 p.m. These searches focused on firearms and gun-related topics, exposing his sinister intent. Records showed that Michael had typed disturbing queries, such as how loud a 9mm gunshot is and what a gunshot sounds like. Before taking his own life, Michael wrote a note expressing his wish to end what he described as the controlling behavior he felt was imposed on him by his wife. In the note, he stated that he could no longer endure the situation and wanted to escape what he perceived as manipulation. Michael's words reflected deep frustration and despair, claiming that he had repeatedly sought help but felt ignored. He stressed that he did not want to become a burden on society. The details of this tragedy shocked the public, exposing a profoundly dysfunctional household consumed by control and violence. Michael's actions were both deliberate and calculated, as he meticulously planned the murders to ensure his wife and children were caught completely off guard. Moving on to the next case. Miranda Fenner. Before 1998, violence was rare in the small town of Laurel, Montana. When a woman was raped, stabbed, and had her throat slit in September of that year, Residents were left stunned and wondered who could have committed such a crime. 2 months later, 18-year-old Miranda Fenner was killed in a similar manner. Now, after 2 decades, the perpetrator has been apprehended and held accountable. Miranda Fenner, a young woman with her entire life ahead of her, was simply trying to complete a shift at work when her life was abruptly taken. Sherry and Mike Fenner welcomed their daughter, Miranda, into the world on December 26, 1979. Miranda and her younger brother, Tim, were raised in Sacramento, California, before the family decided to relocate to Laurel, Montana, in 1990. The move was motivated by a desire to escape the big city and to be closer to family. Miranda Fenner had deep dimples in her cheeks, dark hair, and dark eyes. Her large heart and compassionate nature are fondly remembered by friends and family. She loved animals and dreamed of working with children one day. Her mother, who always supported the underdog, had reservations about some of Miranda's friends, but recognized her daughter's genuine desire to uplift those around her. Miranda was also unafraid to express her opinions, earning her the nickname Fasty from one of her teachers. A few months prior to her murder, she had been involved in a car accident that resulted in a broken neck, forcing her to wear a neck brace and remain at home until she fully recovered. After her recovery, Miranda was eager to begin a job at the movie store, a locally owned video rental shop in Laurel, now closed. Since her grandparents operated the Lohoff Motel across the street, her parents felt confident allowing her to work there. The store was only 3 blocks from her home, so there was little concern for her safety, even though she often closed the store alone. At the time, this was a typical scenario for young people employed in retail, with the worst-case scenario being that a customer might linger at closing time. On November 15, 1998, everything appeared normal for Miranda Fenner as she arrived for her shift at the movie store. That evening, however, Miranda's shift turned into a nightmare. She called her mother and then her uncle, with both conversations appearing ordinary. But around 8:20 p.m., the night took a tragic turn. 2 fishermen saw Miranda crawling in front of the movie store's entrance, bleeding and clearly injured. They immediately stopped to help her. After dialing 911, police arrived shortly thereafter. Around the same time, Miranda's brother Tim, who had ridden his bike to the store to rent a video game, noticed the flashing police lights. He stopped and turned around to call their father, Mike, who then rushed to the store as well. Officers informed Mike of what had happened and explained that Miranda was being airlifted by Life Flight helicopter to St. Vincent's Hospital in Billings, roughly 15 miles away. Sherry immediately left work after hearing from her mother that Miranda had been rushed to the hospital. While doctors worked frantically to save her, Sherry and Mike made their way to the clinic, anxiously awaiting news about their daughter's condition. Tragically, as Miranda underwent surgery for her injuries, she passed away. It was at that moment that Sherry and Mike realized their daughter had been murdered. Although the murder scene was horrifying, very little evidence remained. Miranda had suffered multiple stab wounds to the head and a slashed throat. No weapon was left at the scene, and investigators found no usable fibers or hairs from the attacker. Police were unable to identify a suspect or determine a motive. While a small amount of cash had been taken from the video store's register, robbery could not be conclusively established as the motive. Over the next 2 decades, investigators questioned more than 700 witnesses and followed numerous leads, including several false confessions, but none brought resolution. Miranda Fenner's parents never lost hope that their daughter's killer, or killers, would be caught. The case, however, went cold for nearly 2 decades. In 2012, her case was transferred to the Billings Metro Police Cold Case Unit, which continued to investigate. In 2016, Yellowstone County Police received another confession from Zachary O'Neill, a minor offender from the area. He claimed responsibility for the 1998 murders of both the previously raped woman and Miranda Fenner. Having dealt with numerous false confessions in the past, police were initially skeptical, as his account contained inconsistencies. Notably, he claimed to have killed the rape victim, who was in fact still alive, and the details he provided about Miranda's murder were largely public knowledge. Zachary O'Neill initially confessed while at a psychiatric hospital in Washington. Police dismissed this confession, but a determined Zachary returned to the Yellowstone County Jail in March 2017. At that time, he was intoxicated but admitted to the crimes again, providing additional details. Authorities collected his DNA before releasing him, as Montana law requires evidence beyond a confession for an arrest. Zachary's DNA later matched evidence from the rape victim's case. He had left her for dead after slitting her throat, confessing to her murder, not knowing she had survived. On the day of Miranda's murder, Zachary had been at the video store twice. Family members noted that on his second visit, he arrived just moments before Miranda was attacked. At the time, Zachary, then 18, had been questioned by police but denied any involvement in Miranda Fenner's murder. During the 2019 investigation, Zachary admitted that he used to steal in 1998 to support his drug habit. He stated that he was on meth on the day he killed Miranda. According to him, his first visit to the store had been to rent movies. A few days later, Miranda rang him up for the films he had rented, but when his mother, whom he was living with at the time, saw one of the movies, she ordered him to return it because it was pornographic. Zachary, however, returned to the store not only to return the movie, but also to commit a robbery. He waited until all the customers had left before striking. According to him, he stabbed Miranda out of fear that she would recognize him during the robbery. For years, he ignored the murder, but eventually his conscience caught up with him. After his own brother was murdered in 2013, Zachary felt relief when the killers were apprehended, and he wished for Miranda's family to experience the same sense of closure. In August 2019, Zachary O'Neill went on trial for both Miranda's murder and the attempted murder rape of the other woman. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 2 life terms in prison. Moving on to the next case. Nadine Lott. Nadine Lott was born in the late 1980s in Arlo, a town located on Ireland's southeastern coast. She was the eldest child of Claire and David Lott and had 3 younger siblings, Phoebe, Tanith, and Kayla. By the summer of 2012, at 26 years old, Nadine had blossomed into a charismatic young woman. She was eagerly preparing for a trip to Australia, anticipating a vacation full of adventure, sports, and new friendships. Nadine stood out among her peers with her radiant smile and captivating personality, which naturally drew people toward her. She maintained a wide circle of friends and had the rare ability to connect effortlessly with anyone. Yet, behind her outgoing demeanor, Nadine was a sensitive and emotionally vulnerable person who always tried to see the good in others. She deeply valued her family, who had provided her with love and support throughout her upbringing. Nadine developed a love for photography, capturing fleeting moments of life to preserve the beauty of the world around her. This passion eventually evolved into a profession, and she became a successful beautician, helping others enhance and appreciate their natural beauty. Nadine also faced certain challenges in her personal life. She was not in a hurry to settle into a committed relationship, preferring instead to embrace her independence and spend quality time with friends. Her longing for freedom inspired her to travel to Australia, where she was drawn to the warm climate, stunning coastlines, and exotic scenery, finding the atmosphere both refreshing and romantic. During her time in Australia, Nadine met Daniel Murdatt, and it seemed as though they were complete opposites. While Nadine was energetic and outgoing, Daniel was quiet and reserved, with intense eyes and a fit physique that immediately caught her attention. Despite their contrasting personalities, they shared an immediate and undeniable connection, discovering mutual interests and a profound emotional bond. As they spent more time together, their days became filled with unforgettable adventures and shared memories. They walked hand in hand along breathtaking beaches, swam in crystal-clear waters, and confided their deepest dreams and secrets. Nadine was fascinated by Daniel's surfing talent, while he was captivated by her carefree spirit, genuine heart, and contagious laughter. Their bond grew stronger with each passing day, free from any obstacles or hesitations. Daniel, a few years older than Nadine, came from Dayan, a suburb of Dublin, where he worked as a window fitter and lived with his family. To Nadine, the relationship was a casual fling, not something she expected to turn into a serious commitment. Phoebe was the first to learn about Daniel, and soon after their mother, Claire, discovered the relationship through her daughter. Claire quickly sensed that the romance might not endure. Nadine's life took a dramatic turn when she discovered she was pregnant with Daniel's child. A few months later, Daniel tried to rekindle their relationship and form a family, but the attempt ultimately failed. In November 2013, Nadine gave birth to a baby girl named Kia, yet Daniel was conspicuously absent during that life-changing event. Instead, it was her sister Phoebe who stepped in to provide emotional support and remain by her side. Phoebe stood with Nadine during labor, took the first photograph of the new mother and her baby, and played a crucial role in helping Nadine face the challenges of early motherhood. Nadine's pregnancy marked a pivotal shift in her life as she embraced her new role as a mother. Despite the hardships she encountered, Nadine found comfort and strength in Phoebe's constant love and support. Her story serves as a touching reminder of the intricate nature of love and relationships. Although her relationship with Daniel lacked emotional depth and true fulfillment, Nadine was determined to create a stable and nurturing home for her daughter. Daniel refused to accept responsibility for his actions and showed no interest in becoming a committed father, leaving Nadine to raise Kia on her own. She devoted herself fully to giving her daughter the best possible life. By 2016, Nadine hoped to build a home surrounded by loved ones, so she rented a house where they could all live together as a family. However, her dreams were shattered when Daniel, Kia's father, failed to move in with them. That realization marked the end of Nadine's hopes for a shared family life. Daniel's continual absence and repeated broken promises had left Nadine emotionally exhausted, leading her to end their relationship and begin a new chapter in her life. Despite their separation, she still held on to the hope that Kia would be able to maintain a bond with her father. Claire, Nadine's mother, had a more pragmatic view of Daniel, believing that his passion for boxing took precedence over his family responsibilities. In contrast, Nadine remained fully dedicated to her daughter, Kia, giving her the love, attention, and support she needed. As Kia grew up without a father figure, she looked up to her mother as her role model, learning from Nadine's strength and perseverance through life's difficulties. In October 2019, Claire encouraged Nadine to celebrate her birthday in Rome. During the trip, Nadine's daughter, Kia, also affectionately known as Nine, confided in her mother about the personal struggles she was facing. By that time, Nadine had moved on from her relationship with Daniel and was flourishing as a single mother. She enjoyed her work, took great pride in her achievements, and felt content with her life. Her future appeared bright, especially after she received an offer for a modeling opportunity. However, her joy was soon overshadowed when she realized that Daniel continued making empty promises to visit their daughter, Kia, in Ireland. When Daniel asked to meet Nadine under the pretense of giving her money for Kia, she was doubtful of his intentions, suspecting that he merely wanted to see her rather than their child. Nevertheless, she agreed to meet him, motivated by her desire to ensure that Kia did not develop negative feelings toward her father. Despite recognizing the growing impossibility of reconciliation, Nadine still clung to the faint hope of creating a real family. To protect Kia from disappointment, Nadine often made excuses for Daniel's absence. She wanted to shield her daughter from the pain caused by his irresponsibility and neglect. Meanwhile, Daniel was unwilling to let Nadine move on and grew increasingly paranoid that she might start seeing other men. Because of his controlling behavior and constant threats, Nadine felt compelled to keep her personal life hidden from him. In 2019, Nadine Lott's life changed dramatically after she officially ended her relationship with Daniel. She began dating a new partner from Turkey, but her efforts to keep the relationship private failed. When Daniel found out about Nadine's new partner, he became enraged, which triggered a series of stalking incidents that brought Nadine severe emotional turmoil. On December 5th, Nadine sent Daniel a direct message, making it clear that their relationship was over and insisting that he stop harassing her. She believed this would finally put an end to their toxic relationship. However, on December 13th, Nadine asked Daniel to look after their daughter, Kia, while she attended her aunt's birthday celebration at a nearby pub. Daniel agreed to take care of Kia at his home in Condon, which was located separately from Nadine's residence in Wicklow. On the night of December 14th, Daniel made several attempts to contact Nadine, calling her at 5:57 and 1:26 a.m., but she did not respond. Eventually, he sent her a message, urging her to return home soon. Nadine later came home and changed her clothes, but what happened afterward remains uncertain. What is known is that Daniel attacked Nadine, terrifying their 6-year-old daughter, Kia. The noise and screams drew the attention of a neighbor, Isla Klinovich, who went to investigate the source of the disturbance. Isla saw Nadine lying on the floor in the hallway while Daniel stood over her, his face twisted in anger and panic. Horrified by the scene, Isla retreated to her apartment and immediately contacted Nadine's family. When Claire, Nadine's mother, heard Isla's account, she was consumed by panic and dread. Daniel fled the scene in his Volvo, leaving behind a trail of dust and blood. When Claire rushed into Nadine's apartment, she was confronted with a horrifying sight. The walls and shattered glass were splattered with blood, a grim reflection of the violence that had just occurred. But the nightmare was far from over. At around 9:50 a.m., Claire, Phoebe, and Kyle entered the kitchen and were devastated by what they saw. Nadine's body lay on the floor, brutally mutilated and lifeless. Meanwhile, roughly 20 miles away in the town of Lar, Daniel lost control of his car and crashed into a ditch. Miraculously, he sustained only minor injuries. John Beck Ken came across the wreck and was stunned by the scene. A car with broken headlights, shattered glass, and a lone vehicle lying in the ditch. At first, he assumed the driver had been drinking after a Christmas party, but as he drew closer, he realized the car was empty. Suddenly, Daniel appeared from the fog, his eyes blank, his body trembling, and his clothes drenched in blood. Daniel confessed to the crime in a despairing tone to a witness. He was then taken to the hospital in an ambulance, repeatedly muttering that he loved Nadine as if seeking forgiveness. Meanwhile, Nadine's apartment was in disarray. When paramedics and police officers arrived, they were met with a strong smell of blood. The walls and furniture were smeared with it, and the scene was chaotic. Paramedic Ian Clark was struck by the extent of the destruction. Broken dishes, shattered glass, and bloody footprints indicated that a violent crime had occurred. Phoebe and Kyle rushed Nadine to urgent care after a severe accident where medical professionals were able to save her life despite her critical injuries, which had left her unconscious. Nadine was rushed to St. Vincent's Hospital, where she was admitted to the intensive care unit. Doctors recorded extensive injuries to Nadine's head, neck, and chest at 10:58 a.m. Her condition was critical, with 64 wounds identified on her body, the causes of which were not immediately clear. Nadine underwent multiple blood transfusions, yet her condition remained dire. Claire held on to the hope that her daughter would recover. She stayed by Nadine's side in the hospital, surrounding her with familiar comforts from home: family photos, Nadine's favorite perfumes, and cherished keepsakes. Despite the doctor's grim prognosis, Claire remained steadfast in her faith, believing that her love and presence could guide Nadine through the fight for her life. Meanwhile, Daniel was scheduled to appear in court on December 16th, where the judge ruled that he be held in custody until his trial. That same day, Claire accompanied Nadine to a follow-up examination to evaluate the extent of her brain injuries. She prayed that Nadine would find the strength to survive. Tragically, Nadine's wounds proved too severe, and she passed away on December 17th between 3 o'clock and 4 p.m., never regaining consciousness. Irish police officer Colonel Dean McCarthy described the attack as one of the most savage acts of violence he had ever encountered. Following the murder, Chief State Pathologist Dr. Linda Mogan conducted the autopsy at the city funeral home on December 18th. Afterward, Nadine's loved ones, especially her family, were left struggling with unanswered questions. Claire was overwhelmed by her thoughts, desperately trying to comprehend the horror that had unfolded. The following day, Daniel confessed to the horrific crime, recounting in chilling detail how he had attacked and brutally killed Nadine. According to his statement, he began by grabbing Nadine, striking her on the head, and then repeatedly punching her. Despite her attempts to resist, he continued the assault, kicking her and eventually stabbing and strangling her with a charger cord. Kia, who witnessed the terrifying scene, begged her father to stop, but her pleas went unheard. Though Nadine fought with all her strength, Daniel's physical power was overwhelming. A funeral service for Nadine took place on December 22nd at St. Mary and Peter's Church in Arlo, her hometown. The ceremony attracted more than 1,000 mourners, with hundreds more watching the live broadcast as they gathered to say their final goodbyes. 6 people carefully carried Nadine's coffin, the young and beautiful woman appearing as though she were peacefully asleep for eternity. The altar was adorned with scarlet velvet roses. Nadine's mother, Claire, sat in the front row, struggling to contain her tears as she gazed at her daughter's coffin. Her eyes reflected love and admiration for the one who now rested before her. Family and friends surrounded her, overwhelmed with sorrow as they held handkerchiefs to their faces and wept openly. David Lott, Nadine's father, stepped forward, his voice trembling with grief, and placed one of Nadine's elegant handbags beside the coffin. Nadine possessed an extraordinary talent for transforming anything into a stylish accessory that complemented her unique fashion sense. Then Kyle, a close family friend, approached the altar holding a photograph of Nadine and Kia smiling brightly as they embraced. Kia, bewildered and heartbroken, clung to her mother's side, unable to understand the loss she had endured. Phoebe, Nadine's sister, brought a pair of shoes to the altar, the same ones Nadine had planned to wear to her prom. Overcome with emotion, Phoebe fought to hold back tears. Tanith, another dear friend, gently placed a photo album on the altar, filled with treasured memories of Nadine's carefree days, joyful gatherings, and radiant laughter. Those memories would live on forever, a touching reminder of the joyful moments they had shared with Nadine. With compassion etched on his face, Father Michael Moore conducted the service with moving words about eternal life and hope, bringing comfort to the grieving family and friends. Looking tenderly at Kia, he expressed gratitude for the boundless happiness she had brought Nadine during her life, and wished that Kia's future would be filled with love, care, and protection. He reassured Kia that her mother's loved ones would always remain by her side, serving as her guardian angels. Nadine's sisters, Phoebe and Tanith, tearfully said their final goodbye, overcome with the pain of losing their beloved sister. The ceremony concluded with solemn funeral music, and Nadine's coffin was laid to rest in the San Gabriel Cemetery. As her loved ones offered their last farewells, they found solace in knowing that Nadine's soul was finally at peace. Moving on to the next case. Sarah Foxwell. Today, we will explore the case of a young girl who disappeared from her own bedroom in the middle of the night, just days before Christmas. This case rapidly drew widespread attention. More than 3,000 individuals participated in the search efforts, and ultimately, detectives uncovered some chilling details that led them to an unexpected and shocking revelation. Sarah Foxwell was born on May 18, 1998, in Salisbury, Maryland. She was raised in a large family with 2 sisters and 4 brothers. Her mother also had 3 additional children from a previous marriage. In time, Sarah's parents divorced, and her mother faced difficult circumstances, having to care for all of the children by herself. She worked long hours, so the kids often stayed with relatives. Sarah, being the middle child, constantly tried to maintain peace among her siblings whenever arguments and fights arose. She always radiated positivity and often succeeded in bringing her family together. In December 2009, when Sarah was 11 years old, she temporarily moved in with her aunt and grandparents. Christmas was approaching, and her mother was working extra shifts to afford gifts for each of her children. Her aunt lived on the outskirts of Salisbury in a large farmhouse. The kids loved being there because of the wide-open space where they could play freely. On December 22nd, everything appeared normal. With just 3 days remaining until Christmas, the children were full of excitement, running around the house, playing, and simply enjoying themselves. Their aunt ordered pizza for dinner, and at around 9 p.m., everyone began getting ready for bed. Sarah shared a room with her 6-year-old sister, Emma, located at the end of the hallway near the back door. They talked for a while before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Sarah's grandfather woke up and went to wake the children. When he entered the girls' room, he found only Emma there. Assuming that Sarah might have already gotten up, he searched the entire house, but couldn't find her anywhere. He informed her aunt, and together they began searching every corner of the house. Eventually, they realized that Sarah was nowhere inside. Her aunt initially thought Sarah might have gone outside to play in the snow that had fallen overnight. However, she quickly noticed that Sarah's shoes and jacket were still at home. Then her aunt observed something odd. Sarah's toothbrush was missing from its usual place in the bathroom. After searching the area surrounding the house with her grandfather and finding no trace of Sarah, her aunt decided to call Sarah's mother. She rushed over immediately, and they contacted the police. The officers arrived within minutes and promptly began searching the house. Sarah's aunt told them that she always made sure to check all the doors and windows every night before going to bed, and she had done the same the previous evening. The police could not find Sarah anywhere inside the house or in the nearby area. After learning about the missing toothbrush, the officers began to suspect the possibility of an abduction. They theorized that the kidnapper might have taken the toothbrush before leaving the house with Sarah, so they decided to verify whether all the doors and windows were indeed secured. When they reached the back door near Sarah's room and tried the handle, it opened immediately. Sarah's aunt insisted that the door had been locked the previous night and had not been opened since. However, she recalled that they kept a spare key outside near the entrance. When she went to check, the key was gone. This further reinforced the abduction theory. The fact that the perpetrator knew about the spare key suggested that he was familiar with the family. Another disturbing detail was that their dog hadn't made a single sound during the night, even though it usually barked at strangers. Fearing that Sarah had been kidnapped, investigators quickly launched a large-scale search. News of her disappearance spread swiftly, and many local residents reached out to the police to offer their assistance. The sheriff addressed the public through the media, urging everyone to inspect their properties for anything suspicious. Dozens of local officers were mobilized to take part in the search. They also received assistance from police departments in neighboring towns and even from other states. Everyone involved hoped to find Sarah alive. Considering that the perpetrator had taken her toothbrush, it might have suggested an intention to keep her alive, so the police dedicated all their resources to the search. Outside the house, they discovered their first clue. There were relatively fresh tire tracks in the snow, indicating that the abductor had likely arrived by car. Since all of Sarah's warm clothes were still inside, it was evident that the perpetrator could not have taken her on foot. Meanwhile, Sarah's relatives were brought to the police station, where something unexpected occurred. Sarah's 6-year-old sister, Emma, who had shared the same room with her, tugged on her grandmother's sleeve and whispered that she had a secret. She had seen the person who took Sarah. According to Emma, she woke up to hear a man speaking to her sister. She didn't understand what was going on but became frightened, so she pretended to be asleep. A few moments later, she saw the man leaving the room with Sarah. Her story stunned the family, but what she said next was even more chilling. She recognized the man. It was Mr. Tommy. The adults immediately knew who she was referring to. 30-year-old Thomas Leggs, the former boyfriend of Sarah's aunt. Although they had broken up a few months earlier, he had spent a great deal of time at their house, and all the children were familiar with him. The police also knew Thomas well because of his extensive criminal record. Over the years, he had repeatedly come to their attention for crimes involving women and young girls. He was first imprisoned at the age of 18 for assaulting a 12-year-old girl and was sentenced to 4 years, but released after only a few months. Later, he received a 7-year sentence for attacking another minor, yet again was released early, this time after serving just 6 months for good behavior. Shortly thereafter, he received another 6-month sentence for a different assault. Then, on the same day his wife came home from the hospital with their newborn daughter, he attempted to assault another girl. The woman later divorced him and obtained a restraining order against Thomas because he had threatened to kill both her and their daughter. Another incident took place when a woman and her young daughter moved to the same street where Thomas lived. One day, the girl and her friend were sitting on the porch of their house when Thomas approached them. He told one of the girls that he had been watching her play in the yard and called her a wild girl. Then he picked up a stick and began hitting her on the buttocks. The frightened girl ran inside and told her mother what had just happened. The woman looked out the window, saw Thomas, and realized that she had seen his face before. Before moving into the neighborhood, she had checked the local sex offender registry, where Thomas's photo was listed. The mother reported the incident to the police, and the case went to court, but Thomas managed to escape any punishment for his actions. Before the trial began, the woman was instructed not to mention that Thomas was on the sex offender registry or that he had prior convictions for sexual assault. The reason for this restriction was the concern that mentioning it might prejudice the jury, resulting in an unfair verdict for Thomas. Just a few months before Sarah's disappearance, Thomas was arrested again. He had broken into the bedroom of a 24-year-old woman in the middle of the night, undressed, and began pleasuring himself while standing next to her bed. After being taken into custody, he was released on bail. At first, Thomas managed to conceal his criminal background from Sarah's aunt, but she eventually found out about it. Nonetheless, he somehow succeeded in convincing her that all the accusations against him were false and that he was innocent of everything he had been charged with. Considering all of this, detectives were certain that Thomas was responsible for Sarah's abduction. Her relatives also recalled that while Thomas was dating Sarah's aunt, he had spent much more time with Sarah than with any of the other children in the house. At the time, no one thought much of it, but after her disappearance, that detail became deeply unsettling. The police wanted to question Thomas, so they went to his residence. He lived just a few miles away, in a shed located on his parents' property. Investigators brought Thomas in for questioning and obtained a warrant to search the shed where he lived. Inside, they found a mess and extremely poor living conditions, but there was no evidence directly linking him to Sarah's disappearance. However, police discovered a vast collection of magazines and DVDs containing adult material. The shed was practically filled with them. During the interrogation, Thomas repeatedly denied any involvement in Sarah's disappearance. He claimed that he was trying to deal with his issues, referring to his tendency to commit crimes against underage girls. According to Thomas, during the period when he was dating Sarah's aunt, he had purposely avoided being alone with the children so that no one could falsely accuse him of inappropriate behavior. When told that Emma had seen him on the night of the abduction, Thomas asserted that the girl often made up stories and insisted he hadn't been there. Detectives did not believe a word he said, and not just because of his criminal past. While discussing the disappearance of 11-year-old Sarah, Thomas kept smirking and mocking them. The sheriff even suspected that Thomas viewed his crime as flawless and believed the police would never be able to prove his guilt. Thomas also claimed to have a solid alibi. He said he had been at a bar with a friend late into the night. Investigators promptly verified this claim, and to their surprise, the alibi was partly confirmed. Thomas had indeed been seen at the bar, but there was one major problem. He left around 1 a.m., and from that point until about 7 a.m., no one, including his parents, saw him. When investigators examined his phone, they found that on that same night, Thomas had sent messages to several women, asking to meet up, but all of them refused. Despite everything they had uncovered, detectives still couldn't get Thomas to confess. They hoped that the girl was still alive, so they put all their efforts into finding her. When they seized his pickup truck, the police immediately discovered several significant clues. Inside the vehicle lay Sarah's green toothbrush and a large lollipop. Investigators thought that Thomas could have used the candy to lure her into his car. The tire tracks also matched with the tracks left in the snow in front of the house on the night of Sarah's disappearance. The man himself told detectives that he hadn't been to that house in over a month, and now they had proof that he had lied. Despite the fact that Thomas continued to deny everything, the police still hoped to find Sarah. Hundreds of officers and volunteers continued searching the area, scouring the territory for many miles around her house. They checked abandoned buildings, forests, ravines, and bodies of water. Canine units with search dogs tried to pick up the girl's scent, while helicopters scoured the area from above. The police also received enormous support from the local community. People came to the police station and signed up as volunteers, despite the bad weather and the approaching holidays. Unfortunately, on that day, the search once again yielded no results. But no one even thought about giving up, and early the next morning, they went out to search for her again. Throughout this time, the stream of volunteers not only didn't dwindle, but grew even larger. In total, 3,000 people joined the search efforts. The sheriff even had to relocate the coordination center to the large baseball stadium because the police station simply couldn't fit such a huge number of people. Notably, among the volunteers were not only adults, but also their children. They handed out water, hot tea, and food. Everyone tried to do their best, hoping that eventually it would help them find Sarah alive. Meanwhile, investigators obtained another piece of evidence linking Thomas to the abduction. As soon as the man was brought to the station, he was given a new set of clothes, and his own clothes were sent to the lab. Experts found foreign DNA on the suspect's underwear and compared it to a sample from Sarah obtained from her belongings. It was a complete match. Considering the fact that DNA was found on his underwear, detectives came to a grim conclusion. Apparently, after the abduction, Thomas sexually assaulted her. The second day of the search also yielded no results, and on the morning of December 25th, Christmas Day, thousands of people once again went to look for Sarah. Despite the holiday, none of them even considered giving up. On that same day, investigators received GPS data from Thomas's phone. Unfortunately, there weren't exact locations, but rather just information about his phone connecting to specific cell towers. Police found out that on the night of Sarah's disappearance, his phone had connected to 3 towers, allowing them to determine the approximate triangular area where he must have been. Investigators focused all their efforts in this area, which was located practically on the state border, about 8 miles from Sarah's aunt's house. This area was mostly covered with trees. Hundreds of people combed through every inch of this territory, hoping for a Christmas miracle that Sarah would be found alive. Unfortunately, reality turned out to be much more tragic. Around 4 p.m., police noticed Sarah's body on the ground, almost at the state border. She was found lying on her back, her arms lifted upward and pointing toward the sky. When medical experts began examining the body, even they were horrified. At first, they confirmed that the victim had been sexually assaulted. They found signs of strangulation, but concluded that the perpetrator had failed to kill her by that method. In Sarah's lungs, experts discovered traces of dirt, suggesting that the killer had tried to drown her in a puddle. During this brutal act, the victim lost consciousness. Afterward, she suffered severe burns. According to the experts, the perpetrator may have left her in the forest for some time, gone to get gasoline, returned, and then set Sarah on fire. Traces of smoke were also detected in her lungs, indicating that she was still alive at that moment. This also explained why her hands were raised and pointing toward the sky. Such a position can occur when a person is exposed to fire. The sheer cruelty of the act shocked everyone involved in the case. Even the detectives struggled to believe that such horrific atrocities had truly been inflicted upon the victim. But once they understood what had happened to Sarah, all they wanted was one thing: to ensure that Thomas received the death penalty. Despite his continued denials, there was an overwhelming amount of evidence against him. After the discovery of Sarah's body, forensic experts found several of her hairs and small fibers from her pajamas on the front seat of Thomas's pickup truck, further confirming his connection to the abduction. Combined with all the other evidence, this eliminated any real chance of him avoiding punishment. The wait for the trial lasted more than a year, but it ultimately never began. In early 2011, the prosecution decided to offer Thomas a plea deal. Under its terms, he would plead guilty and receive a life sentence instead of the death penalty. Considering what Thomas had done to Sarah, the plea deal might appear unjust, but there were several serious reasons supporting this decision. The main reason was that Sarah's younger sister would have been required to testify multiple times in court, in the presence of the murderer. The abduction and death of her sister had already been a severe emotional trauma for her, and the trial could have caused even greater harm. Another reason for offering the plea deal was that the prosecution could not be completely certain of securing a death sentence. If Thomas's defense team had managed to obtain a different verdict, he could have eventually gained the chance of release, something that was explicitly ruled out under the terms of the deal. There was also another complication. At that time, the state governor opposed the death penalty, which further reduced the likelihood of achieving such a sentence. Ultimately, Thomas agreed to the deal and confessed everything the detectives had already uncovered without his cooperation. He admitted that he had lured Sarah out of her home, then took her away, sexually assaulted, and killed her. He was sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole and was transferred to a maximum security prison. Within the first few days of his imprisonment, another inmate attacked him during lunch with a makeshift weapon, inflicting multiple severe cuts. Thomas survived, and prison officials implemented additional security measures to protect him from other inmates who wanted to harm him. Sarah's case caused widespread outrage because the justice system had repeatedly allowed Thomas opportunities for release, enabling him to continue committing crimes. As a result, the state of Maryland enacted Sarah's Law, which requires that anyone convicted of child abuse must serve at least 15 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. Moving on to the next case. Yolanda Cirillo. Yolanda Cirillo was born in Miami, Florida. She was a 28-year-old single mother who led a quiet life away from the fast-paced city environment. Yolanda devoted herself entirely to raising her daughter and being a dedicated mother, giving up her previous party lifestyle. After some time, Yolanda felt ready to seek stability and find a new partner. She began a relationship with Michel Escoto, a man admired for his attractive appearance and meticulous grooming. Their relationship, which began as innocent and peaceful, gradually evolved into love. Yolanda and Michel met while attending a computer engineering school, even though their personalities were opposite. She was calm and pragmatic, whereas he was romantic, adventurous, and outgoing. Despite their contrasting natures, they connected deeply and began what seemed to be a promising relationship. Michel and Yolanda Cirillo appeared to be an unlikely pair. However, after living together for a year, they started building a family. Yolanda, who already had a child from a previous relationship, was overjoyed to see her boyfriend Escoto showing affection toward her daughter. Everything appeared perfect, but Michel still had one unfulfilled ambition. He wanted to build a successful career and start his own business. Yolanda wholeheartedly supported Michel's dream because she believed his success would provide a stable future for her and her daughter. She also hoped that their relationship would eventually lead to marriage and a complete family. Michel promised Yolanda that once he achieved financial success, he would give them the dream life they both longed for. When analyzing the most profitable industries in Miami, Michel realized there was a strong demand for cosmetic services. Consequently, he decided to explore that field. With his basic knowledge of hairdressing, he wanted to learn more about business management to open his own salon. His goal was to create a space that welcomed everyone. Michel found a beauty school near his home and enrolled in February 2002. While studying there, he noticed that he stood out as one of the few men in the beauty industry and was surrounded by many energetic, young women. These women were drawn to Michel because of his charm, and he easily captivated them, which made him popular among the female students. However, despite being in a committed relationship with Yolanda, Michel could not resist the allure of Wendy Trapaga, a beautiful 21-year-old woman. He began flirting with her and often behaved inappropriately, yet he chose not to tell Yolanda about his behavior. Every night, Michel still returned home to Yolanda, maintaining the illusion of a normal family life. Nevertheless, the more time he spent with Wendy, the more guilt he felt toward Yolanda. Wendy Trapaga was unlike any woman Michel had previously encountered. She was sweet, kind-hearted, and had the figure of a model. Wendy was born on April 29, 1981, to her parents Miriam and Ernest. She was raised in a stable and loving home. Her father, Ernest, had always been deeply affectionate toward Wendy and ensured that she grew up in an atmosphere filled with love and respect. Ernest had worked as a cargo pilot, and his job had required him to travel frequently, which made Wendy eagerly await his return after each trip. Every time he came home, Wendy was overjoyed and always received a gift from him. March 31, 1988, became an unforgettable day in Wendy's life when she was 16 years old. Her father's plane exploded at an altitude of 150 feet and crashed onto a barren area near the runway. The tragedy claimed the lives of everyone on board. The deep sorrow Wendy felt that day stayed with her throughout her life. Ernest was 61 years old when he died, leaving Wendy's mother, Miriam, devastated. After becoming a widow, Miriam dedicated herself to supporting her family and found employment as a school administrative assistant. She worked diligently and supervised extracurricular programs at an elementary school in Miami-Dade County. In time, Miriam found love again and married Juan Bonet. Wendy then gained half-siblings who warmly accepted her, providing the affection she had long missed since her father's passing. During her teenage years, Wendy developed a strong interest in aesthetics and high fashion. She possessed striking beauty, with deep brown eyes, long flowing hair, and a radiant smile that drew everyone's attention. Despite her beauty, Wendy remained humble and kind, which made those around her admire her even more. After completing her education, Wendy got married, but unfortunately, the marriage soon ended. This disappointment motivated her to pursue her passion and learn from her relatives who managed beauty salons. She later enrolled in Label Beauty Academy in Miami. There, Wendy met Michel Escoto, a man who made her smile. Michel's charm and compliments completely captivated her. He introduced himself as an executive in the web design industry with a degree in technology. Perhaps losing her father at a young age made Wendy more sympathetic toward older men, whom she considered safe. However, Michel did not reveal to Wendy that he already had a girlfriend, Yolanda. Instead, he continued spending more time with Wendy. The feelings between Michel and Wendy grew stronger as they spent increasing amounts of time together. While Yolanda believed that Michel was busy focusing on his career, his relationship with Wendy gradually evolved from emotional to physical. Michel and Wendy became nearly inseparable. Meanwhile, Yolanda felt unsettled by the growing distance in her relationship with Michel, even though they had been together for over 2 years. She was unaware that Michel frequently met other women, including one who even sponsored his education. At first, Michel saw Wendy merely as a friend, but with time, his emotions deepened. He cherished the sense of freedom and lack of pressure that he felt in his relationship with Wendy. However, Michel had always kept his relationship with Wendy a secret. Even though Michel and Wendy had entered their second month as a couple, he continued to hide it from everyone, which left Wendy feeling confused. At the same time, Yolanda noticed that Michel was becoming increasingly distant, and their relationship began to feel more like a friendship than a romance. Yolanda grew suspicious of Michelle's schedule, and the lack of communication caused them to drift further apart. Eventually, Michel decided to end his relationship with Yolanda because he had fallen in love with Wendy. In August 2002, Michel and Yolanda had a heated argument, and to express his dissatisfaction, Michel packed his belongings and left. Yolanda was in disbelief. She had dreamed of a shared future with Michel, but he walked away without offering any explanation. Yolanda tried to understand her faults and the reason for his departure. She repeatedly called Michel, but he refused to answer. Eventually, Yolanda managed to access his voicemail by decoding his password and discovered messages revealing that he had moved in with another woman named Wendy. Yolanda was shocked and furious when she learned about Michel and Wendy's relationship. Meanwhile, Michel and Wendy had moved into a small apartment in Miami. Unexpectedly, in that humble space, the two began a life filled with dreams and happiness. Although some members of Wendy's family disapproved of her decision to live with Michel, her mother, Miriam, was especially worried since Michel was nearly 10 years older than Wendy and still unemployed. Miriam wondered whether Wendy and Michel ever discussed their finances or sources of income. She was also surprised to find that their home was almost empty, with Wendy and Michel even sleeping on the floor. What mattered most to her, however, was Wendy's happiness. Wendy had always been careful with her money and maintained a strict budget, whereas Michel was reckless with his spending and vague about how he earned his income. Miriam assumed that Michel worked in information technology to ease her doubts. Because so many questions surrounded Michel, tension grew between Miriam and Wendy regarding Wendy's plans to marry him. Miriam strongly disagreed with her daughter's rushed decision to get married. Disregarding her mother's warning, Wendy and Michel went ahead with their plans. They decided to hold a small wedding ceremony at City Hall in October 2002, opting for a simple legal procedure without much formality. When Miriam asked why they were getting married so quickly, Wendy confided that she was pregnant. On October 10, 2002, Wendy and Michel exchanged vows at Miami Beach City Hall. They then planned a modest honeymoon in Key West, Florida. Michel and Wendy departed on Friday, October 11th, intending to return by Sunday evening. Their 2-day trip to Key West was filled with joy and excitement. However, on Sunday, Michel and Wendy were hesitant to bring their short vacation to an end. Michel had reserved a luxurious suite in an elegant and romantic hotel. Wendy was overjoyed when she learned that their honeymoon was unexpectedly extended. She immediately informed her mother about their decision to stay longer. Wendy's mother, Miriam, was equally pleased to hear the news. Although she felt some concern about Wendy's health because of her pregnancy, she was genuinely happy for her daughter's joy. Michel and Wendy envisioned a romantic evening that would include dining out, possibly watching a movie, or dancing together at a nightclub. They arrived at the hotel close to midnight and spent some time alone in their room. Neither of them knew that this would be Wendy's final night alive. At around 5:30 a.m. on Monday, Miriam was suddenly awakened by a phone call. Seeing the time, she felt uneasy about receiving a call so early. Feeling anxious, she answered the phone. On the other end was Michel, speaking in a cryptic and uneasy tone, asking whether Wendy was with her. Michel explained that they had gone out drinking the previous night, and Wendy had wanted to stay, even though he was worried about their unborn child. This had sparked their first argument inside the car while driving home. He claimed that he had gone back to their apartment alone, leaving Wendy outside. When he returned 5 to 10 minutes later, she was gone. All his attempts to reach her by phone had failed. After speaking with Michel, Miriam agreed to give Wendy some space despite being deeply worried about her disappearance. She tried not to panic, but she knew that Wendy would never behave that way. At around 6 a.m., a sanitation worker following his usual route through a commercial warehouse district in the Northwest Dade area contacted the Miami police after noticing something strange in a parking lot between two cars. As he approached, he discovered a woman dressed in a blue evening gown lying face down in a pool of blood. When forensic experts arrived at the scene, they were shocked to find blood splattered across a nearby vehicle. The autopsy later revealed that the woman had been struck repeatedly with a blunt object, leaving her body severely disfigured and almost unrecognizable. Although no weapon was found at the scene, the victim was quickly identified as Wendy Trapaga thanks to her driver's license and a wallet containing personal identification found nearby. When Miriam received the devastating news of her daughter's death, she fell into profound despair. Tears streaming down her face, Miriam, who had already lost her husband, was now forced to confront the sudden death of her daughter. As detectives worked to uncover the cause of Wendy's murder, Miriam received a call from Wendy's husband, Michel, asking if there were any updates about Wendy. Miriam was speechless and struggled to tell Michel that Wendy was no longer alive. A detective stepped in, taking over the call to inform Michel that officers would visit his home to discuss the matter further. Michel was completely stunned and unable to utter a word. Police took him into custody and brought him to the station for questioning. During a 14-hour interrogation, Michel recounted the events of the night leading up to Wendy's tragic death. As they had left the hotel and driven home around 3 a.m., Michel and Wendy had gotten into an argument over drinking. During the argument, Wendy had unexpectedly admitted to Michel that she was not pregnant, which had added to the tension of the argument. As they had approached their apartment, Michel had decided to go inside to give them both time to calm down, leaving Wendy in the car. That had been the last time he had seen Wendy. The autopsy report later revealed that Wendy had died from being repeatedly beaten with a blunt object, causing 15 to 20 severe injuries to her face and neck. Her face had been unrecognizable due to the injuries. There had also been signs of strangulation. Investigators had also found strange DNA on Wendy's dress. Physical examination had revealed that Wendy had had alcohol and sedatives in her system. Her estimated time of death was determined to be between 3 and 5 a.m. on October 14th. Several unusual details were also uncovered. Wendy had been found barefoot, yet her feet were completely clean. Additionally, there were no injuries to her hands or feet, suggesting that she might not have resisted the attack or that she could have been unconscious or restrained at the time. The medical examiner also confirmed that Wendy had not been pregnant when she died, which raised further questions about the motive behind her false claim. Investigators soon discovered a new lead, a phone call made by Michel at 3:15 a.m. on the night of Wendy's death. Detectives followed this lead and found that Michel's final call had been to his ex-girlfriend, Yolanda. When notified of Wendy's death, Yolanda recounted her past relationship with Michel to the authorities. She admitted that she had once harbored deep feelings for Michel and had been devastated by his sudden disappearance. Despite her repeated efforts to reach him, he had not responded until the fall of 2002, when he finally returned her call. During questioning, Michel admitted to having an affair with another woman, but insisted that he had no emotional attachment to Wendy. He claimed that he still loved Yolanda and wanted to rekindle their relationship. Yolanda, who continued to have feelings for Michel, believed his words and hoped that their love would be revived. However, Michel continued to live a double life, deceiving both women. The investigation was severely hindered by the absence of solid evidence. There was no DNA, no fingerprints, no surveillance footage, and no murder weapon. All that remained were conflicting statements with no definitive proof. Roughly 2 months after Wendy's death, Michel once again became the main suspect in the case. When he was caught attempting to claim Wendy's life insurance benefits, questions arose about his true motives. Investigators learned that Michel was the sole beneficiary of the policy, which was valued at $1 million, leading detectives to suspect that greed had been the driving force behind the crime. The investigative team began to pursue this financial motive as their primary theory. Meanwhile, an unexpected part of Michel's past came to light during the inquiry. He had previously been arrested and charged with armed robbery, in addition to being accused of unlawful firearm possession and drug-related offenses. 3 years after Wendy's death, detectives decided to question Yolanda once again, suspecting that she possessed more information than she had initially revealed. After Wendy's death, Michel and Yolanda reconciled and began living together again, but their life together was far from happy. When Yolanda was brought in for questioning, law enforcement officers confronted her with evidence showing that she had been the one who financed Michel and Wendy's honeymoon after their wedding. The police pressured Yolanda to tell the truth, warning her of the serious consequences of lying. Gradually, Yolanda began to open up to investigators. According to her statement, when she and Michel resumed their relationship in the fall, Michel had told her that he was forced to marry Wendy because she was pregnant. However, in reality, Michel was indifferent toward Wendy and planned to eliminate her in order to obtain the $1 million insurance payout. Michel and Yolanda's ultimate plan was to murder Wendy and claim her substantial life insurance money. Blinded by love, Yolanda agreed to go along with Michel's plot. The only thing that mattered to her was being reunited with him. According to her subsequent testimony, After Michel failed to kill Wendy during their honeymoon, he decided to take more drastic action. Michel allegedly spiked Wendy's drink with a sedative while they were in their hotel room. Once Wendy began to drift off to sleep, he carried her outside and placed her in the car. In the middle of the night, Michel went to Yolanda's house and asked to borrow her car. He then drove to a remote parking lot in Northwest Dade and told Yolanda to stay inside the vehicle for a few minutes. Yolanda claimed that she saw Michel return to her car with blood on his hands and a crowbar. They then drove to Biscayne Bay, where Michel disposed of the murder weapon and washed away the remaining traces of evidence. Afterward, Yolanda drove Michel back to the residence he had shared with Wendy, where he got rid of his blood-stained clothes. However, Yolanda's testimony was considered questionable. It was possible that she had been more directly involved in Wendy's murder than she admitted. If Michel had not personally struck Wendy with the crowbar, it was entirely plausible that Yolanda herself had inflicted the fatal injuries and caused the brutal disfigurement of Wendy's body. Unfortunately, the complete truth of this case may never be known, largely due to the immunity agreement that shielded Yolanda from arrest or prosecution. Michel's defense attorney used this fact to argue that Yolanda was solely responsible for the murder in an attempt to protect his client. Nevertheless, after just 2.5 hours of deliberation, the jury found Michel Escoto guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Although Wendy's family finally felt that justice had been achieved after years of waiting, they remained deeply dissatisfied that Yolanda Cirillo would continue to live freely. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.